Ancient humans thought the concept of gravity was miraculous. Until we know more about the Unity, we also could be jumping to the wrong conclusions.
Got a present for ya?
We needed to warn you off. Every encounter with one of our kind could spell disaster. If Mast found out, there could be a court-martial. I don't know about you, but after all this, there's no way I can just stop. I have to know what happens, what this was all for. Well, now I see that it's true. Mothers have an irresistible urge to interfere in their children's love life. I'm sorry, I don't. All we've solved is our heat leech problem, which is definitely a step in the right direction. I would like that. Actually, I need that. You're damn right it was a mistake. This heat is absolutely oppressive. That's a difficult question. You might as well be asking, when is the Unity? Why does the Unity exist, or how does the Unity truly work? Yes, at least the situation's been resolved.
We have our engines back, Captain.
Oh, would we?
Might want to check your power packs. Wouldn't want to be caught in these caves in the dark.
Ha! My arm's hit!
I don't know. Mining might have been a much safer career choice in the long run. We should get a drink sometime. Unless you enjoy radiation sickness, I suggest we get out of here. Had I not pushed so hard to pursue the Starborn, perhaps none of this would have happened at all and Azami would still be alive. Taking control of someone's mind and implanting suggestions is a terrifying prospect of this weapon. After spending years gathering data about the artifacts, you'd think I'd have all the answers. Though I didn't know her well, I've always sympathized with her struggle to fit in with the rest of us. Now she'll never get that chance. Apparently, it's my mother's new favorite pastime. Of course not. I am, and always will be, an explorer at heart. I suppose it's possible the Crimson Fleet has left something valuable behind, though I doubt it. Well, of course. All of this is beyond anyone's understanding. My purpose is higher than myself, something you don't seem to understand. When they ask for your greatest strength, tell them you lack empathy for your clients. That will make you a front-runner for a megacorp position. Lifting off now. However, after we enter the Unity, we'll likely evolve. You and I, as we stand here right now, will essentially cease to exist. I'll be counting the minutes to our next chat. I really hope so.
Ooh, long way down.
He's alive. Ve Victus is still alive. Then I suppose there's nothing left to do but say goodbye for now and return to the lodge. If both you and Chief Engineer Kulkarni believe that the microbe will be effective, then we have to trust your experience.
Yeah, sounds good.
Don't be a fool. If the artifacts were theirs, why would some of them be embedded under layers of rock?
I'd hardly call it an incident, more of a debate, really. But I appreciate it just the same.
Whoa! Honestly, I like the new you.
Yes, exactly. Might be worth taking a look through this. She absolutely was. I wonder if we're the first ones to visit this lifeform's territory. Well, look what's happening right now. No one's home, eh? That's not necessarily a bad thing.
Hell of a city, isn't it? There's nowhere else like it in the galaxy.
If Delgado's aware of our attack fleet, then we're at a tactical disadvantage. We have little time to waste.
Clamps released.
Why someone would choose to live the life of a bounty hunter is beyond my comprehension.
You some kind of an acrobat?
Ecliptic is well funded, so if we're looking for some decent gear, this might be the place. Well, as leader of an exploration society, I happen to have accumulated years of experience in diplomacy, all in a day's work. There is one more thing I'd like to do for Azami, and I thought you might have an opinion on it.
What hit me?
Got one! You worship the Great Serpent. Well, lucky for us. No problem.
Always a pleasure. You, have a med pack? Oh, I think I might have pulled something.
Very well. Next time, then. I would speak to them before you go. Here. All the artifacts I've gathered.
Enemy's engines are back in the green. This is murder! You're on your own!
How could this girl possibly be here? Who is she? You've made a wise choice. but I trust that your duties as a ranger won't interfere with your service to Constellation. This should lead into a hab tunnel on the station. We should proceed with caution. They're always looking for recruits. Lots of retired veterans and dangerous professionals mixed in with part-timers who barely have a laser cannon welded to a hull.
It's about time. Come on, sleepyhead.
I'll be okay now. Go on. Take care of the others. Why would you spend your own money to help someone else steal a company recipe? It appears that Kumar has you doing all of his dirty work. That's what I get for trying to be nice, eh? I know they're criminals, but Siokga is suspiciously well-funded. I wonder how they got that way. I'm trying to be reasonable here.
We just saved a man's life. Not bad for a day in the Starfield.
Some enterprising starborn lured human mercenaries here. They built this facility. Another layer to get past before we can reach the temple.
I practiced what I was going to say when the moment was right, and now that it's here, my mind's gone blank.
This is a disturbing amount of security for what amounts to a hospital and research facility. Oh, I haven't. Come on, John. Let's hear it before you try to convince her to join the Marines.
Maybe we should stop for a moment at the memorial. You know, to pay our respects.
Oh, there are far too many of these abandoned locations littering the galaxy. Keep your weapons ready. Never know who else might be scavenging there. They call Siokga organized crime. Just a fancy term for a bunch of no-good criminals who flaunt their illicit activities. I remember meeting Ron Hope once. Idealistic and perhaps a bit of a dreamer. But you have to admire what he's accomplished.
Great. Now I'm more tired than when we went to bed. Want to see what I'm carrying? That should help us out. You'd think after years of gathering data about the artifacts, I'd have the perfect answer to that. But I haven't the faintest idea.
He's alive. Vevictus is still alive. Members of Constellation are held to the highest regard, yet you persist on making poor decisions that reflect badly upon us.
You're just full of secrets, it seems.
The fact that you risked your life to save him was incredibly selfless.
Rise and fight! We need to fix the thrusters! Ship destroyed!
Just what that is, we'll have to figure out. It's what we do. Not sure what this connects to. You have no idea how badly I needed to hear those words. I love you. I'm sorry if I've hurt you in any way. I wouldn't want anything like this to come between us. For all the effort we're going through, I hope there's something at the top of the lift that's worth finding.
Shh! I don't think we're alone.
That does sound terribly fascinating. Madame Sauvage's place looks cozy. If we're going inside, better keep an eye on your cred stick. I would urge you all to exercise caution. Owen Dexler isn't exactly a saint. That's not so different from the first people who left Earth. The vastness of the universe was too much, and the unity is infinitely more so. Deimos builds some of the toughest ships in the settled systems. That's probably why the UC Navy continues to contract with them to this day.
The hunter is still after us. We need to move quickly.
Time to leave this place behind. None of us would hold it against you. I think we all have at least a few moments we might now look back on and regret. That was quite comprehensive. I'm not sure what to say.
Our shields are completely offline.
Whatever you need, you've got it. We do have some insurance set aside for this exact problem. Better to stop here than down on the surface of Suvorov.
I owe you one.
Now, whether you consider that lucky or not, that's another matter entirely. I did nothing of the sort. Just a little talk about Dad and how you and I don't speak much. I promise you, that's all.
It was at that very moment I realized I wanted to spend the rest of my life with you. Your love means everything to me. And I swear to return that love freely and unconditionally, without hesitation.
I'll forward her transponder codes to your ship. You should be able to track her down once you reach Serpentis.
I'm also a bit disturbed that you would leap to his defense so quickly.
Well, as long as you don't lapse into some kind of trauma-induced coma, feel free to take your time.
Isn't this the same mine where you pulled your first artifact from the ground?
I'm almost sorry I wasn't here to watch that happen. Careful not to trip any security.
No, but you owe yourself one. Do you think pretending to be your old self is what's best for you?
If you'll just bear with me, I promise I'll explain everything. Nothing I enjoy more than lugging your crap around. Had I not pushed so hard to pursue the Starborn, perhaps none of this would have happened at all and Sam would still be alive.
Though I don't exactly agree with that decision, I'm afraid you'll just have to make do with our gratitude. It must be quite rewarding to work on a farm, growing and raising everything needed to survive. Believe it or not, I'm almost envious of their way of life. I had higher hopes for you, but I won't stand in your way. Agreed. The last thing we need is to infiltrate the fleet, only to be kicked out because we've underestimated one of their people. Don't let this fool sway your decision. You're doing the right thing.
Still bitter, Zoe. I thought the Trade Authority had nothing to do with that hauler full of mech components.
Let's head back to the lodge. One step closer.
Should we keep exploring through here? Or no?
There's a non-zero chance that this planet once thrived with life. Amazing, isn't it? You thought that was crazy? Try it in 0G sometime. Their shields are gone. Take them out.
This goes well beyond the boundaries of simple exploration.
The last time I saw my crew, their escape shuttle was headed for the planet's surface. You're sorry. For me?
Like my partner said, that's nonsense. For the Red Mile to even exist in this day and age is just utterly preposterous. Just doing our part. Saving the supplies, the ship, and the day, all in one fell swoop.
Try to keep up.
If you're angry at anybody, it should be yourself, for getting mixed up in this ridiculous scheme in the first place. It's time.
Back, eh? How's it going?
This heat is uncomfortable, but I think we could survive continuously here without our suits.
Whatever happens, protect the artifacts.
So, are you ready to get to work? Or was there something else? The Crimson Fleet is just a bunch of pirates that masquerades as a navy.
Stubborn. Another version of you I have misjudged. Very well.
I see so much of the person I knew in you as well. Fine. Roger that, ma'am. I'll stay put. This cave would be an excellent place for someone to hide.
Fishing for a handout, eh?
If you have something to say, get it over with.
Want to try sending me somewhere else?
All we can do for now is pray that I'm right.
Liftoff looks good, all systems nominal.
Well, I think we should let Sona get settled.
That's absurd.
Extinguishing even a single life from an infinite pool does not diminish the morality of the crime. Taking control of someone's mind and implanting suggestions is a terrifying prospect of this weapon.
I'm just going to ask you straight out, Father. What is the Unity?
Normally, I'd say vulnerability isn't necessarily a weakness, but I take it we aren't here to make friends. Well, it appears she suddenly remembers everything. How nice.
What were you trying to tell me before we were interrupted?
Oh, he has a sick mind indeed. It should be dissected and studied so we can fathom how the hell a human being can function with no heart.
Something on your mind?
You'll also need to return to Constellation and find the artifacts in the fringes of space.
Just as long as they understand we're helping out of mutual benefit and respect. We've done our part before, now it's their turn.
Earth is more or less a dust ball now. You can occasionally find a few remnants of the world we left behind on the surface, but not much.
Damn good modification there. Very impressive.
Crimson Fleet, eh? We're a long way from the key. Any data we recover from this laboratory could be valuable, provided we're allowed to take it, of course. More lies.
Come over here. I think it'll be better to see what I'm talking about for yourself.
There's no need for unnecessary bloodshed. Allow me to apologize for my partner's behavior. Believe me, I'm just as appalled as you are. Damn. No power to the lift. Only way up is through that access hatch. If all of these people evacuated, where the hell did they go?
This is it. First contact with intelligent alien life. It's almost enough to make you ignore the fact they're pointing weapons at us.
Wait, you're letting him go? Why the hell would you do something so foolish?
Perhaps. Honestly, I wasn't sure how you'd react. Some people would consider what you went through a deeply personal experience.
Well, we may need a machete to get through, but this looks like the main entrance. I'll meet you in orbit above the buried temple. We'll face what's there together. Say the word, and we'll put this imbecile in his place. I wonder if any discovery reports have come in while we were away. It's not your fault. It's clear Natan refuses to listen to reason, and I'm proud of you for standing your ground. Understood. Will only be a moment.
Well, that brings us to this message now, doesn't it?
Oh, believe me, this is positively exhilarating.
No, that's
Not any more true than it was a minute ago. Oh, I can't believe you're helping them. What a stupid waste of time. But this isn't what I expected at all. It appears the flora they were using as decor has overgrown the entire embassy. Take care of yourself. Looks like spacers have dug in around here. He's alive. Ve Victus is still alive.
That's what you're worried about, Walter? Can we focus on keeping an eye out for whatever might be living down here?
Goodbye. Impressive. Tranquility appears to be doing quite well for themselves, wouldn't you say? Threaten us all you want, Mathis. You did this to yourself. That's not what I mean, but I love you, too.
Get down!
For all we know, it's in my nature to keep people at arm's length. Or worse, push them away. I'm too upset to deal with this now. I follow the science. If Chief Engineer Kulkarni believes that the microbe will be effective, then we have to trust her experience. I agree. Welcome to Constellation. Get settled in. When you're ready, let's you and I do some traveling together.
I might complain about landing here, but I have to admit there is a sort of hidden beauty to the Martian landscape.
Anyone with a starship takes the trip to Sidonia at some point.
Yes, I think that's right. That's why I'm worried about us. It begins. Oh, incredible. I can only imagine the technical knowledge it must have required to build such a structure. Comes with the territory, I suppose. Care to share your troubles? We'll find another way to satisfy her without killing innocent civilians. At least things will be quieter in the spaceways for a while. No, Admiral. Thank you. I was hoping if we discussed it together, it might help clear your mind. You know, Noelle and I will occasionally find a bad novel to read and then joke about it after. We'd love to get another opinion, if you wanted to join us.
If we're headed to get something to eat, can we skip the local chunks? Never agrees with my stomach.
Thank you again. Now go! Even if he could defend himself, I fear things would severely escalate. He might even end up getting himself killed.
Oh, hey, picking up a satellite beacon in orbit. Might have been our vanguard leaving a message. Let's take a look. Oh, they have their weapons back.
But you're not even... are you still human? How do I even know where to begin?
Oh, not this again, Nissa. I'm fine. I really am.
Solid work. Maybe you should be doing that for a living.
Are you kidding me?
Don't even try to use that as an excuse.
While we're here, you better stay off the Aurora. You don't want that drug scrambling your brains.
This woman ran the UC Xeno Warfare Division during the Colony War.
So this is the mining colony where you picked up that artifact. I wonder why it ended up here in the first place. Is it really necessary for you to drag around all that gear?
You don't want to do this right now? Very well. When you can fit me into your busy schedule, you let me know. Then I'm certain you'll be pleased to have another in your ranks. We refuse to let you get away with this. There are much smarter and safer ways to relax, you know. It appears that a change of plan is in order. At least you gave them a chance.
Had that been true, I would have resigned my post and moved to Parima 2 instead of remaining at Constellation.
It's shameful how Neon treats its lower class. How can someone be expected to live comfortably in conditions like this?
Damn it!
No, I'm sorry. I refuse to excuse Delgado for his loathsome behavior by placing all of the blame on his past.
Carrying enough clutter there, or should we find some more?
We're all in this. Together.
He must be defeated. Think of all the versions of you and your friends across the multiverse he has killed.
Though I didn't know her well, she seemed to be just beginning to find her place in the universe.
Now she'll never get that chance.
So I just ignore that you're a quasi-cosmic entity and just focus on the person you were before all this.
You can thank Barrett for that, if he's still around to thank when this is all said and done.
I can personally vouch for my colleague here and make sure that he behaves.
We've taken out their thrusters.
The fact that we are the origin of the Starborn. Humans literally reborn by entering the Unity. The same, yet different. It's unbelievable.
I can't believe what just happened. I don't know whether to be shocked, angry, or overjoyed. Intelligent alien life.
If something's on your mind, you can tell me. Ready yourself. You know what? That does make sense. Go ahead. Just don't take too long or my contact's information might go bad. I honestly would have preferred a more scorched earth policy to ensure the end to those horrible creatures.
While we're here, we should stop by the lodge, see how things are going.
You've done it. The temple's artifact is yours.
Okay. Maybe later then.
This was undoubtedly left behind by military forces. Stay for a moment. You must have questions about what happens next.
Aquila would be a quaint world to retire on, if the damn wildlife wasn't so hostile.
Anything that accelerates the Terramorph life cycle should have been completely removed from the equation. Why take the chance? Whatever it takes. He's talking about tampering with the only system keeping everyone on this ship alive. Come find me when you're ready. You and I are going to be doing some traveling together. Get your feet wet. Can we get out of here before the air starts eating through the suit? Next stop, Cassiopeia, I assume. Slayton was a horrid man, but I don't think we were qualified to be his judge, jury, and executioner. Are you really thinking this through? Why do we even have to get involved?
This makes me appreciate the artificial gravity on our ship.
That's not our problem. While it was satisfying enough to watch the Crimson Fleet meet its end, having an account brimming with credits is a pleasant bonus. That was pretty sad. Don't look at me. I don't even understand what's going on myself. It's as though they've become a different person.
Next time, then.
Of course. I can't have any of my underlings in Constellation wallowing in sorrow now, can I? But first, we should probably say something to my mother. And we're off. Smooth as glass. This laboratory, it's absolutely enormous. I know a few scientists who would give their right arm for access to this place.
Whatever it is, just tell me.
Lifting off now. Let's put this bird into space. Judging from this debris, the crew's shuttle took far more damage than my own. It's a miracle any of them survived.
Is there something wrong?
Weapons offline! You don't know what you're talking about. We're all here because we're committed to exploring space. Humanity may have settled the stars, but that doesn't mean we should stop diving into the unknown. The truth is, you're my friend, and I don't want to lose you. It's over. Thank God. If these things reached the populated areas of the city, we would have had an absolute massacre on our hands. Don't worry about me. I've handled worse heat than this. This was a good outing. One step closer. Of course. I was ready from the moment you left.
You okay? That was a hell of a jump.
I've been dreaming about this moment, and still, I don't know what to say. To be honest, I envy some of the freedom you experienced. Living on your own, no parents trying to control your life. Walter's right. You should see me when I've missed my morning cup of coffee. I suppose we should be thankful the Zealots are all we have to deal with. If the Serpent's crusade had gone differently, we wouldn't be here at all.
So, were you eating at the Sagebrook, or is it just a quick snap from the Terra Brew?
Look at this place. I can't imagine being cramped down here, choking on the fumes and the dust. No trees, no grass. It's depressing. Judging from the blow we've suffered. I couldn't agree more. While we're at it, perhaps we should fetch your groceries for you as well? So, Noelle, Constellation living up to your expectations? No, it certainly isn't. Especially when it comes at the expense of human lives. You're on the Hunter's ship. Let's have him start this meeting. Temperature levels are bottoming out. He was one of my closest colleagues. And a cherished friend. He always knew how to make me laugh.
I'll miss him dearly. Sona. What a lovely name.
Looks like some sort of engineering section. Might be something interesting in there.
If you knew about the things that I've done, the way my life's unfolded, I think your opinion of me might change.
I think you've made a wise decision. These clones need to learn self-reliance before they're thrust out into the galaxy.
By the time we grav jumped out there in a ship, the anomaly could be gone.
They've gotten their grav jump back.
If the robots around here are still in operation, there could be a chance to turn them to our advantage.
Get ready. Here they come.
What you'd call an unfortunate circumstance, I call a tragedy. Really? It surprises me you'd say that. The more money we have, the more people we can help for free.
Nope. Get your clothes back on. We lifting off right away, or do you need a little bit of time? The UC did a hell of a job piecing this station back together after the Serpent's Crusade rolled through.
Why? Would you care to take the reins for a while?
That all for now? Don't try that. I'm human nonsense on me. It insults my intelligence.
Unfortunately, there's no use dwelling on the past. You need to live with the decision that's been made. If you're going to hold a grudge, well, that's your problem, not mine.
That should keep you alive a bit longer.
I miss talking to you already.
Keep your weapon loaded. Always helps to have a bigger stick if it comes to it.
You'll fit in just fine. You're one of the smartest people I've ever met.
Grav jump ready and at your command, Captain.
Constructing that massive structure in this cavern must have been quite a feat. I suppose it was a bit like building a ship in a bottle.
You focus on triage. I'll watch your back.
Thanks to my own personal biases against the Freestar Collective, I was skeptical when you originally accepted the appointment.
Well, considering you'd have to go back to the original Earth governments before you hit a period of time when the UC didn't exist, that says a lot.
I'm going to be sticking with you for this. We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact or this lead runs dry.
Well, this might be United Colonies territory, but it certainly isn't the Lodge.
Yeah, sure. And who wants to take on that responsibility? You?
The fate of the Unity can't be left to chance. These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. Another great secret the universe is asking us to unravel.
Is there any way I can convince you to come back?
Well, this restaurant looks charming, and the food smells delightful. Perhaps it's time we stopped for a bite to eat.
Well, judging from the fact that both you and Barrett claim to have heard music, I've made the leap that the artifact was reaching out.
Noelle, start analysing all the data from the ship sensors. The gravitational wave they caused, scans of their weapons, shields, everything.
Maybe not in the literal sense of the word, but I certainly relate to some of her loneliness.
I couldn't agree more. It should be completely banned from the settled systems. I don't know what's in the air, but it's eating through my suit.
No. I'll be fine.
The commander is an overly ambitious man, but his heart's always been in the right place. I'm sure he appreciates everything you've done. No, I don't subscribe to that theory. There's always another way. I was hoping if we discussed it together, it might help clear your mind. I'll be bringing mine. The hunter will be bringing his. And you'll need to bring the rest. All of the ones Constellation can find. Oh, I can't stand these damn bounty hunters. Putting a number on a human life is plain wrong. Be careful. It's easier than you think to pull a muscle in a high-gravity environment like this.
Barrett spent 2 days in custody while I sorted it out.
You mean that? You'd do that?
For me?
I'll watch things from out here, and you go do what you need to do. Just be careful. This low gravity will make surface traversal much easier. I haven't run across smugglers much in my time with Constellation. I leave that sort of work to Barrett and Sam.
Don't let him get away! Grav jump down, Captain.
Oh, I wish I could believe that.
Vladimir is going to want to do some scans of the moon anyway. I'm sure he'll be happy to pick up Barrett.
This is going to end badly for you. Our weapons are up and running. Yeah, boss? Oh, that should give your weapon a bit more punch.
I'm glad to hear you talking some sense. Who controls the artifacts is the only thing that matters. I'm sorry. Oh, forgive me for all of this. Sometimes I forget that I prefer to speak my mind even at the expense of other people's feelings.
We do. I know this can't have been what you were expecting when you woke up to report to work on that moon.
Rest assured, Delgado put us on this job for a reason. We're professionals.
We had more than one escape shuttle available. So, I elected to wait until they were safe.
You must have banged your head on a console during that last grav jump. No one in their right mind would make a claim like that.
Hard to breathe.
I did what I had to do, and I'm at peace with it. This is exactly why I adore traveling together. You take me to the loveliest places.
Sure. As the shuttle launched, I could see it was damaged. I heard screams before the radio cut.
I remember Barrett sharing a bottle of Chandra with me a year ago. Oh, best wine I've ever tasted.
Wait, go. Make up your mind.
I've been giving that a lot of thought. Having you by my side brings out the best in me.
The fire of the suns!
I'll do whatever I must to protect the artifacts. I've lived in New Atlantis almost my entire life, and I had no idea this place even existed. The UC certainly excels at keeping secrets.
Weapons system damaged.
Not exactly a pot of gold, but this will do. As the chair of Constellation, I take personal responsibility in vouching for this person's integrity. They'll keep their word. I wanted to take this opportunity to talk about what you did for Azami. It's a damn shame that it was necessary to reopen this facility, but someone has to deal with the fact that the Terramorphs have resurfaced. I've got my orders, but maybe we can work something out. Are you certain that traveling into these canyons is wise? The route looks treacherous.
Give it your best shot.
Look, it's becoming clear to me that you're not really interested in the artifact, and that's fine.
Must have been a good jump. We're still in one piece. Once we get to the campsite, we'll use that as a starting point to search for the cruise shuttle wreckage. He's a thief, and you're going to let him go. That's preposterous. I imagine she said something wise and comforting. Do you recall? Interesting. It appears Governor Hurst is well aware of our exploits.
You've taken down their shields.
Maybe it's nothing. But a long shot is better than no shot at all. We need to go back to New Atlantis and see what Father Aquilus knows.
I hope we don't run into too many of the Crimson Fleet around here.
They've got their engines back.
Looks like it's going to be quite a harvest this season. I don't know. I'm not sure I can explain it.
Careful. Their crew won't give up without a fight.
As far as vermin goes, I'd slot spacers right in between rats and cockroaches.
Target's engines are down.
It is disgusting. And I'm pleased you recognized that Ryujin almost made a grievous error in judgment.
Some people would consider that a deeply personal experience.
Not tight enough, apparently. He's played everyone for fools and repeated his crimes. Ugh. That's what the UC gets for keeping him alive.
I've always liked that statue. It's beautiful, isn't it?
I wonder what the artist was trying to represent.
Enemy's thruster system offline. Sure, she has. But how long is that going to last? What if the Crimson Fleet decides to land here? Or worse, then what?
You're starborn. More than that. You're reliving your old life.
Some of us have banded together, realized the power we have been given is something that has to be protected.
You don't seriously expect this person to go and pick a fight with a gang? A bar? Housing? It certainly appears as though Ecliptic is here to stay.
Whatever they've given you that I can't. I wish you would have come to me first instead of abandoning our relationship.
Here's hoping they'll be kept on a short leash. I wonder which corporation is pulling the strings at this site.
Fine, I can't force you to tell me.
I'll send her an invite and we'll see if she shows. You've really pissed me off.
Would you care to tell us what happened to our friend? Why you're here and he isn't?
I know you're simply trying to brush this off with humor, but you really should act more concerned. I wonder if this is a man-made cave or a natural formation.
Each of us has to interpret what that means on our own.
You once told me that the military might not have been my calling. You don't know how right you were. But I wonder if the crew of the Regana will be able to endure. Sometimes it's the survivors who suffer the most.
Looks like the last of them.
I live on. In the Unity. We all have to get through this our own way. Don't worry about me. Really, I'll be fine. My word. Some of these pieces on display are incredible. They belong in a museum.
Oh, I'm sure Sam's as excited as the rest of us, but let's just say his eyes are always looking toward the next horizon. You'll see.
It's also clear that the need to collect these artifacts are an obsession for them, almost bordering on an addiction. Once we get inside, be ready. With so much power gathered here, anything can happen. See that cluster of ships? Varun Zealots. You ever run into one? Completely devoted to a deity they call the Great Serpent. The devourer of the unbelievers.
That's just it, though. I feel like a cadet on my very first day aboard a spaceship. My mind is absolutely swimming with questions.
Yes. And look what it's cost us. You always know just the right thing to say at just the wrong time. That makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. This is the result of humankind laying waste to a planet in the name of war. The ecosystem here has been totally destroyed. No, the hunter is wrong. They should be possessed by whomever would use them for the greater good and be immune to their temptation. Ah, lovely. Crimson Fleet. I'd forgotten I hadn't had my weekly fill of pirates just yet. This looks sinister. Perhaps whatever was being experimented upon here best remains hidden in the past. How could you forget something like that? Great. I'm traveling with a criminal. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine it would lead to something of this magnitude.
You see, the top brass demanded press-worthy discoveries to justify the spending, and money was tight after the war. Shutdown was inevitable.
Sam, think this through. He'll kill you. What about Cora? She's waiting for you.
There are two certainties in this universe. Death and eating at a Chunks restaurant. And to be honest, death is almost preferable.
So, what have we got? Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
I don't think we'll be able to access this storage container without assistance. This reminds me of the bunks on a UC Navy ship. Everyone crammed into the smallest area possible to maximize space.
Become as dust!
It's times like this when I miss Aja the most. She always knew what to say.
That's exactly how I feel. It's almost as though forces greater than our understanding have somehow steered us into each other's path. There's no way I can get there.
This universe has a right to exist according to its own rules.
If that was locked, there must be something they don't want us to find. Besides bad memories? I don't know. I'm trying not to think about it. Not yet.
The quality level can vary, since they're responsible for their own ship and equipment, but as you can see, some of them are quite dangerous.
But I'll watch your back. How could I not want a front row seat to all this? You know I didn't mean it that way. It's a possibility I've considered, but I'm not 100% convinced. I'm inclined to agree with Walter. We don't know what the Starborn will do with the artifacts. Perhaps we'd be making a terrible mistake.
All the artifacts must be gathered, including the ones belonging to the hunter.
But these early drives shook the gravity field surrounding Earth. Eventually, the atmosphere started to slowly sputter away into space. The Dauntless took heavy fire to the docking section during the battle. I beg to differ with you.
Nothing that dramatic. Constellation is a small group. Everyone is going to want to get to know you if you stick around.
Stop. There's nothing more we can do. My word. I can't imagine how an engineer could make heads or tails of this chaotic collection of drilling machinery. I don't know. We've already suffered such a terrible loss. I can't bear to have it happen again.
Got all worked up for nothing. Switching to a new target!
Change of plans. Run!
Perhaps next time you won't try and hide behind ridiculous metaphysical theories to hide your mistakes. As you might have guessed, I tend to concentrate on work and let my personal feelings fall by the wayside. It often drives others away.
It was never actually designed to be an interstellar government, but human ingenuity knows no bounds. The Mast has always done its best.
Not quite. Barrett is more dangerous than you might think.
I'm sorry it's come to this. Vasco would feel right at home with these robots.
Yes, never mind the surprisingly high number of space battles you've gotten entangled with recently. Well, I suppose I can understand that. Imagine being marooned on a planet like this. I don't know how you'd survive. Nailed him!
We should give Siokga a wide berth.
There goes our engines!
Laredo makes some of the most dependable firearms money can buy. If they're good enough for the Freestar Rangers, they should be good enough for us.
Vladimir, has the eye picked up anything new? Oh, you're going to regret this. Full engine loss on target. Thruster loss detected on enemy target. Shield generator repaired. Target has full propulsion.
I wonder where this leads. Some of the things in this laboratory aren't exactly bulletproof, so take it easy in here, okay?
I trust I'm invited to the party as well. Why are you bothering to carry all that junk?
Shed any employees.
Ugh, terminology like that, where you reference manipulating people's lives.
Oh, it makes my skin crawl.
Why would you be... Oh, I see. We never talked about this, did we?
All this nonsense, and you still have faith, eh?
You know what, Doc? I like the pain. It reminds me of the past and things that should never be forgotten.
I wonder how many personnel were assigned to this UC facility. Their name alone, Starborn. There's some type of hidden meaning there. Something that feels very old, perhaps even ancient. I've spent my life surrounded by all sorts of people. Constellation, the Navigator Corps. Hell, even the UC military. How exactly does that absolve them from their immorality?
Oh, I see. Maybe later then.
This reminds me of a book I read as a child. It was about an expedition to the center of the Earth. One of my favorites.
Enemy's grav drive back online.
Been a long time since I've been to Mars. Sol system doesn't get a lot of traffic.
Piece of cake.
That is all I ask. I hope you see what I have seen.
Agreed. We collect as much data as we can, then, when cooler heads prevail, we make an informed decision.
We'll get through this. Together.
It was really good talking to you. Retro's firing. Orbit stabilized. I don't even need a gun.
And I care about you too. I feel safer, comfortable, not afraid to admit who I am. I'm terrified I'm going to screw that up.
The only threats you're facing are the 8-legged variety just outside your door. Now can we please stop playing games here? Lives hang in the balance.
Every time you talk to me, I fall in love with you more and more.
Enemy's shield grid is fried.
Sure, but you better not make me cry. Anyway, I didn't ask you up here to admire the scenery. I asked you up here because I wanted to talk about something very important. How incredibly kind. I'm continuing to learn things about you. Good things. Better than the old one, I hope.
First, there is an expedition that Sam Coe has been putting together. It's in Freestar Collective space, and he knows it inside and out.
Don't be ridiculous. Of course I still care. One thing I can't deny is she's survived for this long on her own. Sona clearly possesses the skills to conquer anything Cassiopeia throws at her. The Starborn here are powerful. They will hold nothing back. Even the dead can be made to fight for them. We are happy, aren't we, love? I've finally found someone who respects and admires me for who I am and the choices I make. We'll need to head to Mast. Check in with the Vanguard recruiting office where my contact works. Predictable. Don't waste this one chance to show us we're wrong about your kind. If you fight the Starborn, you will lose. Words can hold as much power as any weapon. I think it's worth the time to learn more about this unity. That's it. Start the docking routine. There are areas of study that will need to change, and some basic rules of science that will need to be completely blown up and reinvented.
Damn it! We've lost our engines.
You should know by now that is not how Walter operates. He never lets anything go. It's gotten him this far. I hope there's a way to work this out.
We'll get through this. Hold on.
Target's moving again.
Nicely done. I got this. Vasco, identify. Leave me alone. A colony established this far from the core of the settled systems. This must be a list settlement. They're the only ones this brave or foolish to attempt such a feat. Looks like some type of ship, but the occupants don't seem to be around. I wonder how long it's been sitting here.
When it comes to the artifacts, it never ceases to amaze me how the science, well, simply fails.
The lift system seems to be completely offline. We should search for a way to restore the power and get it back into operation. I know it's difficult to resist, but try not to pick any fights while we're here.
I'm certain they felt they were doing what was best for their daughter. Who was I to argue?
Oh, of course you aren't. My number one priority is the safety and well-being of Constellation's personnel. Fine. I have better things to do anyway. It's actually not a bad plan. Much better odds destroying one of their ships than fighting them all at once here. It's not surprising that most of New Homestead is constructed underground. Just look at this horrible weather.
Spending these moments close to you makes everything I've gone through worthwhile. How could they just disappear? Target has grav jump again.
Should we head through here into the next section?
I love you.
I always will. Nothing you could do at this point would ever come between these feelings I have for you. You really are too smart for your own good. And we would appreciate it if you could spread the word in the Crimson Fleet that Barrett shouldn't be harassed. It's not working out for any of us.
I feel exactly the same way.
Okay, Sam. I'm trusting you to stay out of trouble. Think you can handle that? Stay for a moment. We should talk through our next steps. Before you start stuffing your pockets with ore, you might want to check who owns this mining facility. I'm also unconvinced. This can only end one way.
I'm about to pour my heart out to you, and you're telling me you're busy. Fine.
Fine. How dare you cause the leader of Constellation to blush? I'll have you know that's firmly against our bylaws. No other ship readings in the area. And I doubt they'd be so calm if a Vanguard had flown by recently.
Your outlook on life is amazing, and I'm thrilled to be a part of it.
Surrender? Could it be that easy? I'm not trying to be a hard ass. I just can't go any lower.
We catalogued unusual stellar phenomena, a few habitable worlds, and some unique life forms, but nothing SSNN would bother to report.
You'll see the glory of our multiverse and your place in it. Then, you'll be asked to make a choice. We should move along before this radiation eats through our suits.
Vladimir, has the Eye picked up anything new?
Earth history has had its share of radical religions, but the Varun Zealot makes them look tame by comparison.
You have a death wish or something?
I thought I could handle these memories, but until I return to Cassiopeia, I'll never be able to put this to rest. Not much left of this geology laboratory. Ironically, the surrounding rock appears to have sealed the fate of this part of the facility.
No,
Not at all.
this is something that's been weighing on my mind for a long time.
Yes, that's exactly right. Humans are clearly a victim of their own success. I'm proud of you. It took a lot of integrity to say no to that offer. Shortly after I evacuated, I saw the ship come apart. 2 steps in, and we're already looking at a corpse. Did you know the FC doesn't require any type of service to become one of their citizens? Oh, strange, isn't it? Yes, you've proven yourself worthy. The Unity awaits. I wanted to talk to you, but honestly, I don't know where to begin. We're not taking anything, unless you make things unreasonable for us.
From things you've said in the past, it's obvious you want to have a serious relationship. You want to become close.
Oh, yes, of course. I almost forgot.
Goodbye!
All right. Time for Constellation to head into the unknown once again. On your mark. Seems quiet, but don't let your guard down. Always a good idea to keep shields and weapons charged. That's the last thing we want right now. Of course. I wouldn't have it any other way. Don't forget, John. I need her back after you wrap her in that fancy get-up of yours. That's generous of you. But the poor girl clearly needs more help. Now, I'm going to need some time to myself. Please, leave me alone for a while.
I need to think. I won't forego violence if it prevents the deaths of others in other universes. You know, Sona and I share an interesting bond. We both survived on that inhospitable world, and it drastically altered our lives. No, I'm sorry. I can't ignore my morals. With all due respect, gravity is no miracle. There are solid scientific foundations for it to exist. Exactly.
Deimos Star Yars runs the show from their orbital shipyard around the nearby moon, the longest-running contract with a private firm in the United Colonies.
It's lovely here, isn't it?
Your ship's planetary scanners will be doing the heavy lifting there. We'll jump into orbit, do a scan, and try to pinpoint a landing area close by. Besides, having a little mystery gives us room to maneuver. A fixed reputation could fence us in a lot of ways.
Shields at 0%, Captain! Some sort of sinkhole or subterranean collapse seems to have swallowed up this facility. I hope everyone made it out alive. You left us with little choice. A sentiment that is shared by my kind about you. How's it going? You can dress it up however you like, but a Chunks by any other name is still a Chunks. I'm guessing you want me to carry something? Look, both of you are here for the same reason. So why don't you drop the tough girl charade and learn to work as a team?
Right, let's go over what we found out. The Starborn are, or were, human, and we have the Armillary and the Unity.
Oh, yes. Without pause, you force my hand by joining the Hunter. It is no longer about what I want. The Rock isn't exactly massed, but as seats of government go, it's still quite an impressive structure. Yes, I know. Okay? Damn it. Will you let me finish? House Varun always condemned them as radicals, but never really did anything to stop the attacks either. So, they're still around. Cycling airlock. Ugh! House Varun technically has diplomatic ties to the other factions, but the Zealots are outside of their control. Or so they say. Just stay out of my way. You have no right to make demands here. There's no need to bark at us like that, Blake. After all, it's the truth. Should I warm up the engines? Really, Walter? There must be something. Call it whatever you want. My drive, my initiative, my optimism. It's been my greatest strength and my worst nightmare.
You have found yourself walking our path. There is much to do before you are truly worthy of entering the Unity.
Ever since we talked about the Battle of Cassiopeia, I can't get what happened out of my mind. Check that plant thoroughly. We don't want to overlook anything valuable. You have no idea how relieved I am to hear you say that. You might be right. You tagged their grav drive. I'm not sure power like that was meant for humankind. Sadly, I think he's right. Neon security isn't going to do anything about the problem. I see. Well, it's apparent I'm not going to be able to alleviate your concerns. Although I normally find it difficult to side with the eye for an eye mantra, in this case, I agree. Looks tough enough to stop a bullet. Or worse. You definitely know how to handle yourself. Cutting communication. Fine. Let's settle this. Oh, this is just typical of UC bureaucracy. A cover-up of this magnitude could directly lead to war. What the hell is the matter with them? That's all fine then. Do let me know if you get a response. I'd rather find an independent smuggling operation than a base crawling with the Crimson Fleet. Oh, goodness. This is not going to go well. Achieving orbit now. Ugh. Yeah. This cave reminds me of the first one I ever explored near Pavonis Mons on Mars. Interesting. It's obvious that someone's gone through a lot of trouble to keep this door from being discovered.
When I asked Barrett the same question, he couldn't give me a straight answer either.
You were given a rather unusual, abrupt introduction to Constellation, weren't you? Salvage time! Oh, I've been so busy searching the stars for answers. I've overlooked what's been in front of me all this time. True friendship. You've never come this far. Not in all the universes I've seen. The path to the Unity is opening to you. Let's see what's out there. Marrying you was the single best decision I've made in my entire life.
Yes, he was supposed to join us here in the library, but I'm not surprised he didn't make it.
Oh, the atmosphere here is extremely dangerous. Remember our last conversation when you told me the artifacts made your mind and body feel out of sync? Picking up a few signatures in orbit looks like,
Varun ships. Huh, this far out, that means zealots.
Ah, targets regained, thrusters.
I'm grateful you feel that way. And don't worry. I promise to be careful. She's right, you know. Without her help, you never would have found your way into Genodyne. No, I don't think that I do. And nothing you can say is going to make me change my mind.
Oh my goodness. That must have been terrifying.
All the artifacts are needed to complete the armillary and open the way to the Unity. In every universe, the Starborn fight over them. Innocent people die.
I hope you're right. I really do. A shrewd captain would have called for the crew to abandon ship. But I was so angry. I wanted to stay. I needed to fight.
Talk to the hunter when you're ready. We have a lot to discuss together.
Nice clean dock, Captain. Weapon system restored.
It's about Cassiopeia, Admiral. A creature that fails to adapt to a changing environment rarely survives.
I know you are. But I wish you'd stop making bad decisions. Engines available.
You've really come a long way since the Welcome to Constellation speech, haven't you? We've located where the other shuttle went down.
I can't believe our plan worked.
More spacer territory. No surprise there. The notion of tampering with the life support had me worried for a moment there, but it sounds like you know what you're doing.
Once we're done here, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to visit the Colony War Memorial. I want to pay my final respects.
Oh my God! The grav drives destroyed Earth. And at the core of the first drive, an artifact. Though I didn't know her well, she seemed to be just beginning to find her place in the universe. Now she'll never get that chance.
You have been to the Scorpion? Yes, that makes sense. I do not remember when, but it was the hunter who found it first.
I'll only carry the good stuff. Just kidding.
We don't mean to be intrusive. Any information you could provide would be very useful.
Hey! That's not fair!
Only one point of Moera's patrol route to work from. That's how it goes sometimes.
You have lost much, traveled far, persisted where others would have ceased. It is time for you to have the answers you have been searching for.
Oh, how old were you when you got that assignment? 17.
Thrusters are at your command, Captain.
What's going on here? I'm not thrilled that Bayou got what he wanted from us. But at least you made that bastard pay through the nose. It's a constant struggle. But I want to believe we're making things better. We haven't spoken since. I don't understand how you can be so flippant about human lives that have been extinguished. That's terrible. Ron Hope certainly embodies the saying, spared no expense. You are just lying to me. Oh, I love low gravity. Makes me feel like I'm floating on air.
No, nothing's changed, Father. I'm here about something else.
Oh, I'm hit!
It actually used to be an old-fashioned optical telescope. That's what this station was built for before Constellation bought it. Vlad's made a few tweaks.
Then it's over.
I want to put an end to the sleepless nights. The nightmares, waking up in cold sweat. It's been difficult, Admiral. Enemy's shields gone.
Stopping at the clinic to do a bit of xeno research, eh? Count me in. Well, that was a lovely thing you did for the R&D team. Sometimes it's worth taking risks to let the dreamers have their dreams. Imogene? She doesn't seem the type. But maybe that's her tactic. If she had me thinking that way, perhaps it proves that she's a master manipulator.
We didn't come for approval. We came on the off chance that you know something we don't.
Excellent.
Sure, go ahead.
When you're looking through the eye, you're not seeing a planet as it is now. You're seeing the radiation from years ago.
Oh, good thing Vasco isn't here. Spacers would be his worst nightmare.
The worst that might happen is you get stuck listening to two old friends catching up on old times. Training underwater for zero-G doesn't fully prepare you for the real thing.
Now all we have to do is convince this poor girl that she's better off leaving the planet with us. I don't know if I have it in me to say the right things. Yes. And it's my fault. I know your encounters with our kind have not been pleasant, but we are here to talk. And you deserve answers. I'm sorry to have asked. This must be a terribly confusing time for you right now. If it's any consolation, I believe you made the right choice.
Are you kidding?
I've been aching for you since you left. I think we're in Siokka's domain. I don't like this one bit. I know. I suppose you're right. I just hope we don't make the same fatal mistake twice.
If I hadn't been so stubborn, so eager to prove that I could handle command, my crew would have had more time to escape.
If you need something, I've got your back.
Rest well, I hope?
Experiencing high grav feels exactly like walking through maple syrup. By the way, how would you like to keep traveling together? If Sam is any example of how stubborn the Freestar people can be, then I can imagine how difficult it must be dealing with this ambassador. Though I still think this might be a mistake. Siding with the emissary is certainly the lesser of two evils. Having you as a friend has made a huge impact on my life. I'll never forget it. It's a shame the United Colonies built such an impressive ship for battle, instead of using it for exploration. If this laboratory is run by the military, they're not going to let us tour the place without an escort. Judging from the amount of tombstones, the Wagoner family's been living here for quite a long time. I've heard that Benjamin Bayou has a private penthouse at the top of the tower. The view from up there must be breathtaking.
We're done already? Oh, okay.
Thrusters ready.
To good times and good friends.
But no, it can't be true. Heat leeches are everywhere. They live everywhere. That means terramorphs. Oh my god. These bounty hunters are a terrible lot. The settled systems would be a better place without them. That last shot took out our weapons. I'm here for you, my love. Will you remember your life as you knew it? Will the hunger to collect the artifacts consume your life like it's clearly consumed the Starborn?
Of course, my parents didn't approve. We had a huge argument that resulted in all ties being severed between us.
He did a good thing fixing up his ship. Always nice to have a friend out there in space.
That was private property, you know.
We blow that ship out of the stars, he's dead and our artifacts gone.
Well, well. Back for more, eh? I don't know.
Really? I would have thought, well, if you ever change your mind.
Don't get me wrong. Compared to Sona, I've had it easy.
Trying to protect me from dealing with the bureaucrats? Don't bother. I know how to handle the bullshit. And now we see how the working class lives around here. Damn. Captain, our thrusters are offline. If terramorph attacks start wrecking cities across the galaxy, no one's coming to help the salvage yard at the tail end of nowhere. Despite the Lazarus plant being simply locked away, your decision has made the settled systems a safer place to live for years to come. Have you taken leave of your senses? Rake was your target. I didn't sign on to this voyage to take part in mass murder. The moon. First thing humanity ever visited outside of Earth. And then, when we invented the grav drive, the very first jump was from here to Jupiter. We have to assume that we're not the only ones to have stumbled into this mystery. I didn't exactly need a reminder, but I'm doing fine.
All I could do was watch them die. I'm warm enough, but thank you.
You once told me that you favored the journey over the destination. So I'm hoping you'll understand what I'm trying to say. Admiral, please. I didn't come here to argue. I'm here to come to terms with my past. Don't stay away too long. Sure. That's a wise decision. Until we know more, we need to keep this amongst ourselves.
We thought you had joined the Hunter, but he has returned to the Infinite. Do you have his artifacts?
Yes, but why would they lead us there? To what end? In my case, I was third in command, which has a lot to do with the story. That's the best idea you've had in a while. You're something truly special. You know that? You've helped me conquer my self-doubt, my confidence, hell, everything. Let's see what you've got. I wouldn't say I was afraid. More like approaching the situation with caution. Please, it's not you. It's me. I'm just not ready to get that close. I can't. Not now. Exploring ruins, uncovering the mysteries of the universe. This is exactly what Constellation is all about. Ha! Nice try. Are you sure? Oh, really? Is that supposed to give him some kind of immunity from being a decent human being?
Damn it! Weapons are offline.
The fact that you risked your life to save her was incredibly selfless.
Ugh, now you've gone all silent. Great.
So, that's what we're looking for. The pieces to an armillary. A path to the center of a multiverse. Will you stop badgering us about Delgado and concentrate on helping us find a way out of this prison alive?
Hell of a shot.
You only hurt yourself. By hiring those mercenaries to do his dirty work, Ron Hope unleashed hell on those farmers. They weren't simply out of a job, they lost their lives. The United Colonies seems to own this place. That's a good sign.
We have an amazing rapport that's not only enhanced my life, but made me a better person.
There's still quite a bit of mineral wealth down here. Perhaps it would be worth our time to survey the area for more. Sounds like we're about to hear a sales pitch. I hope you will see what I have seen.
They've lost grav jump capability.
When you listen to what I have to say, you make me feel loved. Who could possibly ask for more? I'll assist Vladimir for now. You go on ahead and get that artifact.
Well, well. Look who decided to rejoin the world.
You want to rethink what you're asking me to do? Look at the state of this facility. I wonder why this place was abandoned in such haste.
I bet whoever came up with bad news travels fast wasn't taking interstellar distances into account. Oh, I've been so busy searching the stars for answers, I've overlooked what's been in front of me all this time. True friendship.
I don't believe in smearing our name everywhere we can. Exploring the universe, charting the unknown, that's what counts.
So, we have a lot of theories, but nothing concrete. Except that they're after the artifacts, and they're willing to take them by force. Sure. Let me know when you have the time to talk.
Besides, the thought that Aja would be there to officiate this important step in my life is comforting.
I hope you don't mind.
No, that's not it at all. You know what? You're absolutely right. I do. You sure it's safe out there?
They are all connected. My goodness. I had no idea that Vladimir's paranoia would amount to surrounding himself with all of this monitoring equipment.
Anyway, that's all I had to discuss for now, so if you'd point the way, we can continue our journey.
Besides, if Chief Engineer Kulkarni believes that the microbe will be effective, then we have to trust her experience.
Only if it's one of your deepest, darkest secrets.
Excuse me, Commander. Did you say Crix's legacy?
Right. Well, lots to do. I'd better get back to it.
I don't know. I suppose I'm worried that I'm forcing you down a path you don't want to travel. For you, I'm always ready to go.
They're dead in space. You can walk around without clothes all you want. Mine are staying on.
Leaving her behind has got to be one of the hardest things I've ever had to endure. And you know I've been through a lot. Perhaps this is your chance to turn that corruption around. Perhaps not. But it's better than what you're doing now.
You certainly know your way around a computer system.
Might surprise you, but this little jaunt of ours has actually been rather refreshing.
I want you helping Vladimir when you can. We can't find more artifacts without the eye.
Need more power to the shields now! Unless we're picking up parts at Deimos or digging for minerals. I hope you have a good reason for landing here.
But many seek the artifacts on their own for their own reasons. The creators of the artifacts left behind only these structures, their symbols, their language.
Applause to the initiative. But if the Vanguard is running goodwill patrols like Yassine told us, that's going to take a while.
What the hell are you doing?
The job's done, but was it absolutely necessary to kill anyone? You need to seriously re-examine how you approach these situations.
Collectively, Constellation has seen more of space than anyone else in the settled systems. But these artifacts are a completely new discovery.
When the universe presents us with a threat, we can't simply curl up into a ball. We need to stay in the fight. Perhaps you deserve another chance. What the hell are you doing? Understood. We'll do our best to remain on her good side. That's a long way up to the top of the mesa. Hopefully that elevator is still operational. Chief Engineer Kulkarni insists that the microbe will be effective, so you should trust her expertise and her experience.
No. We should have discussed this a long time ago.
It's about my return to Cassiopeia.
What we learned about Sona has been
constantly replaying in my mind. Oh, how can we treat these people this way? They survived in space this long, only to end up as indentured servants. Oh, it's terrible. The Starborn will be hunting you now. Give up your search for answers.
You picking a pocket or a fight? Landing initiated. Watch your flaring.
You've provided me all of the attention and love that I'll ever need. And more. Was I asking too much? If Benjamin Bayou's ego was as combustible as helium-3, he'd be able to provide enough fuel to power every ship in the settled systems.
That's what I was hoping. But I don't know the exact location of my survival campsite.
They're here! Right here! Well, this station's seen better days. I wonder if the UC will ever fully restore it to its former glory.
Damn it! They've repaired their shields.
In the wrong hands, the power of the artifacts can make anyone a tyrant. That's why we watch over them. The only thing you're watching out for is yourself. Well, I do insist that we sit down and catch up properly sometime soon.
A lot of deep scans from the eye need a close look. There's bound to be more artifacts out there.
I'm going to watch our 6. Last thing we want is to be ambushed by pirates while we're here. I think it's ironic that UC SysDef hunts the Crimson Fleet when it was the UC that gave rise to the pirates in the first place.
Before we go to the ceremony, I want you to look me in the eyes and tell me this is exactly what you want.
I don't know. I have a feeling we've just earned ourselves a useful ally. Perhaps we should keep that in mind.
Bye for now.
I can't let you do this, Sam. I pushed you all into this. It's my responsibility.
A modern city with walls. Quite a throwback, wouldn't you agree?
Very well. The hunter and I will meet you at the buried temple. Be ready. Oh, this is absolutely hopeless. Just buy your disgusting fish paste in a tube and let's get out of here. You want to tell me the real story there, Barrett? You and Vladimir don't exactly strike me as the petty fours type.
To a degree, yes. Just let me have another moment here, and then we can head over to the waterfall, so we can talk in private. Which is why we really need to talk about our friendship and where things are headed with us.
Running away, eh?
Touching down. So this is Bautista Fellowship. Matteo told me the settled system's finest minds flock to this place.
You're right. I should have.
Good to go for landing.
So something did happen. Barrett mentioned a loss of consciousness last time he found an artifact.
We hope one day that will not be true.
I know this has been a lot for everyone to take in, but we finally have answers. Let's make the best of them. Don't worry. I'm sure we can discover a way to distract the guard that doesn't involve hacking or doing anything illegal.
I must be hearing things. So, with that settled, I suppose we just keep it a quiet ceremony? Just the two of us?
You should let us help you. There's no reason for you to have to suffer needlessly.
That was a decade ago. Things change. People change. I can't believe I've gone from chair of constellation to common criminal.
Whenever you're up for it, we have work to do. Pulling the trigger on Andrasia, or the emissary, or whatever that was. It must have been terribly difficult. I didn't need to get to know him. His actions tell me that he was a horrible person, and we should be thankful he's out of the picture. If the Enlightened hadn't helped, who knows what path their life might have taken.
Yes, along with our blessing to enter the Unity.
I'm not certain what's persuaded you to choose this terrifying solution, but mark my words, it's not going to end well.
Noelle, are you all right?
You have made your choice. We will take the artifact by force. We stay here too long, we're going to start to glow. I'm willing to bet this deputy can handle whatever you intend to throw in our path.
Well, yes, of course. But that's beside the point.
Goodbye.
Sending one! Last time you said now and forever. Then you broke us apart.
I don't like this. One bit. You and I both know you have the credits to spare, and you love every minute of this.
Keep doing that, and you'll land us in prison.
What's there to tell? I survived. My crew didn't, I admit. The thought of us trying to kill each other pains me. Oh, I can't imagine being forced to spend my days doing menial work in an office like this, instead of exploring the stars on the bridge of a spacecraft. A cage is too good for you, Musgrove. They should stick you on an asteroid somewhere and let you think about what you've done.
Finding someone like that would be wonderful.
Well, there must be some type of control or switch to open the facility's shutters. I'm not a fan of any of this corporate claptrap, but Masako's right. Ularu shouldn't be allowed to oversee Ryujin. Well, if you want to take a little detour, I admit I wouldn't say no. I trust there's a reason we're invading bounty hunter territory.
Anything interesting in range? Okay, but I have to say, I don't like being left behind.
I see what you've made there. Smart. It appears that this irrigation system pulls water from the oasis and into the facility to keep the flora hydrated. Clever.
And finally, we're not leaving Barrett on that rock. He's had plenty of time to heal by now. Someone needs to bring him home.
Yes, that does sound like a Barrett plan.
Dispose of her. As a valued member of your corporation, she at least deserves the opportunity to explain herself. Expect more Starborn along the way.
They're breaking up. Going out? Don't really know what to say.
Fall to dust! Yes, you are. Agreed. There's no trust between the three of us.
Ooh, I don't think I can make it over there. I can't believe you just stole that.
Why did you do that? Don't you realize that the hunter completely manipulated you into killing the emissary? How could you fall for that? I'm heading back there to find out what happened to the crew of the Dauntless, and hopefully to bring their legacy home.
Sure.
We can continue forward this way. Smell those lovely industrial fumes. Oh, disgusting.
Thanks for taking time to chat. I really need a friendly ear right about now.
Our only hope is getting off planet. All shield systems are back in the green. You're saying I've closed myself off? Maybe I have. As far as Constellation's concerned, you're the first human we're aware of that's ever encountered one of these places. Oh, I see. Those farming structures are built vertically to take advantage of the lower gravity on this world. Very clever. Easy. 3 ships to hour 1. We cut down to minimal ship power and creep forward. They might not notice us getting closer. I'm still willing to talk. All right. Out with it. What the hell is the matter with you? Do you think these robots were fully automated, or were they being coordinated on site? I respect the fact that change is difficult, but I was hoping our time together would have influenced your choice. Join me, old friend. We can collect the final pieces together. I had no idea either, but we do appreciate everything you've done, Estelle. We have to get those shields back online. Well, perhaps it was easy for you, but my obligations to the UC didn't allow me to simply pick up and leave. This is absolutely appalling and completely unforgivable. Oh, don't tell me his bleeding heart plea for mercy got to you. Enough! Whatever lives here might have something useful for us to find.
Careful. Don't overdo it.
Doesn't look like much, but we should certainly take a look around. May have to shift a few things around, but I've got some space left. Constellation.
Whatever it is, I definitely feel more comfortable here than anywhere else I've ever been.
Are you totally out of your mind? No!
Alien energy unleashed at your command. Unbelievable.
Yes, of course. Yes. I don't have to. I blame myself. We know they're here to lay claim to the artifacts, but what's their true motivation? What aren't they telling us?
How is it that you always know exactly what to say?
I can't believe you'd say that. It's actually comforting to know that, Andresia. Thank you. Sure. And I'll include a thank you card as well. Well, there's a surprise. That's one of the sweetest things I've ever heard you say, Walter. That's exceptionally kind of you, Imogen. Looks like whoever owned this site never got to finish construction before it was overrun. What a waste of resources. Oh, I'm certain they felt they were doing the right thing. Let's get a second opinion, shall we?
Take care. Hard to believe it's been 2 decades since we were at war with the Collective, when it seems like only yesterday.
Not yet. You're in the middle of something important. Here. The key. If it means I get to spend more time with you, then ask away.
Maybe it sounds crazy, but that young girl's isolation feels like a reflection of my own life.
Who is that? Could that be... Oh, my word. Is this Jasper Cricks? Did he get this close? Only to be trapped here like the Legacy's crew. This type of industrial operation is the backbone of the settled systems economy. But to leave her here with no one to talk to, I can't bring myself to agree that's the right thing to do. Oh, please, I need you to decide. You think you've found someone? Oh, very nice. You need to learn to be a bit more sympathetic. Not everyone has a ship and all the resources you have at your disposal. Enemy's shield system is offline. With all those megacorps and bean counters on Neon, you should feel right at home, Walter. It's a miracle we were able to bring that thing down. At least we avenged the deaths at the colony. No! I refuse to allow Azami's death to be attributed to bad luck. It isn't fair. Why anyone would want to live somewhere so old is beyond me. The Colony War Memorial is actually quite lovely, in a solemn sort of way. Good. Then we're both on the same page.
Honestly, no. But they go hand in hand, don't they? Without you, no artifact. Without the artifact, you wouldn't be here anyway.
Maybe. I don't know. The entire experience feels so hollow. Answering your questions is exactly what we cannot allow. Abandon your thirst for knowledge, or drown in it. Still, it can't make it any easier of a pill to swallow.
Hell of a city, isn't it? A real monument to bureaucracy.
We have liftoff. Even if we aren't able to visit her ourselves, I'll make sure that someone in Constellation passes through and drops off some supplies. Abandoning this mining asteroid must have cost Stroud Eklund a huge amount of money. The Asili's solution will take far too long. Years, perhaps even decades. By then, humankind could be in serious danger. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that we're not supposed to be trespassing in this laboratory. Oh, we've lost our shield generator. Oh, great serpent. Bless this communion that we may walk in Jinan Varun's footsteps.
Look at that. An energy signature. We didn't pick up that before. Someone trying to hide something?
It's such an abstract concept. Perhaps it's being left up to our own personal beliefs and interpretations. Take some time to process, everyone. We finally have some answers. Now we need to figure out what to do with them. Here, I hope you know what you're doing. That's why I remained in the battle. Huge mistake. You going to load me up with more of your junk? Anyway, I know you have a lot of soul-searching to do. There's quite a journey ahead, and serious plans to make. Members of Constellation are held to the highest regard, yet you persist on making poor decisions that reflect badly upon us. Get moving! Don't worry about me. Perhaps we should move on. If the Enlightened hadn't helped, who knows what path his life might have taken? From what I've been told, these visions can be quite intriguing. Perhaps one day you'll share your story. My word, I think you may have actually made this guard wet his trousers. Hauling gear. My favourite pastime. All right, let's go. Quite an impressive facility. Obviously built for scientific study. Oh, can you imagine the resources it took to construct? It never ceases to amaze me that no matter how small or how remote a settlement, it's almost certain to feature a pub. Is it that obvious? Imagine having to spend most of your career hovering behind a desk. Oh, I can't even fathom anything more boring. We stay here too long and this heat's going to roast us alive. Even if I accompany you into the Unity, the question still remains. Would we know each other anymore? Even if we did, would we care? We're in the dark. We need to learn anything about them we can, including some way to fight them if necessary. Any objections, Walter? You struggle! Oh, very well. I wonder how many life forms are roaming this planet. Time to find out. It's all right. I can vouch for this one. They're Vanguard, true as they come. You should ask Sam about Aquila sometime. He has some pretty amazing stories to tell.
Someone wasn't too happy these people were here. Let's take a look around.
No, damn it. For once, I'm going to say what's on my mind instead of pretending that everything's okay. Honestly, I like when you get personal. Let's do this! Supplies? A shelter? And the fire is still fresh. That means people can pass them around, not even knowing what they are. Jumping to anthropology on me already? Oh, well, good. We all need our own reasons to be out there. So you are. We recognize you. I don't know who you're hoping to fool, but you are walking a twisted path. I know you have a lot on your mind right now, but I thought you might need a moment to talk. You mean hitting the bars, don't you, John? That's all just talk. Doesn't change anything. What type of ungodly experimentation was happening to these poor people? It's horrible. Artifacts grant me strength! Yes, that's right. He was killed during the opening shots of the colony war. Although I'm grateful that the part where one of us dies seems to have been avoided. You'd think, after our combined years of space travel, one of us would have stumbled across some answers, but unfortunately, we're empty-handed. Honestly, this just makes it more official. Call it right person, right place, right time. But once the artifacts started coming together, you were one of us. If you need time away from here, I'll understand. We all have to recover in our own way. Good. The ship really needed something like that. What's happening, darling? This is definitely a lair of some sort. Careful you don't slip on any excrement.
So, are you ready to get to work, or was there something else?
Did you want to talk for a bit? I'm going to suggest she stay at the lodge. But I don't want her to think that I'm forcing her to follow in my footsteps. Look at the size of this cavern. I wonder how much of it's natural, and how much was carved out to accommodate Sidonia's mining operations. Well then, that certainly seems to have paid off. That certainly does sound different. You won't come to any harm here. I give you my word. I wouldn't have had it any other way, Aja. We still have so much to learn. Don't look at me. I don't even understand what's going on myself. It's as though he's become a different person. If the authorities on Neon weren't so corrupt, they would have ended the Siokga threat long ago. That's an odd way to describe what we just went through. I'm not sure what to say. At least the situation was resolved, I suppose. I want everyone watching each other's backs. We're not losing anyone else today. Oh, these ruins have certainly stood the test of time. Yes. For now, with every starborn out for themselves, conflict is bound to continue. That poison will be the death of you. You built that from scratch? Wow, I'm impressed. Though I don't know if I agree that payment is required to do what's right. Now you want to frame Masako. You disgust me, Ularu. Maybe this could end without violence. Let's take a step back. This is everything we've been building towards, and the implications are a lot to take in. This place, is it thousands of years old? Millions? I heard they sent a delegation once to negotiate with the Zealots, the way they did with House Varun after the Serpent's Crusade. Oh, it did not end well. We still have work to do. Let's keep on it. Ah, yes, the Co-Heritage Museum. I've heard quite a bit about this place. Sam has let it slip on more than one occasion. Anything else is just guesswork. I might as well put on a blindfold and toss darts at theories written on the wall. Ah, there it is. Nova Galactic Star Yard, still orbiting Earth's moon. Old star yards and other abandoned stations in space are always home to something. Be on your guard. I'm giving this to you as a symbol of the clean break I've made from my past. Oh, it would have been impossible without your help. And for that, I'll be forever grateful. You've almost single-handedly saved the settled systems from one of its most dangerous enemies. I can't possibly commend you highly enough. Targets lost maneuvering thrusters. When I was stranded, I set up a distress beacon powered by emergency power cells. I don't want to confuse who I am with who you knew, if that makes sense. You told me that roaming the Starfield allowed you to favor the journey over the destination. So I'm hoping you'll understand what I'm trying to say. 3 years? Oh, that's incredible. For some, it can take as long as a decade. You should be incredibly proud. I actually find zero gravity quite pleasant. Well, what did you expect? This discovery is off the scale. Yes. I can't stand when we're apart. It drives me crazy. Oh, I feel light as a feather in this gravity.
That's not yours. Leave it be.
Oh, I hope these ecliptic bastards rot in hell.
Yeah, I know, it's stupid. But you've done so much for me already. I almost feel like you'd marry me just to make me happy, despite your own feelings.
Damn. Oh, if only we knew more about the Starborn. What their species is like, where they're from, how they're able to speak our language. I wonder what these Starborn left behind for us to discover.
Well, I respected her, and I considered her a dear friend. But we weren't in love. Landing site locked. Take us in.
I'm not falling for that, Starborn, or whatever it is you are. Soon as we found your artifacts, you were done with us. I can't argue that point.
It had to be blind luck. The shuttle had almost zero propulsion and no defensive shielding. Well, you didn't put us into a planet, so we must be in the right place.
I really don't like walking into deserted locations like this.
I'm sorry. That's not good enough.
Now that we're here, perhaps we could spend a bit of time relaxing rather than planning.
Another loser? Another notch on my gun.
We should regroup back at the lodge, see how everyone is coping. I see. Vasco already delivered the artifact. So, why are you showing up now? All right, get ready for anything. Listen, I know these kinds of decisions aren't easy to make. I've had to make a few of them myself. But trust me, you did the right thing. I find how these alien life forms live to be quite fascinating.
No, not at all. Just let me get all of this out. I have a lot to say.
Oh,
Well, thank you.
hypothetically.
And we're loose.
Don't listen to him. You have every right to call him out for the Freestar elitist snob that he is.
It was a branch of the United Colonies Navy. A small fleet of ships outfitted for galactic exploration.
Thanks for giving me a moment of your time. I promise this won't take long.
I have something I really need to talk to you about.
Neon is such an awful place. How people can stand living there at all is beyond my understanding. Perhaps, but I'll be damned if this isn't at the very top of the stack. You're already in it. With artifacts, come Starborn searching for them, fighting over them. Well, it appears I've soured the mood of our lovely conversation. Finally, we are getting close to the answers. I can feel it. We should get out of here. Well, I think I've lectured you enough. Thanks for taking the time to listen to me.
Enemy's jump drive is offline.
Something you need?
I don't think so. Stay alert. We have no idea how many enemies we're facing.
We've lost our weapons system. I'm sure Constellation will be eager to hear what we've told you.
No matter how difficult my life's been, it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that you're here with me right now.
I'm so terribly, terribly sorry.
Let's just get back to the lodge. We have to tell everyone.
These robots left a lot of scrap behind. I'm not sure what you're playing at, but I don't like it. Not one bit.
Look, if it's something that I said or something that I did, I'm sorry.
If you want help, I'm here.
Damn, I was just getting warmed up.
Scary to think that these thin faceplates are all that's keeping whatever's out there from getting into our lungs. Taking those steps to eradicate the terramorph threat is essential to the safety of every living thing in the settled systems. You should be proud.
Remember to watch your corners and check your six.
I wonder if that's why the Starborn are willing to fight each other over getting it. Just for that one moment to feel like you're a part of everything.
It turned out that my shuttle had just enough power to allow an emergency landing on the planet's surface.
If this is Freestar territory, we probably shouldn't take anything that doesn't belong to us. We don't want the Rangers to mistake us for common thieves.
What's up? I can't believe how perfectly we were made for each other.
I was also going to say that you've exposed the rest of the settled systems to one of its most dangerous enemies.
Damn. I left my towel back on the ship.
That ship could be anywhere in deep space. Even if we got lucky, a single grav jump and we'd lose them. Let's bring this stuff back to the ship and sort through it later. This laboratory might prove to be quite fascinating. Imagine what's going through these poor people's minds right now. There's no reason to tease. For you to even ask me that question means you're completely blind to the implications of that horrid device. I picked up something you might be interested in.
I'm not seeing anything. Thoughts? Suggestions on our next move?
No time to take in the sights. That could be our vanguard. Yes. Perhaps you should look for someone else to do your dirty work. Maybe we can work something out. It's better than resorting to violence, I suppose. You'd dismiss the loss of our home world, our culture, our history, just like that. What's happened to you? Oh, I wonder how this poor soul ended up this way. Such a shame. We won't be able to go to the buried temple right away. There are still other artifacts out there in the settled systems that haven't been gathered. Whatever the staff here is experimenting with, I doubt they'll be willing to explain it to us. Perhaps it would be smarter to leave this cargo alone. Don't want to antagonize the owner. You do not understand what you have done.
Honestly, I shouldn't be surprised. When dealing with the artifacts, common sense tends to go right out the window.
Ready, willing, and able. Yes, I completely agree. If there's Aurora stashed at this smuggling site, we should leave it alone. This isn't exactly a keyless city, but the Freestar Collective definitely runs the place. We've, what's the old expression? Ah, yes. Hit the jackpot. We ran into a few members of Ecliptic at the Nova Galactic Star Yard. I'm guessing they were after you. Yes, absolutely. The UC has to be as transparent as possible from now on. Otherwise, we could be risking a second colony war. This could be the perfect place to catch up on some scientific journals I've been meaning to read. No, I'm not going to let you use that as a crutch. You want to stop here for a drink? I can assure you there are much nicer and safer establishments in Midtown or the core. Are you out of your mind? We'll do everything we can to make certain that happens. Odds are there's something useful at this facility. You're jumping through a lot of hoops to get those miners the equipment that they need.
Then it's hand scanning and footwork from there.
And if what you've told us about the Starborn is to be believed, we'll need all the help we can get. And what's that? Is that another ship docked with it? Strange. We're exceeding our suit's corrosive safety limit. Yes, I mind. We can do that later. If you need help carrying any of this, you just let me know. Not you. Not now. Oh, I'll drink to that. I feel like my heart stopped. Don't be disappointed. The artifacts are clearly beyond our current understanding. Let's go! Oh, we'll be working with everyone here at the lodge sooner or later. Constellation is all in on this. You and I? We have something important to discuss. That's a good find. This is what life among the stars is sometimes like. Amazing vistas spoiled by angry opportunists who only see things they can exploit. I see. Wasn't planning on taking a swim. If I know Vladimir, he'll be pouring himself into his work. Anything not to think about what happened.
Calculate a grab drive to somewhere. Anywhere.
If you're working through some problems, I'm here to help. Goodness knows you've always been there for me. Well, thanks to you, Ryujin will never have the chance to make that kind of horrible mistake. Damn it! Why is this happening to us? We might as well poke around for anything useful the bounty hunters left behind. Boarding a vessel like this certainly brings back memories. Conviction is what gives all of us at Constellation our strength. Let's do this! Looks peaceful from up here, doesn't it? Their grav drive's down. Know a thing or two about spacecraft, do we? Phew. Glad we had aquatics training at the academy. Beginning landing cycle. Take your time. I don't mind waiting. I will not let more universes fall under the shadow of this search. Let's end this. Are you asking if I hypothetically have superconductors and liquid helium? Well, I hope you've learned something from that experience. Well, it got me thinking. So I dove into our archives and started looking through Constellation's older journal entries. I appreciate you trying to cheer me up, but I can't get this out of my mind. So you believe your hand was guided into making this choice. I see. I'm sure they had something we can use. I wonder if the broken spear is still open. It's the only decent place in town to grab a drink. Engines restored. I think I can lower my standards and settle for you. No problem. Pick your targets carefully and watch those stray shots. The soldiers that were here must have seen their share of hell. Poor souls.
It's reassuring to know that I have you by my side. Oh, I feel like I can take on the world. I hate taking sides, but I agree with Matteo. I find that a little competition is the spark people need to push themselves to achieve their goals. Let us drain the years from you.
We just keep generating more questions. I think that's enough for now. If we get married to a theory, we might miss the truth.
Just as I thought. Looks like nobody's aboard. The way you helped her was so sweet. I had no idea you were so good with children. Hey there. Glad to see you again. Oh, well, I guess I understand. Just never mind. You can't hide from me! Me too. Looking back, I only wish I had started this life sooner. That's quite a fine bottle of whiskey you have there. If you ever feel like sharing, I'm sure I could be persuaded into having a dram or two. Well-intentioned, to be sure, but foolish. You're lucky you're alive. Everything okay? You've suddenly gone quiet. My parents considered themselves to be enlightened, but their lives were so busy they rarely pursued their beliefs. Seeking a promotion within Constellation, are we? Keep making observations like that, and you're certain to win my favour. Finally. I feel we're on the cusp of something incredible. I'm pleased that you realise the importance of a decent education. Yes! Engine's fully repaired! Those are very reasonable rules of the house. I'll make sure my colleague doesn't cause a scene. While we're here, let's swing by Centaurian so I can pick up some ammo. I have to say, I'm extremely disappointed in you right now. Perhaps we should just end the conversation right here. If I have to. Perhaps we should unburden these smugglers of their ill-gotten gains. Wouldn't you agree? Oh, of course you aren't. Just the fact that you took time to listen means a lot. Do you understand now why I asked you to come here? The artifacts unlocked the secret of interstellar travel, at the cost of Earth. But then I guess neither did I.
Hey, enough!
Not that I've seen, but I've been drifting in and out. I read that in an old Earth book of quotations. I've never forgotten it. Oh, I see. Finding our work terribly boring, are we? Should be the missing piece that ensures the retreat is around for many years to come. Whoa, the heck you doing? Agreed. My only wish is that my rescue hadn't come at the expense of Barrett's life. And you have no right to pursue the artifacts with no regard to the consequences. I won't abandon the Unity to you. Never. Mining operations like this can last for decades if the company bothered to perform the proper geological surveys. In addition to credits, why don't we set you up with a backpack with some boost capability? You'll need it out in the field anyway. Just mind your head. Anyway, I'm sorry, Mum. I know how this must all seem to you. This was a sudden decision, and we didn't want to waste any more time. Are you joking? Or are you just a coward? Your lack of value for human life makes you a wretched excuse for a human being, Bayou. That would make me your second, Madame Sauvage. I've never been quoted the rules at a bar either. I can't believe that murder yields a reward in Ryujin's eyes. So typical. I'm trying to figure out how to help you. It's a game we play. He asks. I say no. When they finally rescued me, the UC medics said I had 3 broken ribs, shattered my ulna, and had internal organ damage. I was in the medical ward recovering for almost 6 weeks. We can't send power to the shields! That means a lot to me. I will. I promise. We'll never know for certain. But this could be where the alien life forms first breached the facility.
Do you have a moment?
You shouldn't have taken that from them. We should be careful. There might be security on the premises. Now you have regrets about your choice. You've placed yourself in this ridiculous situation. I'll defend you, but I don't have to like it. I think it would be best if I stayed by her side. I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to her while we were gone. See what the two of you have done? You have our friend here trying desperately to not take sides. Compared to the destruction of their vessel and relegating them to a life of servitude, I'd say this is the best chance they've got. It's a real shame we couldn't see eye to eye on this. I thought we were more of a team. Apparently I was wrong. You started cracking rocks at a mining facility like this. Isn't that right, Dusty?
Truth be told, I've spent years gathering data on the artifacts, and unfortunately, I feel as though I've barely scratched the surface.
All right, but be careful. Hey, my guns could use a bit of work too. Oh, I hope we find a use for that before it spoils.
I appreciate you trying to lighten the mood, but I really need to talk about what happened.
Oof, can't imagine living on the fringes like this. I think I'll stick to the comforts of New Atlantis.
It's a terrible shame the rescue came at the expense of Sam's life.
John, you're not about to have my compatriot here sign some kind of contract that sells you their grandmother 5 years down the line, are you?
I can't sugarcoat our mission statement. Space travel and planetary exploration is inherently risky.
You don't care what we're planning. Is that it? It's beneath your concern? Perhaps that's our advantage.
Important or not, I'm ready to listen. Excuse me, stranger, Oh, sorry. I hardly recognized you.
I only wish that the United Colonies chose to exterminate the Terramorphs with the experimental microbe instead of choosing this ridiculous Asili solution. He's gone. I know. Damn it. I know. That tunnel over there. There's some sort of flickering light coming from inside. Let's take a look.
Bullets, huh? Old-fashioned, but it got the job done. Nasty business.
Okay.
And we're grateful for that, Starborn.
Now, let's get those artifacts.
Obviously. But there has to be more to these beings than simply originating from another world. Oh, brother.
Let's jump out of here. Gear looks green, ready to land. Let's make this quick.
But Constellation comes first. We're all expected to set aside political differences for something more important.
The fact that we helped this imbecile worm his way out of the situation makes me sick. I'm UC military. Retired. Can give you my gene tag code too if you'd like. Is this a United Colonies installation? Excellent. It's comforting to be back in familiar territory.
Maybe you are. I don't know.
Constellation is no stranger to loss. Our own founder left on an expedition and never returned. It's a clever gambit, Commander. Adaptability is key to the success of this operation. Dreams are wonderful, but they don't pay for helium-3. Constellation's bank account can attest to that.
I'd hate to be on the receiving end of that weapon now.
You're kidding, right? I'm not going anywhere with you. At least not until I can find some way to convince myself not to hate your guts.
Wait a moment. That's exactly what you're saying, isn't it?
I'm willing to bet that if you paid Ecliptic enough credits, they'd take out their own people. No morals whatsoever. Looks like some sort of central nexus for the facility. Perhaps we should investigate the other floors.
Oh, don't worry. There's no bad blood between us.
Sure.
Just ignore the problem and hope it goes away.
I don't think either of us are fully qualified to define humanity, but my gut tells me that Juno is alive. I hope that helps. Though I'm normally a devotee of science, I have to admit that in this case, it failed us terribly. And the cost was immeasurable.
I used to have an office near the top of Mast. How far the mighty have fallen, huh?
But then dumping everything I've worked so hard to achieve, it's like I've wasted another decade of my life. I can't do that. So frustrating.
And you people, you have the nerve to sit there and call that a mistake. People have died. What the hell is wrong with you? We didn't see the Starborn ship dock until it was too late. By the time we managed to take defensive positions, the doors were already opening. This is it. Hold nothing back. But for now, let's not keep poor Aja waiting.
You're letting them strong-arm us? Why?
Better think about what you're taking. Take care of yourself.
Well, yes, I think so. Why do you ask? If Rake's dead, that should satisfy Neva.
That's an interesting reaction. But I suppose it shouldn't surprise me.
And I want you out there as well. You got results. I need someone like you watching my back. Without proper controls, experimentation can be extremely dangerous.
10 seconds in and already you're embarrassing everyone.
Cora,
Look, if our marriage ends today, then it ends forever.
I can't go through this again. You've got something for me?
I should come with you. The father and I aren't close, but he knows who I am.
I love you too, Mum. Thank you so much for being here. There will be loads more to talk about later.
Unless you plan to walk away empty-handed, she really isn't giving us a choice. Well, let's see. I pride myself with my aptitude for astrodynamics, calculating optimal trajectories for grav jumping. That's been quite useful in the past. I'd prefer digging up the artifacts rather than prying them from the hands of greedy industrialists. But at least we have another in our possession. Honestly, it felt like I was marooned on that planet for years.
Don't worry, it's not as though I'm coming apart at the seams.
Do you see it? The final artifact is just ahead. I don't think getting it out of the center is going to be easy.
Might as well take what we can.
Anything you could tell us would be tremendously helpful. But in this case, there's a difference between exploring the cosmos and blindly entering the unknown without being prepared for the consequences.
Oh, sorry. You'll have to hack that on your own.
Looks like it's all freestar around here.
Thrusters severely damaged, Captain.
We lost 12 ships that day.
12. Including my own.
The next time the ship lands at a port, I'll be returning to the lodge. I don't care if they're using him to solve world hunger. The man is a criminal. How could the UC do something so foolish? No, that's not true. Everyone deserves the right to live. There's always another solution.
We had 3 shuttles. 1 was destroyed, and the other 2 were damaged. There was no other way off the ship.
This place isn't mine alone. It belongs to everyone who's a part of Constellation.
When we stood beside that waterfall in New Atlantis, you told me that you saw someone who was lost and needed help finding their way.
I hope our air scrubbers can handle whatever's floating around out here. But imagine that technology in the wrong hands. Imagine the awful things you could force people to do. It's almost too horrible to contemplate. Perhaps the UC should have thought of these potential consequences before incarcerating those people on Suvorov.
Keep your weapon handy. We don't know who built this ship or why.
Like him or not, he's the Siren's captain, so his assistance is going to be invaluable. Maybe we should hear what he has to say. It's a smart decision. One that I fully support. Commander Ikonde runs a tight ship, so I suggest we be on our best behavior.
It was nice talking to you again.
Father Aquilus, we need to talk.
Well, good. I'm pleased to hear that. Nice words, but they don't change anything. Constellation, actually.
Smart decision. The outpost really needed the upgrade.
I know this is a bit silly, but I've seen a fair share of eye rolls in the audience. Maybe your team should at least try to take this seriously.
Big mistake.
You track down the artifacts the Eye finds, while we gather the others.
My day just got a whole lot brighter.
The coldness of space! Tempting. You're not the worst pilot I've met. Phew, more than a bit warm here, isn't it? Well, I suppose I've taken up enough of your valuable time. Back to it.
I have to explain this. You took the life of an innocent. It was horrifying.
You think I betray the Unity's nature? You certain this is a wise choice? There's a good chance that a hostage could be harmed in the firefight. I'm afraid it's too late for us to back out now.
Ready to trade some stuff?
It was. It is. Oh my. I've completely mucked this up now, haven't I? Damn. That's true. With all the mistakes and the deception that's been going on, the UC has an obligation to be as open and honest as possible.
Yes, I do not know where it ends, but I have met you many times. Sometimes we are enemies, sometimes we are friends. Sometimes you have died, sometimes I have died.
Good thing you had the schematics for that. And that, my friend, is how we do things on Jemison.
There was a particular someone back in my days with the UC Navy. We actually became quite close at first.
It's important to me that we are both happy. This is a huge step in our relationship, and I want everything to be perfect.
Interesting. Exposed wires here, a little rust there.
What a unique way to decorate. The beacon was up there on the plateau. I guess it's time to start climbing.
The way they behaved, I'd say that's not very likely. It doesn't play nice with scanners. It'd be worthless to someone trying to flip rare minerals quickly.
Jenna and Elias. Private Jenna Marsh and Corporal Elias Obrist. You're their daughter.
Go to Earth's moon. Follow the path to the artifact. Letting him off the hook would have been a terrible injustice. Thanks. As long as you don't shoot us while you're back there, I think we'll get along just fine.
Hey, you should lay off that garbage. Escape trajectory plotted. Thank you. Right now, I feel like I need all the help that I can get. We have these jetpacks for a reason, you know.
See that anomaly? The temple's artifact is reacting to all the fighting. It might be the only way through. Shedding this burden of my past has finally allowed me to open my eyes, wider than they've ever been opened before. And it's all because of you.
If that's how you see our relationship, then that's the path we should follow. When my ship hard landed on the surface, it broke apart. There was no fire, but I was pretty badly injured. Had to crawl from the wreckage.
Grav jump offline.
Grav drive spinning down. Systems green.
Thank you, Andrasia. You've certainly given me a bit to think about. Well, this amount of firepower is a bit of overkill, wouldn't you say? Wait. There's something familiar about you.
We have shields back.
Constellation. We've arrived on the surface of Earth. We need to discuss what you found.
Okay. Fire up the ship scanners. Let's see where the anomaly is coming from.
They've overloaded our jump system.
I will never love another person as much as I love you. Then you understand why I had to leave that all behind.
Yeah, what is it?
It's funny. I bet I've spent more time exploring the Martian surface than roaming around Sidonia itself. What can I help you with? Look at this. All these people. Their entire lives distilled down to names on a memorial.
Solving a mystery like this, it's an explorer's dream. Believe me, they're all as driven as I am to find an answer. I remember Aja mentioning she presided over a previous commitment ceremony between Barrett and his husband Irvin.
I think you have a few pieces of this puzzle to share with us, don't you? Well, I see our ship is still in one piece. That's some good news, at least. By the time I realized what was happening, it was too late. She requested a transfer, and I lost touch.
Shields are fully offline!
Every member of Constellation is their own conscience. Understood?
You two want a second? I can check the special at Chunks.
I really don't feel like talking right now. Before we help ourselves, we should make sure nobody owns this cargo. Blasting pirates and ducking for cover more your speed. I've done all of that. And I know which life I'd pick.
We can't let the hunter get the artifacts.
We'll talk later. Need to help out Vladimir.
This is an impressive mining operation. Nobody wants that. These Starborn build the most breathtaking structures.
Target's weapon system is down.
Besides, having a little mystery gives us room to maneuver. A fixed reputation could fence us in a lot of ways.
He's probably in his room. I'll trust you to find it. The lodge is only so big.
You aren't simply my partner for life. You're my soulmate. We were meant to be together.
Yeah?
I usually come up here to mull over some of the heated debates we have at Constellation.
I don't know why UC Security bothers with an office down here when they're clearly not interested in helping these people at all. I've visited worlds with temperatures this low before, and it's never been a pleasant experience.
Make sure you strip everything useful from that thing. I was wondering when you were going to wake up. I was getting lonely.
While we're here, perhaps we should check in with Mateo or Noel. Minimal risk. Are you sure?
I'm, pretty sure you weren't supposed to take that.
I need everyone looking out for each other during this time. Losses hit a small group like ours especially hard.
Stay safe, darling.
If you join us, it means you're committed to our mission. In exchange, we give you latitude in your choice of means. Don't do that again. Ever. We are not a monolithic people. The Starborn are individuals. Some are united in cause. Others are in it for themselves. Ah, excellent. A medical facility. Perhaps we should search for supplies. Thank you, Mateo. Now, let's focus on what's in front of us, shall we?
Vasco, verify.
Oh, this is astonishing. A breathable pocket atmosphere on an otherwise completely dead planet. How is this possible?
Talk to you later.
Every grav drive in the settled systems was built on technology that came from an artifact that was discovered on Mars.
You once told me that you found the journey boring, so I don't expect you to fully understand what I'm saying.
Oh my God, you corporate types never cease to amuse me. Now I feel like I'm trapped in some kind of spy thriller B-movie.
I see.
Well, if you change your mind, do let me know.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. We never discussed this, did we?
Every time you say those things, it feels like I'm in heaven.
Meeting you was the best thing that's ever happened to me.
The Sol system. Which admiral did he upset to get that posting? I still say you made an awful choice when you gave Crix's legacy to the Crimson Fleet, but your life is your own.
Bad luck for you! Time to get wet, eh?
Grav Jump is back online.
Ooh, it'll be a shame to leave that behind.
We could be the first people setting foot here in quite a long while.
I'm on a roll!
We let him go. In exchange, he'll wait at the buried temple. You'll be able to prepare any way you can before then.
Now, where might this lead?
And you have no right to pursue the artifact with no regards to the consequences.
I was hoping if I talked about it with you, I could get your opinion. That's all. It's a shame House Varun abandoned their embassy. I bet we could have learned a lot from one another, honestly. He took this seriously before any of us. It was at his urging that we started doing deep space scans.
You're right. I'm sorry. I can't imagine being in love with anyone else.
This is definitely not the kind of place I'd set up an outpost.
Until we meet again.
Time to go?
No, it couldn't be. What could Father Aquilus possibly know about this?
All that junk you're hauling is seriously slowing you down.
The fact that you do not know says much.
Interesting.
We'll do whatever it takes to stop the bloodshed. When even House Varun disavows your views, you know you've gone too far.
We really need to change things up. Wasn't fun sleeping alone.
No, you are not the same. The person I knew is gone.
Before you leave, I want to give you something. A way to another artifact, but also a lesson in how dangerous they can be.
My goodness, Ryujin has a mole problem. Huh, and here I thought your screening process would weed those individuals out. Such a shame.
There's something I need to talk to you about. It's been a long journey, and I'm glad it's over.
Oh, this is certain to make us both very happy indeed. I doubt any of the people who built this complex knew what they were guarding, or how quickly they'd be disposed of. Honestly, now's not a good time.
I still am, technically. Part of the reason why I know our contact there.
I've served on many vessels, and not one of them would have remained space-worthy if it wasn't for the robots we had aboard. We can move into the next area from here. Look, I'll tell you what. Let's put this past us, shall we? I'm sure everything will work out in the end.
My mother lives in a fairly remote location, so we rarely speak. Tends to keep her out of my mind. Never stood a chance.
If we're lucky, we'll pick up the trail for another artifact.
I hope your ship's prepped and ready to go. I don't want to hang around the starport any longer than necessary.
You don't fool me for a moment, Walter.
You love it and you know it. Wherever you go in the settled systems, there's always mercenaries. Enemy's propulsion fully restored.
Got to keep everything nice and contained and predictable. Oh, I understood.
We should proceed very cautiously. Siokka territory is usually well defended.
There's so much going on there, I can't afford to divert all of our resources. But I have classified the artifacts as a priority project. Catch you later. All right, partner. I suppose it's time we get back to work.
Yes, I suppose I am. But you can hardly blame me, can you?
You could make a steady stream of credits selling those modules.
It certainly is. Without curiosity, our motivation to explore would vanish.
Ha! They're not jumping out of here.
No, she wouldn't. But was it worth the cost?
Hello? Anyone in there? So, I've given everything we've discussed a lot of thought, and I've decided I'd like Aja Mamasa to conduct our marriage ceremony.
Excuse me? Volunteer for Termination? Meaning what, exactly?
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Commander Ikonde's right. You work for UC Sistef, and that responsibility puts you at risk. You can't simply deflect that by sacrificing others. Who was this wondrous structure built to accommodate? How long ago did these entities inhabit our universe? Are they still out there? Somewhere. That might be a private matter, Andy. Make sure you're locked and loaded. Spacers don't like people invading their junk piles.
Should be plenty of organic materials to harvest from this world.
You're seriously turning an apology into a business pitch. That's disgusting. Well, I suppose that's all I had on my mind for now. Oh, it was a relief to get all of that out in the open. All right. Keep yourself steady.
Discover a rare neutron star, and no one cares. But slap a picture of a kooky alien life form on SSNN, and suddenly you're a goddamn rock star.
I wouldn't call what I did a soft landing. But thank you all the same. You say that now. But your kind is not ready for the artifacts. The Starborn know what you are. What you are capable of.
Phew. Okay, so let me get my bearings for a moment. Next time you decide to break the law, how about you leave me behind?
I'd love to get a look at the notes on this facility's experiments.
Their thruster system's fully functional.
But yes, worst case, we fight our way through.
They've blown out our shield system.
Though I ended my service with the United Colonies years ago, I continue to remain vigilant as to what's going on within its borders. You should also talk to your colleagues in Constellation. I am sure they have gathered more information on the remaining artifacts in the fringes of space.
Hey, can we skip the local chunks this time? Never agrees with my stomach.
Siding with the hunter would have been wrong.
My superiors. Careful. Where there's water, there could be hostile life forms. This isn't about fault. This is about closure. Until I return to Cassiopeia, I'll never be able to put this to rest. I do. But this might not be the best place to have the conversation. Let's talk when we get back to your ship.
All right. We'll play the long game.
Something I've denied myself for far too long.
Not even going to try playing hard to get, are we? Why did we invite you to join again? Clearly there has been a galaxy-sized mistake. Look around. This is definitely the mark of Siokga.
Come to think of it, if we're ever out that far, perhaps we could pay her a visit, and I could make proper introductions.
It doesn't dismiss the fact that it will take the Aseles a dangerously long time to hunt down and eliminate the Terramorphs.
Phew. I don't even know where to begin. I see you're turning this place into your own private shipyard. Just put that anywhere.
Unfortunately, there's no use dwelling on the past. You need to live with the decision that's been made.
Sure, if we're lucky.
War is as much a punishment to the punisher as to the sufferer. I have things for you. Just remember, we need to find Vanguard Moara and that artifact when we're done.
Oh, right in the gut.
I feel exactly the same way. But it certainly sounded like they weren't willing to work with us at all.
I dare say she got it.
Traveling out here with you, I've discovered that friendships change by circumstance.
On to Neptune?
Let's pop into Outland while we're here, and see if Joe has anything useful to add to our arsenal.
Oh, this won't be your last encounter with a spacer crew. They pillage abandoned facilities and shoot anyone who gets in their way.
Touché.
Well, you don't, of course. I'm just simply stating how I feel about this development. We're going to hold you to that promise, Mathis. Oh, might be something useful here.
I wish all of our moments together could last forever.
I wish I could say this is the first time this has happened with Barrett. But, well, it isn't.
If you're searching them, make it quick. I knew you'd understand.
I demand to know why you've done this. Fair enough. We have a spare room you can use, and I'm sure everyone here would like a word with you. Once you're ready, come find me. Hold fast. Picking a fight with these beings would be foolish. Siokga treats itself like a legitimate corporation. Nothing could be further from the truth.
We'll be certain to put that to good use.
Well, these little heat leeches are just lovely. Perhaps we should help Dennis and clear these things out.
And I also wanted to say, well, I'm pleased we're on this journey together. It's the best decision I've made in quite a long time. Enemy destroyed.
And don't leave out any details. In frosty temperatures like this, there's nothing better than a flask of a good English whiskey to keep you warm.
You know, this is the second time I've been on this world. And until this very moment, I never stopped to reflect at just how magnificent it was. Next time, use your jetpack.
What is it? Info brokers selling data on mysterious ship sightings on the fringe? Something that could point to the Starborn?
Although I don't know the exact nature of the energy you absorbed, I'm fairly certain it means you no harm.
We have full propulsion.
He can call in versions of himself from the multiverse.
Targets regained their weapons. Cover Noelle! We're out as soon as she's ready.
At least give Imogene a chance to explain herself before you gun her down like a common street thug. Absolutely. Sona is clever, and she's proven that she can tackle anything life throws in her path. If he won't even accept credits, I worry about what he's going to ask us to do.
Barrett, we're going to keep going. We'll finish this adventure you started. It's okay. Be at peace.
Have you completely lost your mind? I've just lost a lot of respect for you. A lot of respect.
The telemetry data puts the wreckage out of range to hike. You okay? You're quite handy with the building materials.
A bioweapon no one would recognize as one. Oh, that's a terrifying prospect.
As we were landing, I picked up a message from Aja. She said to meet us at the park overlooking the ocean.
Masako isn't nearly as furious as I am right now. All that bloodshed back there was completely unnecessary.
This better be good.
I'm going to pretend you didn't just steal that.
Oh, they've knocked out our shields.
If we could somehow restore power to this door, we might be able to discover what's inside.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about.
I don't even want to imagine what this atmosphere would do to our lungs.
I will never get tired of that. I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me.
So that's it then. Just water under the bridge to you. Is that all this is? Something's wrong. The ship's weapons are powering up. Get ready. We're just at the beginning of this mystery, and you're going to be there for it. I'll say no more. The existence of a device that can control a person's mind is terrifying. Imagine the horrors you could... Oh, never mind. I don't want to think about it. I don't know much about Orlays. But anyone with a sick mind like that needs to be tried for his crimes, and then dealt with appropriately.
She's extraordinary, Admiral. And I'm afraid the United Colonies let her down.
Be good to have you around more, Vlad. Miss your turns on the bar.
Sorry, I've got orders, you know.
I don't think I can do that.
Well, this is nice. Very neat and tidy. Reminds me of some of the greenhouses back on Jemison. You can't get rid of me that easily.
Found you.
I suppose.
Your eternity ends!
Of course it was his fault. In a top-secret facility, I'd expect nothing less than cutting-edge tech. The only question is, does it work? The Trade Authority turning away contraband. Now I've seen everything. Interesting. Something you want to discuss later, perhaps? Readings from the beacon are coming through. Looks like it was our vanguard, all right. I'm not trying to talk you out of it. Allow me to explain. Are you sure we're allowed to be here? All this cargo could be off limits. I hope that emergency power cell can revive the shuttle's computer. There's no reasoning with these zealots. They leave nothing but death and destruction in their wake. My shuttle should have the telemetry tracking data for the other shuttle aboard. It should give us an idea where it went down. It's time to finish this.
Switching over to standard engines.
Yet all the while, I've been cavalier about taking risks and pushing the boundaries, not appreciating the true cost of my actions. Zay heard about that. Well then, here's a news flash for you. I don't think I deserved it.
That was awesome! And I very rarely use that word for anything. We need to get you looked at back at the lodge.
I served on a ship where the crew bashed together and alcohol's still in our ship's engine room. The captain wasn't happy with the creation, until he was able to have a taste. And that we owe them the courage to continue our work in their memory.
Should be an easy couple of jumps, but you never know when the Black Fleet decides it's time to be extra bold.
That you will reward the promised and cast the accursed into shadow.
That depends on your definition of significant.
I wish we kept the ship's gravity this low. It's an awfully pleasant sensation. Well, this place was hit pretty hard. Must have been a hell of a battle.
If there is, the artifacts are doing a heck of a job hiding it.
We owe it to the crew of this vessel to find out what happened. And you're here. I'm told that running the Red Mile is nearly impossible. Please don't tell me you're seriously considering making an attempt.
You're going to stand there and pretend you don't know what I'm talking about? It's insulting! Not much, I'm afraid.
It's yours. Take Vasco with you as well. It's always handy to have a robot around. We can discuss the matter more once Barrett gets back.
I'm not certain why we're visiting this star yard. It's doubtful any of us have the credits to afford these overpriced vessels.
You know, I threw everything inside me into this relationship. I really gave it a chance.
I don't think so, no. Sona's frightened. She hasn't seen a friendly face in God knows how long.
I shouldn't be surprised. The artifacts aren't exactly what you'd call normal.
Absolutely. We have much to discuss. You know, my parents used to have a robot with a bad internal gyro motivator. Poor thing tipped itself over all the time.
I didn't sign on for these kind of illegal shenanigans.
Plenty of options, to be sure. We just need to choose the one that plays to our strengths. I suppose my final concern is how long this newfound peace will last. We should head to the station.
I have to admit, your abilities are making me a bit jealous.
That was a splendid piece of negotiation, rivaling anything I've done at Constellation. Oh, perhaps I'm out of a job.
That leaves us with our lead in Nemeria. Zara, any message from High Court?
I do? You must have read my mind. Oh, I love catching up with you. Let's do it again sometime.
I'm sorry if that disappoints you, but don't worry. While we're on this journey together, I fully intend to respect your religious beliefs. We'll have plenty of time to talk more later, I'm sure, after the ceremony.
Sarah Morgan, Chair of Constellation. That means anything you discussed with Barrett is my business. Now, if you would please answer my question.
I know you have a lot on your mind right now, but we need to talk.
Sorry, I just need a moment to gather my thoughts. Oh, that did it. They're gone.
Our commanding officer sent us both, so yes.
Okay, that's it. Time to sell some of your junk.
Even Constellation's founder, Sebastian Banks, went missing on an expedition. Look at this place. It's just as we left it. You know, I've often wondered who keeps the lodge so meticulously clean.
Should be an easy few jumps to the Alpha Centauri system. Planet of Jemison.
We can't take the artifacts back to the lodge. Let's find another place. Oh, we could learn so much from them.
Ooh, this can't be good for our equipment. And so modest, too.
Not gonna last much longer.
No, she retired. Living on Porima 2 now, I think.
And that's the problem.
It's like you've tapped into the universe itself.
But thanks to your kindness and your love, I'm no longer lost. And I swear to return that affection to you by taking your hand when you need guidance through your darkest hours.
Captain, our shields are available. Tell me what you need.
The odds do seem to be stacking against me.
Maybe not. I have some friends in the United Colonies. I think I can cash in a few favors. Constellation has helped the UC plenty of times.
No, I suppose they aren't. That's why I'm happy you were around to step in and place Ryujin on the right path. Setting up this beacon probably saved my life. Who knows how long I would have been stranded here.
Taking a few things off my hands?
We wouldn't have it any other way, Commander. I doubt we're the first ones to visit this wreck. After your experience at the temple, you've given everyone at the lodge quite a scare.
You will fail!
Astrophysics, physiology, evolutionism, grav theory, the list goes on and on.
Intimidating to look at, though. Pirates understand the practical applications of fear better than anyone.
Fair enough. Well, since we're already talking about this, there is one more thing I'd like to do for Sam, and I'd like to get your opinion.
Ha! Scratch one over here! I hope that was worth the risk.
We're getting closer to the exhaust stacks. Let's press ahead. If anyone from the Freestar Collective is still here, I hope they don't mind a visit from a former UC Navy officer.
That's not any ship I recognize.
Open fire!
Would it have been worth it? An academic question or some random bizarre Barrett question?
Heads up!
Was that a subtle dig, Jacob?
Took 'em out!
Of course I approve. I have to be honest, no matter how far from Jemison we travel, stepping into a United Colonies installation gives me a strange sense of comfort. Don't tell me a corporation like Ryujin isn't prepared to track a rogue operative throughout the galaxy. Truth is, I'm scared. When I set foot on Cassiopeia, I don't know if I'll be able to handle what I find. An end to all this countless rebirth.
I refuse to travel with someone who has a lack of empathy and such low moral standards.
Sounds fitting. Appreciate the help. Until later. Anytime. What? No, that's not true. Don't worry. You'll know the radiation's gotten through your suit when things start dropping off your body. I don't understand why you're being so stubborn. All the man wants is a chance to talk if he becomes a target. Was that so much to ask? Don't you see? The power of the artifact forced humanity to the stars. They didn't get to make a choice. I think we need to grab an emergency power cell to get the ship's computer up and running. I knew I recognized you. You're Hadrian Sinon, the Xeno warfare. That was a bit less than I was expecting as well. But at least you've gained something for your efforts. One day, we're going to system hop and test your theory. I just hope you're ready for some serious disappointment. I don't think the Council of Governors would share that view.
Well, that lock didn't last very long.
Before you're off to infinity, I wanted you to know something.
Raw energy? I've never heard that one before. Hey, that's a nice change.
I approve. My hope is that she was smart and went into permanent exile. I suppose only time will tell. We should be careful. This bottleneck is the perfect place for an ambush. Bravo. I was hoping you'd make that choice. I haven't agreed to anything yet. I accept who you are. I'm just not sure I can travel with you on this path you've chosen. I've never been so divided about something in all my life. He and I have made a number of agreements over the years, if you can even call them years at this point.
You definitely know your way around a lock.
Oh my goodness. Are we really going to let this bureaucrat block our progress?
Hear the music of the universe!
Just go away, will you?
Either way, the result is the same.
How clever. I didn't know you could make those types of ship modules. I'm sorry it had to come to this. But you left me no choice. If I hadn't, I would have died. The Dauntless came apart minutes after I escaped.
I'm so lucky to wake up every day to someone like you.
All I ask is that you research the facts before you blindly stumble off into the unknown. Jump complete. Normal propulsion restored. And you're telling us that the attack on New Atlantis was Ve Victus's responsibility, just like the dooming of Londinian. That's insane. Okay? Just say the word and you're in.
The heck did they go?
Though I have had my own personal struggles with the United Colonies, I'm happy for you. I really am. Congratulations.
Did you find the hunter? Do you have his artifacts?
Constellation. It's important that we all speak. There will be a time and place for revenge. I'm glad you're willing to give Imogene a chance to speak for herself. She deserves that much. At least. Yes, I do as well. We both like to keep an open mind. Not something you're proud of. You should be completely mortified. How could you do that to Malai? Well, Auntie Sarah can't exactly afford that right now, but she can provide you with the best exploration training in the galaxy. Yeah, I hope so.
From what I'm seeing, this world has all the essential building blocks to support life.
They were my responsibility, Admiral. One way or another, I intend to bring them home. I know it's difficult to answer. This must be a terribly confusing time for you right now.
If you're trying to impress me, you're going about it all wrong.
No, they made themselves quite clear they don't want to be understood.
So much had happened in the space of a few hours. I can't remember how I felt. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? I think it's valuable to have a record of the past. It teaches us to be better people in the future.
They still think of themselves as the pillar of human civilization among the stars. And if you're a citizen, that's probably true. It was for me, at least. I think it's time to start expanding the search. How's our friend in Varun doing?
When dealing with the artifacts, common sense tends to go right out the window.
I've never had the stomach for big industry. All they care about is making money.
Andrasia? Andrasia. It's Sarah.
The way he was talking, something about it is bothering me. I've heard someone mention the Unity before, with that same look of reverence.
Maybe. But I'm willing to take the chance.
These ruins are incredible. They're like nothing else in the settled systems. And listen, whatever you were before, or whatever you do once you're out there, I don't care. So long as you don't bring UC security to our doorstep. Excuse me, on whose authority do you get to decide whether we're worthy or not?
It would be, well, an explorer's dream to solve a mystery like this.
We're ripping Sona from the only home she's ever known and casting her back into society. It's going to be difficult for her to adjust to the changes.
Always and any time.
We were founded decades ago by a man named Sebastian Banks. He wanted a small group of people from all corners of the settled systems dedicated to the biggest question of all. What's out there?
I'm fine.
Shouldn't I be? All right, Sam. Now that we have a moment, it's time to figure out the details of our little bet. One more visit to Admiral Logan, and this chapter of my life can finally be closed.
Jetpack damaged or something?
They worship a deity they call the Great Serpent. Attack pretty much everyone else. This is where the first interstellar ships were made. People still use their modules, even though their star yard hasn't been running in forever.
Wow, that was a hell of a ride, wasn't it? Oh, I'm sorry to put you through all that.
With all the worthy causes in the settled systems, you'd think people wouldn't waste money on these pretentious luxuries.
It's just a list of requests, but when you read between the lines, it's obvious my absence is causing issues.
Target has lost its engines. Come on!
Try telling that to their loved ones.
The temple is below. The Starborn here often lure mercenaries to this point to act as an additional line of defense.
Remember when I said I like to be close to you? Now you know exactly what I meant.
Ecliptics left their mark here. That's for certain.
And if not, at least you'll get some first-hand experience, and I'll get to see how you handle yourself. Any questions?
Oops, you blew it!
Nice. So what's your next trick?
I realize that. But there's still cause for concern.
Bye, love.
I must admit, this is exactly what I pictured a haven for pirates to look like.
They've taken out our grav jump.
Indeed. That technology shouldn't be used for such nefarious purposes, or in fact, any purposes at all.
My heart feels like it's been ripped out of my body.
I'll let you get back to whatever you were doing. Just think what we discussed. I know I will. You were just lying to me. Again.
To be honest, I was afraid this conversation was going to wind up with you storming away.
I'm glad I was wrong.
We are, but I don't think the Starborn share our skepticism. You heard all of his ranting about how insignificant physical laws were.
Just because I wasn't familiar with the experience you described doesn't mean the same might have been true for my predecessor.
Live long enough among the wolves and you begin to act like them. Yes, I understand.
That's just it, though.
Nothing left on the shields.
You're absolutely right. They do. You've got to admire these people. Living on the fringe of technology like this is a tough choice.
TIE vessels certainly look impressive, but it's what's inside the engine room that really counts.
No time to waste. Let's get going.
Where'd you learn to make that? I have to say, with technology this outdated, I'm amazed this vessel is able to navigate at all. It's almost like walking through a museum. Once Noel packs up the artifacts, we run. No heroics.
Let me know if you need anything else.
You've been through so much trauma lately. I can't stand to see what it's been doing to you. Yes, I agree, but not at the expense of erasing our own existence. The Unity endures. Just don't push yourself, okay? We all need to take time for ourselves. especially now. Must be a lot of valuable tech disappearing from Genodyne to justify all the scrutiny of their own employees. In some cases, perhaps. In mine, not so much. Military recruitment can certainly be thankless. We're happy to lend a hand. All right, let's get this crate into space.
Okay, fire up the ship scanners. Let's see if there's any clue to where our anomaly went.
I know who you are now, and what you're capable of. Yes, confidence. I knew you would make a great Starborn. Well, that wasn't the worst of it. I did not want this for either of us, my old friend. I'm not trying to pretend that I have all the answers, so please don't think that this is somehow a criticism of your actions, because it isn't. Now that you have retraced Earth's destruction once again, do you feel any differently about it? Do you see how dangerous the artifacts can be in the wrong hands? I won't have you desecrate the Unity. As the chair of Constellation, I take personal responsibility in vouching for this woman's integrity. She'll keep her word. Think about the significance of this research. The questions it raises alone are mind-boggling. That's it. The rings are aligning. An initiation rite, maybe. Oh, what's at the center? No. We absolutely cannot allow them to continue their mission unchecked. It appears we've found some type of mining operation. Grav jump complete. You, forgetting something? Air's bad around here. Suit should hold it off. For a while. You've always been there when I've needed your help. Why you continue to support me, I'll never understand. Check back with me from time to time after we return from our planetary jaunts. If I pick anything up, it's all yours. Oh, that's sweet of you to suggest, but I think bringing Sona all the way to Aja's home would be too much anxiety for the poor girl. We need to give her some time. Look at all this. Whoever lived at this homestead seemed to have settled in for the long haul. I'm right behind you. Engines firing. Here we go. Well, I'm pleased to see this isn't a dead end. Based on your recommendation, they'll be continuing their work on the neuroamp technology. Say something already. And before you ask, no, I wasn't the lead singer. I actually played the drums. The Soul System. Which admiral did he upset to get that posting? We all have our crosses to bear. But it's how we choose to handle them that truly defines us as a person. I sincerely hope you know what you're doing. I don't see how. You know how it is. I'm the one you've got to deal with. Like it or not. There's no reason for concern. I'm almost certain nothing terrible has ever originated from a secure laboratory. She helped develop the technology to effectively deploy alien creatures on the battlefield. You're done! I know this was a difficult decision. But if it's any consolation, I think you've made the right choice. Keep your eyes open. We're in the Crimson Fleet's territory. Listen to me. They're not the same people you knew. It's not fair to them to try to turn them into what you had before. Well, I've certainly taken up enough of your time. Thanks for letting me get that off my mind. I'll be fine. We have the others to worry about. We'll explain when we meet, in person. Can't be a coincidence that these Starborn suddenly appeared after your experience at that temple. You're already one of the bravest people I've ever met. We should keep in mind that the owner of this factory might not appreciate trespassers. You expecting me to jump down after you? He's alive. Vevictus is still alive. Yes, maybe. Yes. But how many people have to die to prove all of these conspiracy theories? Anyway, that's an interesting theory, but given what we've seen so far, I don't see how it's possible. Ugh. I can't imagine being stuck down here gathering rocks for a living when there's an entire universe to explore. Be careful. No telling what types of hazards Ecliptic may have left behind. You're off, eh? Goodbye. After all, based on your recommendation, they've ceased their work on that disturbing neuroamp technology. Looks like an alternate entrance to the Helium-3 facility. I wonder what that generator is for. Though the idea of the legacy has probably been blown a bit out of proportion, I'm certain there's an element of truth to its existence. When used properly, yes, pirates. Oh. Answer the hail. Since they aren't shooting first, we might have room to talk them down.
It's in the Alpha Centauri system on the planet of Jemison.
We have something called integrity. You should try using it sometime.
We're going to have to head back to the ship and land on a different part of the planet.
Although, you might want to run your reports through a spell check first. But that's all. Well done back there. As representatives of Constellation, avoiding conflict is what we should always be striving to achieve.
Anything decent from that mineral deposit?
Ultimately, we're not looking at a planet. We're looking at the radiation coming off a planet. And that takes years to get here. If you think it will help, then feel free.
Lend a hand? Grab a couple of wrenches and let's tighten this equipment down.
Careful. Air's reading is caustic for me. I hope you know what you're doing. Because I'm not happy we're participating in this barbarism. Not at all.
It's alright. I can vouch for this one. She's Vanguard. True as they come.
All right, I admit it. I'm impressed. You could have told Constellation what you are. But you didn't. Why? Our current problem relates closely to the nature of humans as a species. This rushed curiosity has led us to enter the Unity and become Starborn. If this was a military installation, there's likely to be spare ammunition or weapons that were left behind. Different. I never know who you are when I meet a new version, but so much of you stays the same. But if ending what we have and remaining good friends is what you want, I respect your decision. Thousands of years ago, human beings first looked up at Earth's sky, saw the light refracting off the swirling clouds, and knew this one was special. Damn. Oh, I suppose your mind couldn't handle the sensory input. It's clear that there were people here at one time. Where they went is anyone's guess.
They've lost their thrusters.
Huh? Was that you?
Ah, I think this connects through to somewhere else.
Murdering Benjamin Bayou would make us just as awful as he's been to the people of Neon. We have to think of another way.
Strut's retracting. Let's get out of here.
Not much, but you've seen them for yourself. It doesn't take a lot to realize we're dealing with something extraordinary.
There are consequences to any loss of life. To think otherwise, well, it simply isn't human.
Oh, I'm hurt. For all you know, I'm here to spend time with an old friend and reminisce about days gone by.
No United Colonies Admiral approved that starship design. Walter,
let me know when you're ready to launch.
But I wouldn't mind pretending one universe is enough. For a little while, at least.
The truth is,
I've asked you up here because I wanted to talk about something very important. If you need me, you'll find me, I'm sure.
If I were you, I'd put that back.
Should we head through here? Oh, heat level here is off the charts.
Look,
I wanted to thank you for taking the time to talk. And for keeping an open mind.
Maybe we should check below the surface for specimens.
Yeah, you know, being alone in interstellar space. Nothing but light years of black around you. Should we proceed through this way? Or turn back? Oh, like hell I can't. If that's all you've been after, I wish you would have spoken to me first. I could have pointed you in much safer and morally acceptable directions.
Well, hello, sleepyhead. Time to face the day. If you think I'm doing that, you're crazy.
How are things?
Why you'd drop something as useful as that, I have no idea.
Smugglers, eh? Could be contraband nearby.
Keep an eye out for armed resistance and automated defenses.
The ship was barely intact. The captain and first mate died the previous day, which put me in command. I'm afraid we'll have to do some scrounging.
I have your artifact, Starborn. Let's discuss terms.
Unfortunately, that ship's already sailed. I won't. It definitely takes a special type of person to live their entire life, birth to death, aboard a single ship traveling through space.
So, what's new with you today?
Okay, let's see what we can salvage. We can't change anything now. Come on.
Enemy's weapons are offline.
But this isn't just about tracking down a lead. I wanted to take the opportunity to see how you handle yourself, and for you to learn more about us.
We must do whatever we can to recover the research and avenge the death of these scientists. I'm not really sure. Scientifically speaking, we're all born from the stars. We can't change anything now. Come on. We think it's anyone else who pulls one out of the rock for the first time. Cassiopeia. We're finally here.
Time to get this ship moving.
You have a real gift for talking to them, though. It'll come in handy. Won't be the last time pirates come our way.
I wonder how close I came to being reduced to just a name. To Venus? Now come on. Aja is waiting for us. Thruster system needs emergency repairs.
This is quite an extensive facility, but I suppose they need all of this infrastructure to convert the lightning to electricity. I hope that other Sarah of yours knows you're safe. Now let's get those artifacts.
I knew it.
I knew that man would find a way to make us do his bidding. His reach is terrifying.
It's wonderful to see you too, Aja. This is the one I told you about. It would have taken a hell of a pilot to land the ship without it breaking into a million pieces.
Pulling the trigger on Azami, or the emissary, or whatever that was, it must have been terribly difficult. Having someone from House Varun among us is a new experience. I'm certain they're unsure if you even wish to be approached at all.
Everything's puppies and ice cream when you're young. Then before you know it, you've grown up to find your parents in control of your life. Check with the others?
You better keep your word. I'm going to hold you to that promise. Please, you have to help. I can't make this decision on Sona's behalf.
He means outer space.
If there's one thing spacers are good at, it's removing valuable components from all the trash that people leave behind.
You've got nothing!
Sam has told me so many stories about Aquila City. I feel as though I've lived here all my life. Code phrases? My goodness, Walter, I think you're taking this espionage business a little too seriously. It's strange to be standing up here and realizing this is the final view of the Earth's surface thousands had before they evacuated. I don't mind exploring this place, but what worries me is that we don't know who was here and why they left.
It's a shame that you'd feel it's your duty to kill anyone outside of wartime. You made a choice.
Don't even think for one moment that this would be acceptable behavior. You can't just blow up their ship. That's insane. Well, yes. That's precisely what I'm talking about. Are you peeking at my messages?
I'll keep an eye out for hostile life forms.
I'm pleased no one has innovated the appearance of these types of robots. Last thing we want is for them to start to look too human.
Being your pack mule really is a dream come true.
Vasco, second opinion. Is Barrett going to be okay?
Apogee kick complete. Orbit steady. I used to keep my suit walks short until I learned you can go to the bathroom in these things.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. I agree with Vladimir. We shouldn't simply assume she'll be fine.
I served shoulder to shoulder with them and watched some of them die. I know you meant well, but they'll always be more than a name to me. But as soon as you get older and they begin controlling your life, that's when you need to strike out on your own.
All right. Would it interest you to know that we had one sitting on our shelf for years?
Excellent. We'll put that plant sample to good use. Captain, we've lost our shields.
I seem to run into a good bit of that these days. These poor people. I can't imagine suffering from something no one understands. It must be terribly frightening for them.
Not at all.
10 years might seem like a long time, but it's worth the climb if you wish to become a citizen. Anything that has a negative effect on the UC can also trigger a negative effect on Constellation.
Oh sure, so many benefits. But they don't mention the costs up front, do they? I hope what they're carrying is worth all this trouble.
Coming from you, Aja, that means a lot.
Ooh, that add-on should spruce this place up a bit.
I think you might have some business to take care of first. Already have someone with you, yes? Come back when you're finished up.
Until then, we stay the course. Collect the artifacts. It's even more important now that an intelligence we don't know or understand is looking for them.
Oh, well, of course. I'm happy to be there for you. Be safe out there. I'll see you later. That is the Unity. When I stepped into it, I became a Starborn. It's how I've entered other worlds, including yours. Scum. Every last one of these ecliptic bastards are scum. He can't. This is it.
Infinity closes on you!
The only sympathies you have are for your dividends when they come in too low. Let's face it, Issa. That's all you care about. I agree. While you're drawing up a list, some air freshener would be nice as well. I'm sure she appreciates the advice, but I think actual funds would have been a bit more helpful. We'll be busy fixing up the eye for a while. I'll talk to you when I can.
It was my duty as acting captain to be the last person to leave the Dauntless. When we stood beside that waterfall in New Atlantis, you told me that I needed to forget the past and focus on what I have right now.
Every time I return here, I'm reminded of the importance of Constellation's contributions to exploration. Too bad. Deploying the Asili's solution is going to take years, perhaps even decades. The microbe would have cut that time drastically.
Wow, thanks. I really needed that. Oh, please don't tell me you're going to eat that.
What on earth? Why the hell would someone build a house like this in the middle of absolutely nowhere? It appears this area's claimed by the Freestar Collective. Do you have any idea how insane that sounds? There is no first time for me. You mean your first time. With another Sarah. I can't believe you made a deal with that man, and you don't even know if he's trustworthy enough to follow through on his end of the deal. If everyone's gone, something's probably gone horribly wrong. Trust me. Your decision, coupled with the eradication of the Lazarus plant, has made the settled systems a safer place to live for years to come.
Hey there. Time to get moving.
Enough. We have more to discuss. Now let's get out there and see the truth for ourselves. Can I help?
It's true. I can see it in your eyes that you really mean that. After reading those journals, all of the pleasant memories of my time spent with Aja just started flooding back.
So you keep telling me.
You had Crix's legacy in hand, and you could have easily taken it to the key. Instead, you flew it to the Vigilance. Now wait a moment. I don't believe murdering bounty hunters was included with the corporate job description. It would save us a lot of time if we could find this facility's manifests. Don't count on it. Do your own dirty work from now on, Yannick.
Look, Admiral, I'm not here to open old wounds.
Well, of course. How else do you expect anything to be done correctly? But in that event, I will make the decision myself.
Nice handiwork. I like your style.
Bayou's proven time and time again that he's completely untouchable. It's maddeningly frustrating to watch what he's done to this city.
Let's gather everyone up. We need to tell them.
I think it's fair to warn you we're trespassing on an unknown life form's territory. If it gave you powers, there's no telling what else it may have done to you. This bounty hunter thing isn't our problem. We're not your personal bodyguards.
I chose to accompany you on this journey because I saw something familiar in your eyes. A hunger for exploration. Need something? Now this place. This looks nice. I could see myself retiring to somewhere like this one day.
We're seriously going to help this moron out again? What on earth for?
Thrusters are fully operational.
This is a manufacturing facility for the automated defenses.
We're not talking conceptually, Father. We need to know if you've ever seen a physical object or location with that name. The Unity.
Like hell you don't. I'm the chair of Constellation, and if you wish to continue as one of its members, you will answer to me. Perhaps we need to get Dalton's permission to relieve ourselves as well. Good Lord, this corporation keeps you on a short leash? Then you are truly of the same mind. Ends with no regards to means. A game played with no thought as to what happens to the pawns. I'm glad you're back. Let's get moving. There is one more thing I'd like to do for Andrasia, and I wanted to know what you thought. He sees that bomb as a badge of honor. I see it as a symbol of compliance. Delgado is a harsh master. You make it sound like a miscalculation, when in reality it was an unmitigated disaster. And look where we are now. Some secret. We're going to do great things together. All of us. Besides, as a former officer of the Navy, I'll be lucky to get the information. You don't even stand a chance. The Unity grants me the choice to make order out of this chaos. and I will not walk away.
You've single-handedly made me believe that love is possible. Does that answer your question?
That was an incredible piece of negotiation, rivaling anything I've done at Constellation. Ah, perhaps I'm out of a job.
If you're overloaded, we should stop and prioritize what we're carrying.
I can't wait. All right. We've got a few more leads we should talk about. Yes, exactly. Since most of my gear was destroyed, I depended on those landmarks to orient myself while I was stranded. The captain just needs an outside perspective. I'm confident we can get her to see reason here and convince her to let you leave. I can't believe you're accepting credits to look the other way. That's terrible. So you're going to have to ask yourself, is it worth selling your morals for those credits?
If we want to find a place to stay while we're here, I've heard that the Hotel Voli is top-notch.
Notice how the room is reacting to our presence. Those rings in particular.
Anyway, as I was saying, the artifacts aren't exactly what you'd call normal.
Perhaps we should poke around this salvage yard and search for anything useful?
Weapons repaired.
The last time? That doesn't make any sense. Obviously, the experience has distorted your memories a bit.
That's a pretty weak excuse. But maybe you're sincere. I don't know.
We probably know as much as you do at this point. As you can see, they're forming something now that we have multiple pieces. What it is, we'll have to find out together. We're trying to take you in quietly. Violence is not the answer, Major. That person is dead. I'm not them.
Open eternity!
They'll be expecting you to tell them about the Unity, a volunteer force that helps defend the edges of United Colonies space. Smart ass.
Can we refrain from ending up spending our evenings in jail? We've got better things to do.
No, I suppose they aren't, but that's beside the point I'm trying to make.
Anytime you want to talk about our friendship, I'm here for you.
The military would abandon an installation with good reason.
I think we're in New Atlantis for a reason, and we need to focus on that.
I want you to check with Vladimir on the eye. Cross-reference what you've told us with what he's picking up on the scans.
I know you are not the person I lost all those universes ago, but my heart still breaks just the same.
We can stay and listen if you like. I find theological discussions to be quite interesting.
I've been dreaming about this moment and still, I don't know what to say. Jump drive down!
I'm all for religious tolerance, right up until the point where your religion requires killing me.
Just what that is, we'll have to figure out. That's what we do.
You could be a bit more forgiving. It's not easy to admit our failings to someone we've recently met.
You know I cannot do that.
It's easy to see the immediate pain points that had come with the acquisition, but Ryujin can reap the benefits for years to come.
Next time, why don't you bother someone else?
This must be where the passengers store their valuables while the siren is underway. Not sure if I agree with you on that.
Shields are non-operational.
Keep your eyes open for hostile creatures. They have the run of this place. Well, it's the thought that counts, isn't it? I do appreciate the concern. I wonder if Vasco was assembled in a place like this. Oh, I can't believe people who participate in blood sports can possibly be considered celebrities or heroes. Oh, in my mind, they're worse than criminals. Now, ask someone like Matteo the same question, and he'd probably give a more theological answer. But hey, it's all a guessing game anyway. I was hoping to establish a laboratory like this at the lodge, but I just haven't found the time. No, we're not. But that doesn't mean we can just cut her loose either. I agree completely. We just want you to explain to us what you've been dealing with, so we can help.
That's why I'm desperate for your help.
You mind putting your signature on some documents? The money-related kind.
Technically, the Frontier belongs to Constellation, along with several other ships that Barrett has borrowed over the years.
So you're telling us that the attack on New Atlantis was Ve Victus's responsibility, just like the dooming of Londinion? That's insane! Ah, fancy a bit of spelunking, do we?
Yeah?
I don't know where to begin. Just try to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, you'll find yourself travelling alone.
We might actually need that later, you know.
Good. I wouldn't want you to think it was some kind of mistake. You'll feel it as we get further. The power of the artifact seeps through the seams of reality here. If I'm to be completely honest with you, siding with the emissary would have been a better way to handle the situation.
They're willing to kill for it? Doesn't that tell you something? Don't fall for this.
While we're here, you might want to stay away from the edge of the upper platform. It's a long way down.
Father Aquilus, what could you possibly know about all this?
Perhaps it's best if we just place it in the garden. Let's just call the matter settled. With all due respect, Admiral, this is ridiculous. If you have a problem with me, then there's no need to berate my colleague. My only wish is that my rescue hadn't come at the expense of Azami's life. No, my head! I knew I could count on your support. Oh, I hate not knowing exactly what we're walking into. Fortunately, a passing freighter picked up the broadcast and did the right thing by contacting the nearest UC military vessel.
Easy money.
It's exciting, but we've made so many mistakes along the way. I worry about the damage we've done to ourselves.
They've gotten their shields back.
Judging from those lifeforms' nests, I'm certain this facility has been abandoned. Might be worth scanning this creature's home to look for any organic materials. My only wish is that my rescue hadn't come at the expense of Andresia's life.
Having other loyalties doesn't rule you out for Constellation membership. We all come from somewhere.
Anything here you can use? Listen, I'm not here to tell you how to run your life. I was simply giving you some guidance from the perspective of a friend. Agreed. I just hope it's enough caution that we don't leave ourselves open to another attack. Ready to jump. Trust me. Despite the Lazarus plant being simply locked away, your decision has made the settled systems a safer place to live for years to come. It's not really going to hit me until later. Right now, I just need everyone else to be okay. You're being generous. But I'm not sure that woman deserves your money. You're right. I have. They were clearly testing space habitat viability in this area. It seems as if they knew the inevitable was on the horizon. There must be literally thousands of these derelict ships drifting through the void. How about making someone forcibly end their own life? Or worse, pick up a weapon and start shooting at innocent people?
Enemies fixed their thrusters.
Don't make me an accessory to your crimes. That being said, I will make a confession, but you have to promise to keep it between us.
If you stop shooting at us, we'd be more than happy to respond. Enemies' weapons fully repaired.
Damn, where are they? Noelle, have we heard anything from Barrett yet? Are you serious? All this lead up and I have to wait out here? Oh, very well. Too bad you talked Takachi into it. I feel like those rich bastards deserve to breathe some lousy air for just a little while longer. The last thing we should be doing is reveling in their deaths. It would be, well, an explorer's dream to solve a mystery like this. This is just typical of UC bureaucracy. A cover-up of this magnitude could directly lead to war. What the hell is the matter with them? Well, this elevator isn't going to do us any good. Perhaps if we go around, we can discover another way to get up there? Well, I'm not sure I deserve that, but I appreciate it all the same.
Not from the settled systems. It's alien. They called themselves the Starborn.
All right. Good luck, everyone. And be careful out there. More questions than answers.
The ladder right outside the library. It'll take you down below to the eye. Vladimir is bound to be there as well. Prefers having room to work.
Grav drive stable. We're go for jump.
Where I came from, I was the one who ran to the eye. I left you behind to protect the artifacts, and the hunter killed you.
Everyone, find a place to take cover.
No, that's not it at all. Oh, look at this view. Had I been on this planet under more pleasant circumstances, I might have had more time to appreciate the beauty it has to offer. Maybe that's why it offers the choice. Compassion? Or is it testing us? I don't appreciate being thrown in prison for your mistakes. Every bit of exploration comes with inherent risk. If we continue to avoid life's mysteries, we'll barely make progress as a species. That armor for me? I'm confident we can convince Oliver to see reason. We'll do our best, I promise.
Score another point for our side.
I wonder if any viable helium-3 is still in these tanks. Be ashamed to leave it here to deteriorate. No, he's worse than a murderer. He's a butcher. He doesn't give a damn about human lives. He simply uses them as pawns to satisfy his goals.
Where I came from, I was the one who stayed at the lodge to protect the artifacts. You died on board the Eye while we held off the Hunter.
The military, astronomical, and scientific triumvirate. The name goes all the way back to the original charters from Earth.
That was pretty stupid.
Stars take you! We're explorers. Our curiosity pushes us to seek answers to life's mysteries. It's one of the core traits of humankind.
Not at all. You can ask me anything. Looks interesting. Let's hang on to that.
Looks like you missed your calling. I'm surprised you've never heard of the place. It's a resort colony in the Parima system. You know, a place to get away and unwind. I promise it won't take long. Let's go. I'll wait at the temple. Both of you will be stopped there.
Dust off complete.
Making that adjustment would be illegal. I don't think this is a road we should travel. I trust that there's a good reason the previous owners abandoned this place. I'm proud of you. Without duty and honor, you'd have nothing left. I'll tell you everything I can.
First, it was a bit of fun. Now it's gone too far.
I have something I need to discuss with you. I honestly would have preferred a more scorched earth policy to ensure the end to those horrible creatures. One more hit and we're in trouble. That's quite the revelation. You know, I've always wondered, if someone made a mess on this station, would anyone even notice? Yes, exactly. We shouldn't go near that system. If anything goes wrong, we could kill everyone aboard. Yes, I can see that. Your actions have made that painfully clear. Visiting with the Crimson Fleet, eh? Always a pleasure. We've lost our thrusters! I have to admit, the post-war strides the Freestar Collective has taken to better themselves is quite impressive. It's free, as long as the garbage is abandoned, of course. Main power source appears to be knocked out on this ship. It's probably only running on emergency power, if there's any left at all. You've made a wise choice, Captain.
That means detective work. You and I are going to jump over to Artemis 2. The Eye says it has an anomaly on it. Our last planet scan says it doesn't.
Is there someone here that's still alive? The ambient temperature around here is beginning to damage our suits. This is what's left of the cruise shuttle. But it looks like parts were scavenged and dragged somewhere else. Could there have been survivors? He's alive. Vey Victus is still alive. This is, well, beautiful. Why would someone build a place like this way out here on the fringes of the settled systems? Don't do this. Even if you agree with the hunter's methods, he's only looking out for himself. He's almost daring the spaces to come after him. This is my solemn pledge to you. From deep within my heart, from deep within my soul, for all eternity. Fine, but no tricks. I don't want you racing to the end of something you know I'm going to say. Equal footing, all right? Time to leave this system behind. Perhaps he's already been through enough. When you pulled it from the rock, held it in your hands for the first time, how did you feel? Nonsense. You deserve every bit of praise I'm giving you. If there was ever a chance for something like that between us, I wouldn't want to miss the opportunity. This is serious. It could be the most significant threat that Constellation and humankind has ever faced before. If an encounter with this level of importance had occurred in the past, I assure you that Constellation would be well acquainted with it.
Oh, that jump looked painful. Not doing that.
That's enough. This is getting us nowhere.
Okay, just please, be careful.
Oh, I never could fool you, Wen.
You support all of my dreams and aspirations.
Who could ask for anything more?
Look, maybe you can talk some sense into her. Help her make a decision. I'm sorry, I can't do this right now.
All right, let's see what's out there.
All we can do is be more cautious, but we're not stopping. This could end up being a race we don't want to lose.
I can respect that. Because of my lack of foresight, all I ended up with was a shattered division and a bunch of excuses. Well, it's obvious Trident doesn't treat its crew to the same level of comfort as its guests. To be honest, After draining almost all of the emergency power cores I had, I was beginning to doubt anyone would ever hear the signal from the beacon. I was just taking for granted that Constellation would keep going, past the end. But we don't know what's waiting for us. Now, let's you and I get over to Mast.
Ah, ears ringing bad.
Vladimir is going to want to do some scans of the moon anyway. I'm sure he'll be happy to pick up Barrett.
Star Station LO-686 to survey vessel. Please respond.
He held innocent people with little regard, treating their lives like numbers on a balance sheet. It's an absolute disgrace.
Their engines are back online.
I have things from here. Good work. Oh, it smells horrible down here. Oh, how can these workers stand the smell of rotten fish and goodness knows what else?
What are you going to build next?
It's the scientific method, and I swear by it myself. And he'll have to live with that, and the deaths of those farmers on his conscience forever.
Here it comes.
Well, this planet's gravity is certainly giving us a bit of a workout. While that's true, it certainly doesn't excuse the blood that he has on his hands. Sometimes yes, and sometimes no. I've certainly learned that you can't make everyone happy. Let me know if you start to feel dizzy. The gravity here will be playing nasty tricks with our blood pressure.
I do not fight alone.
You're awfully quiet. Yes, of course. Of course. I'd like to keep this civil. What the hell are you doing? You have no right, none at all, to commit the sort of genocide you've elected to bring down upon these clones.
You'd think I'd realize by now that I can always depend on you to lighten the mood.
Glad you two finally have a chance to meet.
It was difficult and painful, but it kept me alive. It was home.
We'll fire everything up once it's all tightened down. As long as you keep the other Starborn from killing us, it's all yours. Whatever might be happening, I'll be right here to help you every step of the way. I imagine this is how Earth's very first astronauts felt when they stepped out onto their moon.
Oh, Sidonia. Check your suit seals. Martian dust gets everywhere.
I should have known. Every chance that came up to take things by force, to put a bullet in someone, you took it. If there are any robots ahead, I hope they're equipped with passive programming. It appears things have gone downhill since the last time you were here. Argos has clearly washed its hands of this operation. This is definitely the winner of strangest way of joining Constellation. But why not? You're here.
Ready to lift off when you are, Captain. Fire up your hand scanner. I bet you'll find plenty here to catalogue.
We just have to hope that finding more of the pieces will give us some clue. Look, I realize things out here can be rough, so I'm going to let this go.
For now.
No, you don't. But I certainly don't have to accept them either.
Enough! Let this go no further.
Well,
you deserve it.
You have no idea how lucky you are, Musgrove. If it was up to me, I'd have fed you to the wolves.
That was humiliating.
Never again. It's an identification tag worn by UC military personnel. It's encoded with the soldiers' medical information and a sample of their DNA.
We're locking into orbit now.
I can't even fathom the hardships these pioneers must have endured. All for the sake of simply trying to live their lives.
No. This is important.
I need to tell you this. Do you read often, Andresia? By the time I was old enough to start questioning these things, the idea of following any organized religion was almost an afterthought. I'm sure that you won't.
I understand, but you can't allow that to be an excuse for inappropriate behavior.
It was as though the artifact reached out on its own. I've never seen anything like that before, Vladimir.
Sure, we have plenty of power cells on the ship,
but they're not UC military grade. They won't work.
Make sure you check every entry. There might be some embedded data we could use to our advantage.
It's amazing to think that we're standing on the same planetary body where humankind first ventured into space. We've come a long way since then.
Enemy's grav drive repaired. Well, this is utterly ridiculous. Do we really have to jump through these hoops to get what we need from you?
I'll follow your lead, but I wish handling our tree issue didn't involve using illegal methods to get the job done.
It's not that big of a deal.
The colonies have a bloody past, certainly. But killing their own citizens, even they wouldn't stoop that low. If you insist on walking this path, then walk it fully. Go to the moon. Follow its secrets to the next artifact. It's incredible that living things can adapt to survive constant exposure to this high temperature.
They're certainly hostile, but I don't think they're here to completely annihilate us, or they would have done so already.
It's not a fixed place in space-time. You'll have more luck understanding when you get there.
And now you're going to stand there and pretend you find that type of decision to be disgusting. Please.
Our grav jump system's fried, Captain. Target has lost their weapons capability. Hello, Sona. I see you found your way to the lodge without any trouble. Judging from this debris, the crew's shuttle sustained far more damage than my own. Oh, those poor souls. I'm glad the artifacts have ended up in your hands.
Sometimes you have to leap into the unknown and trust that a landing is coming.
Lead the way. Oh, and all those moons. We could just walk on one right now, you know. Ganymede, Io, Europa. They're just a landing cycle away.
Look, I don't expect you to be an exact copy of Aja.
He mentioned that some of your colleagues managed to survive. Unfortunately, I think Argos extractors won't recover as a company.
Nice work. Do you also do needlepoint? I hope we don't have to fight while we're weightless.
You're the most important thing in my life. I value every waking moment we have together. This hurts. Oh, damn cold here. Going to need a hot cup of coffee after this. I wish I could have woken up next to you today. I'm okay. It's just so surreal.
Oh, well, that could have gone better.
Whatever they're keeping here, they certainly don't want anyone to find out about it. Killing Alban is not what I signed on to do. Oh, temperature levels are uncomfortably warm around here. I wish. I was so uncomfortable. I would have settled for a pile of straw. You know, that little incident that caused the death of thousands of decent men and women as they squabbled over border disputes. Where I came from, I was the one who ran to the Eye. I left you behind to protect the artifacts, and the hunter killed you. Well, I'm disappointed that you didn't trust the science. Light 'em up!
You cannot walk away. This ends here.
I'd wager that the reactor in there was this facility's primary power source. Yeah. Look, no matter how this ends, whether I agree with you or not, I want you to know that I'll continue to support your decisions every step of the way. Not exactly Paradiso, is it? Another round of invoices coming in soon, Walter. Spending some extra time in the lodge, are we? That was incredibly generous of you. I'm not sure why you've chosen to help the R&D team, but I applaud you for letting the dreamers have their dreams. Now's not the time for that. Maybe later. So, we have a starborn in Constellation. And you knew all of us from your prior universe. Even our secrets, perhaps. It's a bit unsettling, honestly. The truth is that my mother lives in a fairly remote location, so we rarely speak to one another. Then you know my answer is yes. 1,000 times repeated. Yes. Airlock integrity looks good. This must be a cred tank. Oh, I haven't seen one of these in years. I think Galbank stopped using these decades ago. Shield generator is completely blown. Frustrating? No. Bewildering? Yes. Enemy's thrusters are down. Ha! Found ya! That's an absolutely shameful way to treat this person, and not at all how I expect a representative of Constellation to behave. Thanks. I really needed a laugh.
Ready yourself.
Fine, I don't care. Jupiter. So much gravity, our ancestors flung rockets off it to reach the farthest edges of the solar system. Walter's right. This could be a risk worth taking. Handing the artifact over to them could be a terrible mistake. You were born here. Hold on. The problem is that we can't even begin to guess what their intention was towards us and where they've gone. Don't you ever drag me into prison with you again. Stupid. I'm counting on that. That's distressing, but to be expected, I suppose. Can you imagine if that technology had fallen into the wrong hands? The awful things you could force people to do. Oh, it's terribly frightening. You think I'm a pushover?
If you have any gear you want me to haul, I'm happy to help.
I'm just so relieved that you're here. There's absolutely no way I could have handled this alone.
Not at all. That's not possible. Got it. Well, at least you admit your own faults.
We're going to have to board. Target the engines. Once they stall out, we'll have our chance.
Jump calculations complete. Grav drive ready.
Agreed. With Delgado safely tucked away in a UC prison, things will certainly be quieter in the spaceways for a while. I agree. You sound absolutely furious at that horrible excuse for a human being.
Oh, aren't you sweet? Always concerned with how I'm feeling. Oh, you're going to make me blush again, aren't you?
Well, if we had all the answers, it wouldn't be exciting. Now, would it?
That's just it, though.
Please, tell me how to fix this. Fair enough, but you need a place to stay in the city, right? Why don't you settle in here? We owe you that much. There's no more reason to debate. Prepare yourself.
Whoa, where did they go?
I know that, and believe me, I feel it. The destiny of it all. But after that, what happens?
Nothing seems to stop him! Just run! I'm all ears. Orbital insertion completed.
You didn't get this far being that naive. This facility isn't self-sustaining, and you know it. It ends here. Wait a moment. This isn't possible. This couldn't be Jasper Crick's ship, could it? If so, why is it still here? Oh, it's clear the gantry was in loading position. I wonder what prevented this particular colony ship from lifting off. Have your morals truly sunken so low? You go on ahead. I'll be fine. Oh, and good luck. This looks promising. Well, you take care of yourself. I'll be thinking of you while you're gone. Either this place was evacuated or something's gone horribly wrong. At an operation of this magnitude, there's a fair chance we'll run into some sort of security forces.
Any goodies for me today?
Oh, thank goodness UC Security keeps these spacers off of Jemison. From the look of things, I doubt this vessel is spaceworthy.
Just give the word and we'll get underway.
Gonna make you pay. Don't stay away too long. The Dauntless was a tough little ship. No shields and the hull was breached, but it still had power. And weapons.
So, this place got hit by the UC Vanguard. Good riddance.
Nice words, but they don't change anything.
Nothing that dramatic. Constellation is a small group. Everyone is going to want to get to know you if you stick around.
I never said I walked away. I really doubt it.
I wonder what's past this point. It's amazing to think that this tree predates New Atlantis. Can you imagine all the changes it's seen?
I appreciate the concern, Admiral. But that crew was my responsibility. No matter how difficult the risk, those men and women are coming home. Just so we're all on the same page, all this fuss is over a tree? A tree that's been standing in front of mast for years? Correct? Well, that's a bit of a steep price for the information. I think you're overreaching. I'd be lying if I told you I'd carefully weighed all my options. Truth is, I was on autopilot. Acting purely on instinct.
Shields are good to go.
Why wouldn't you be?
Pickpocketing is a crime.
Or have you forgotten? I'm sorry if we created a scene, but some of us can't seem to solve our problems without resorting to violence.
The most terrifying thing you can imagine, even for someone like Sam. He deserved better.
Well, that's that. I've never realized how much I miss New Atlantis. Until we found this UC facility and it reminded me of home. Oh, this looks like a lovely place for a stay. Might also be the perfect time to stop for some food or a tranquility. Where should we begin? In the past, I would have taken the blame for ending the relationship. Then, I met someone who taught me to believe in myself. I like the new upgrade for our ship. That must have been awful for you. Goodbye, my old friend.
I'll meet you on board the Frontier. Don't forget to stock up before we leave. Never know what will happen every time we make a jump.
Allowing you to become a member of Constellation is beginning to look like it was a horrible mistake. Yes, you're absolutely right. What have you done? You told Imogene you'd help her, then you stabbed her in the back. Makes me wonder if you'd stab me in the back as well. Whew, It's a bit balmy here, wouldn't you say? At the very least, it should give her a safe place from which she can adjust to her new way of life.
Yeah, whatever. Dropping off a few choice items?
Did you know Deimos makes the majority of the ships for the UC Navy? If you ask me, that's a hell of a lucrative contract. Pulling the trigger on Sam or the emissary or whatever that was. It must have been terribly difficult.
I know sometimes it can feel like you're dividing your loyalties, but this is for the best. The UC would just end up sitting on the artifact forever.
Oh no, nothing like that at all.
When I pressed them on it, they told me it was wartime and Command didn't have unlimited vessels and personnel available to scour the planet.
You're through! Yes, of course. I forgot.
That's true. But still, it doesn't erase the real issue here.
Yes. For now, with every Starborn out for themselves, conflict is bound to continue.
All thrusters firing.
Oh, well, I'm flattered that I have such a profound impact on your life choices. And you seem to know me quite well.
Just get away from me. I can't help much by just sitting here. But it's your choice.
Oh, I'm just glad this is over with. There's only so long I can stand being in that man's presence.
Not for them, anyway. Barrett is more dangerous than you might think.
Yes, we did. Do you not see the pain you bring? A life should only be lived once. Always a pleasure to roam these locations with lower gravity. I don't mean to complain, but, are you sure these catwalks are safe? Oh, the fact that the UC was entertaining the notion of xeno-warfare angers me to the core. Look at them. What a damn waste. We could have learned so much from them had they simply been more reasonable.
Then you have accomplished what I could not, defeating the Hunter. It is a worthy deed to bring into the Unity's embrace.
You've been through so much trauma lately. I can't stand to see what it's been doing to you.
Security scanners, chemical sniffers. The United Colonies sure isn't taking any chances.
I'm almost completely at a loss for words. Was that absolutely necessary? Imogene had the evidence that she was innocent, and still, you gunned her down. You disgust me. EM class? Impossible. There isn't a ship in operation that can navigate that type of interference.
We have to talk. It's important.
This derelict could be highly unstable. We should limit our time aboard to only as long as it's necessary.
Target's thruster array restored.
Oh, I hope there's something valuable here. While we're here, perhaps we should remain silent about my background with the United Colonies. Before I joined Constellation, I served for 8 years as the head of the Navigator Corps, until the UC decided to axe the department. It's all ancient history now, but the Earth lost its atmosphere. It started sputtering out into space. There is one more thing I'd like to do for Barrett, and I'd appreciate your input. I'm sorry. You're chasing a real, living xeno-weapon. Weren't they all wiped out? This must be some debris from my shuttle. Not exactly a textbook landing, but I didn't have much of a choice.
Running a bypass? Be careful.
Tyrants like your brother eventually fall. It's inevitable. Perhaps you should just give it some time. But instead of allowing this debate to endlessly spiral, let's both agree that in the end, you made the right choice. The struggle over Crix's legacy came at the expense of far too many lives. It's tragic that greed and desperation ruled the day.
Well, I didn't have the luxury of indecision. I had to act.
Oh my. I would have loved to have an observation area like this on any of my previous ship assignments. Just look at the view. You'll need to work with your colleagues in Constellation to find them. You all right? That was a shift in space-time. A dip into the multiverse. We'll have to go through a few more to reach the center. I'd like to think so. Tell me what you need.
If people like us throughout history stood aside and said, it isn't worth it, then we would have all died on Earth.
If we spend too long in this high-gravity environment, we could potentially suffer physiological damage.
Hey, anyway, I've taken up enough of your time. I know you have a lot to do. I really appreciate your offer to visit Cassiopeia. Nothing else, eh?
There goes the main power! We need to get the hell out of here! Target's weapon system restored! I can't believe this. You're shirking your responsibility based on what this fool thinks. You have a lot to learn about duty and honor.
If you want to help, I feel like I need to give you some background. Just bear with me.
Fancy a swim? No? Then perhaps we should stay away from the edge.
I enjoy a good drink myself, now and again.
If you're trying to make excuses by using that kind of talk, it's not going to work. I respectfully disagree. I think it matters quite a bit.
They're anchoring up.
I'm sorry if I've said anything that jeopardizes our friendship.
Oh, Mum, I'm blushing.
It was nothing bad, I can promise you that. I was just saying how we don't speak much, but I hope that will change.
I'm hoping there was a good reason that was locked. Do you have any clue how irresponsible you're acting right now?
I could have sworn... never mind. Oh, absolutely. Their arrival in our universe is much too timely to be for any other reason.
Thank you. But condolences can't reverse what I've done.
I should start charging for my services. We're risk takers. Some of us have seen the inside of a jail cell more than once.
My heart melts when you say those things to me.
You're clear for connection on Docking Arm 3. Please, we've got a lot to talk about.
Can't believe you had all those credits lying around. Walter would be proud.
We should stick to the main plaza. Unless you like getting soaked by the rain.
Don't look at me like that. So many strange things have been happening lately, experiences we can't even begin to understand. Thank you. That means it's not going to be fine. Unfortunately, locking away the Lazarus plant instead of eliminating it adds to the risk.
Just take the tram up to the top level. We'll be looking for Chief Diplomat Yassine.
How something that old and unique could lack any kind of detailed historical information should be impossible.
Oh my God.
You have no idea how relieved I am that you feel that way.
I received a message from my mother a few days ago.
She's returned from another one of her sightseeing cruises.
I trust you're still satisfied with your choice to join Constellation, Noelle?
It would be helpful if you'd just tell me how holding the artifact made you feel.
Smugglers would give their right arm to have a crack at those mech parts. I've heard they go for a fortune on the black market.
I am finding you decidedly less charming by the second. The artifact, let's see it.
I think you should give this little lady the benefit of the doubt. You could be severely underestimating her capabilities.
Quick piece of advice. We hear the name Benjamin Bayou, and we should duck the other way.
Fast. Oh, believe me, the frontier wouldn't be operational without it. Nova was more concerned about redundancy and open design. Interstellar travel was a big unknown then, after all.
Oh. I see. There's got to be something useful out here.
Yes,
We've all seen everything. Now put your clothes back on.
Paradiso, eh? God knows we could use a vacation. And a bit of pampering. Noelle moved them to a new storage unit when we organized the materials in the lab. I'm not going to allow chaos. The unity is for the worthy. He was one of my closest colleagues and a cherished friend. Oh, poor Cora. I'm sure the poor thing is devastated. She's lost a wonderful father. Oh, this ship is barely subsisting on emergency power. I'm glad you agree the hunter must be stopped.
Why the hell did you do that?
We're free and clear for flight.
So, where to next?
I'm very supportive of your decisions, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to sacrifice my own beliefs in the process. We're friends, and always will be. Nothing you could do at this point would ever come between the bond that we share. Don't worry. Whatever happens, we're prepared to handle the situation.
Now this planet, this is more my speed. Oh, I could hike here for a while.
How about we skip the compliments and move things along, shall we? Have you completely lost your mind? It's almost as though I don't know you anymore. Noelle was just talking to Vladimir. Then I'll meet you there, old friend. Shh, just rest now. Talk later. You'll need your strength. You're surprised? Really? If we are to learn anything from the Starborn, we're going to have to take the initiative ourselves.
Yeah?
Damn. If Sioka's here, we could be in big trouble.
You build that for our ship? Or just selling it off?
Speaking of which, where is Barrett? Not many people care about her anymore. I guess the mystery of it was more exciting than the real thing up close. Good. We'll set you up with a room. Take some time to meet everyone. Then, when you're ready, you and I will be doing some traveling together. get your feet wet.
Enemies' thrusters repaired. Targets lost their shields.
This planet's gravity could make exploration exhausting. Hope we don't intend to stay long. Making an enemy of Benjamin Bayou probably wasn't smart. But I'm damn glad you didn't give him what he wanted. Careful. This area's rife with some type of airborne toxin. That's certainly someplace everyone will see it.
Oh my god. You're right. I'm so sorry.
If placed in the right hands, perhaps.
Hope we can talk later.
I knew you'd appreciate it.
Aja Mamasa. She was the youngest member of Constellation when it was founded. Only took her 15 years to reach chair.
Back off, Mathis. You had your chance to prove yourself and you blew it. Fine. You two have made your choice. The usual place. Some of them will and some of them won't. What happens to them isn't your fault. It's Ron Hope's.
I'll be certain to watch my back.
Our next stop is the moon. The one orbiting Earth, that is.
Solid docking job there. Nice work.
Nonsense, Walter. Your sparkling personality is why we love you. The credits are just a bonus.
Remember our last conversation, when you told me the artifacts made you feel like raw energy was coursing through your veins? We fought for hours, but the damage was fatal. I gave the order to abandon ship and the crew piled into the escape shuttle. Oh, I love our little chats. You know how to make a woman feel special.
Forget it. Depends on what. I think I can handle my field collecting and manage to keep up.
Wasn't expecting to cliff dive today.
Look out!
Oh, yes. Absolutely. And it's all thanks to you.
Letting go. Is such a thing even possible? I can speak for myself.
Fair enough.
This is quite an impressive research facility. When it comes to the study of the Terramorph, the Red Devils are sparing no expense.
Maybe we should walk instead of taking the nap. Enjoy the fresh air.
These are supposed to be luxurious condominiums? If you ask me, I find them to be rather underwhelming. What you choose to do with my advice is completely up to you. No problem. Something's been through here recently, but left everything in place. At least we know it wasn't the Crimson Fleet. I have a higher purpose now. That's all there is to it. Like my colleague said, it was so nice of you to stay and wish us well.
If we're going to unlock the secrets of these artifacts, we're going to need more than simple empirical data. We'll need to dig deeper.
Or what exactly are you saying? Why? We're not sure yet. So if you wouldn't mind adding another data point, I can't think of a better place to recharge and ready ourselves for our next mission.
Well, the position didn't last long.
But do we have the right to turn another universe into our playground? You had the power to tell your friends the truth, and you chose not to.
You're not keeping me out here. I am. Just... Here, let me explain.
Yes. I'm afraid that I am. This area's well over our suit's recommended temperature limit. Well, of course I will. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I almost feel I'm responsible for Sona. Like she's my own child. There's bound to be something useful here. Let's have a look around. Do you think this might be useful for us? So those farmers poisoned themselves, and you ended up reaping profits. How can you even live with yourself? Ah, well, I don't think that's necessary, Andresia. It's enough to know that being courteous to others is the right thing to do.
Our engines are back online. For that, we are going to have to head to Mast and see if we can get the information from my old friend, Admiral Logan. I suppose a bit of gardening can't hurt. I just melt when I hear you say things like that to me. Docking cycle complete.
It's true. You're one of the toughest people I've ever met.
I don't know what you've heard, but I can imagine. First of all, I think you can dismiss any stories about us no longer existing.
I love you too much to allow that to happen. That's why I asked about our future and where we stand.
Well, isn't this cozy? It appears we've stumbled across the embodiment of the phrase absolute mayhem. Quite an extensive irrigation system. This is one of the largest I've ever seen. Coming here is the sort of thing I dreamed of when I was a child.
Let's go. That sounds like an excuse to me.
Not seeing anything on the hailing frequencies. Give the planet a scan. Let's see if our boys left his parking lights on.
The last thing I saw, they were spiraling helplessly towards the planet's surface. There was nothing I could do. I feel the same way about you. You needn't fear, Barrett. Possibly the biggest mystery in history rests on my shoulders, but I'm sure it will be fine. Zealots are quite the dilemma for the settled systems. They refuse to negotiate, are technologically advanced, and fanatical to the death. A bit toasty around here, don't you think? I'm not terribly comfortable traipsing through some life form's territory. It almost makes me wonder if entering the Unity has done them more harm than good.
You got a good right hook. In the future, it might be wise not to swing first, but you got the artifact. That's what counts.
Am I? But I'm certain at this point, even if you and I were separated by a great distance, we'd never lose touch. I swear, I'll love you until forever itself ends. Look at the state of this ship. It's as though it's been picked apart from the inside out. I think that's a mistake. Yes, leaving all of this behind is scary, but eventually we need to brave it. That's why Constellation exists. Have you completely lost your mind?
Well, Walter, it was nice to finally meet your wife.
Well, this place isn't exactly Paradiso, but I suppose we can visit for a while. Good. Just be careful. You got it. I hope it isn't something I've done. Please, hurry back. We'll meet in orbit above the buried temple. It'll all be settled there. But the deputy has responsibilities as well. Maintaining orbit above Venus and... there she is. The Lady of Love. I thought you deserved to know how proud I am that you chose to side with the United Colonies and put an end to the Crimson Fleet. This silence is getting awkward. Should we search for mineral deposits while we're down here? Haven't had much experience dealing with Siokga. From what I hear, that's a good thing. If you don't want to risk the Marines' lives, there might be some other tools we can utilize. We both know that one of us is going to let curiosity win out, eventually. It's who we are. I guess they ran away. Yes, exactly. I'm glad you treated the situation with the urgency it deserved. But until then, let's get back out there, shall we? Target's thrusters are severely damaged. Feel the vacuum of space! This is a rescue operation. Move quickly. The mining corp must be extracting something valuable to fund an operation of this size.
Vladimir, don't. Don't let them take our home away from us. The Lodge is the same place it's always been. It just needs a lot more love right now.
Hopefully we can convert that rock into something useful. Anytime you want to talk about our friendship, I'm here for you. I hear you. I'm sorry to hear that. But what's done is done. The microbe is being deployed. So now, we'll just have to wait and see. Oh, that's right. I haven't really spoken about her to you, have I? He was one of my closest colleagues. And a cherished friend. Oh, poor Cora. I'm sure the poor thing is devastated. She's lost a wonderful father.
A volunteer force that helps defend the edges of United Colony space.
An abandoned meat-packing facility built on the fringes of the settled systems. I wonder what happened here.
I suppose enthusiasm is an equal substitute for experience.
Thruster system repairs complete. You all right? Do you need a minute? Might be some useful spare parts around here. But this particular danger with the Starborn is off the scale. We truly don't know what we're dealing with. I'll keep an eye out for Starborn. You focus on finding the others. You see, it's clear that we share the same hunger to discover what's out there. And that, well, that's what intrigues me about you. Hurry back, picking up a ship jumping in. Let's see if it's our man. Yes? Credits! I'm talking about the violation of basic human rights. Target's shields are down. Fine. Lead on. Apparently, their decision was based on your recommendation. That was a smart choice you've made. A solid scientific decision. Looks like this installation was deserted quite a long time ago. I suppose that's a step in the right direction. We'll just have to wait and see if you're truly repentant for what you've done. That's speculation, but I think you're right. We need more. Thank you. Hearing you say that makes me feel a lot less guilty about monopolizing your time with my own problems. Enemy's shield functionality restored.
Maybe it isn't the best idea to antagonize Mathis any further. It may end up slowing our mission down the line. That's why Earth is uninhabitable. The artifact gave the scientists a greater understanding of time and space, but not the wisdom to see where that would lead. Well, well. It seems we've found where the local spacers have decided to nest.
Or, if they're not, no one else has put together the fact that they might all be connected.
No, no, no. I can't do that.
Then you are truly of the same mind. Ends with no regards to means, a game played with no thought as to what happens to the pawns.
Smugglers? I wonder why they've set up shop at this location in particular.
Target's grav jumpers in the green.
Whatever the case may be, I can assure you that Constellation intends to get to the bottom of this mystery.
The artifact? Place it right there.
Something like that.
It's difficult to explain.
I'm sure the previous owners of this place had an excellent reason for leaving this facility behind. That should increase the value of the ship. With tech like that, I can see why you'd want to maintain control of the narrative, though I strongly object to the methods. Honestly, I think you're being a bit paranoid. Everyone I've spoken to has nothing but complimentary things to say about you. Now, what exactly does a pharmaceutical company need with a sub-basement and a connection to a cave?
He is a Starborn. He has gone through the Unity more than any of us know. He has ripped through universes to find the artifact so he can enter again and again. I could use some downtime anyway. Give me room to think about a few things.
No matter how difficult things have gotten, your love has given me strength.
It's clear that we belong together.
We'll be lucky if we pull anything organic off this rock.
That goes without saying. I was actually hoping to ease your mind.
I've never been brave enough to use Enhance, but it looks good on you.
To the moon, shall we?
I can't believe I'm here. It feels like walking into a dream.
I believe this is where the city's governor lives. I don't think we've been invited here, so perhaps we should leave.
All right, Captain. Where are we headed next?
Indeed. If I judged everyone based on their past, I could potentially ruin the chance at a mutually beneficial partnership. Fine by me.
Bring me anything useful? Grav jump down. Oh, we're stuck.
Law enforcement isn't exactly welcome in Neon, but that shouldn't deter you from your duty. We're going to figure out what this all means and look after each other along the way.
Ugh, damn. Their thruster system fired back up.
If you're serious about wanting to be a part of this, then you have to know that we are diving headfirst into the unknown. There could be considerable risks. Even in the well, the Trade Authority continues to flourish. Oh, makes you sick, doesn't it?
That last hit took out our engines. Thrusters are down. Shield system back online.
I was wrong to get so angry. We are here to help you, and we promise to tell the truth. So you intend to stick with the ridiculous notion that the beer served at the hitching post is better than Jake's? Let's finish what we've started before we go our separate ways. Well, I guess I can't blame you for taking the material considerations into account. But one day you're going to leave this all behind, all right?
Wow. You look pale. Maybe we should get you to a medical bay.
There's no need for that. I'm sure Natan understands what we've told him. Perhaps. Though I wonder if Ryujin would have wanted to spend the extra funds it would take to add that layer of protection. We know everything about you. That is why your kind cannot have the artifact. What? I read your report. They sent thanks. Good job.
Well, let's go then. Did I miss the memo about clothes being optional today?
Maybe it's the strange way that the art, technology, and nature fuse together, or maybe it's because it feels like home.
Hey there, handsome. Hope you slept well.
What's going on?
No way. It's my arse if something goes wrong here. I was hoping, well, that Aurora might help me focus on these issues, expand my mind, and open them to new avenues of thought.
Varun Zealots!
Good. Then let's nail Ularu right to the wall. She deserves everything that's coming her way. Maybe we should head out there after we're done. Goodness knows we'll both need a vacation.
And take some time getting acquainted with the lodge. This is going to be your jumping off point, after all.
Can you believe the size of this cabin? It's large enough to accommodate a family of 12. God, what a ridiculous waste of space. Had I not pushed so hard to pursue the Starborn, perhaps none of this would have happened at all, and Andrasia would still be alive. Smart change. That should make the weapon much more effective. Very well. This area's filled with ionizing radiation. We shouldn't be here. I'm holding you to that. Now, let's get back out there. That was a bit insensitive, but my colleague's right. If you're manipulating him, doesn't that make you just as guilty? How many would have chosen Earth? What gave Victor Isa the right to choose for them? We are here to stop you. We won't waver. Thank goodness your background gave you the insight to make a proper choice. Thank you. We're going to need luck. Shield system restored. Besides the eerie feeling that we knew what was going to happen. No.
And there's the sun. Can you imagine how many people never get to see this? The star all our ancestors woke up to every day, reduced to a history lesson.
It's alright. I can vouch for this one. He's Vanguard. True as they come.
You know what? You're wasting my time. Oh, I haven't. Come on, John. Let's hear it. Before you try to convince them to join the Marines. Bye. You know that doesn't belong to you, right? You have strained my patience! Yes, quite. Enemy's grab drive out of commission. I'm glad to hear it. You could have done just about anything. So it's important to me that you feel valued here. It must be very easy for you to sit back and criticize when we've been doing all of the field work. You're welcome. It would be the end of us as a species. Good. Because I expect this won't be the last time I intend to cry on your shoulder or scream in your face. And Constellation's newest member has arrived just in time. Sam. Cora will be fine, okay, Sam? We won't let anything happen to her. Putting your life on the line for the advancement of science. That's what we do every day at Constellation. Anyway, this particular list concerns me. Now that we have a moment, I wanted to ask how you're feeling. Unfortunately, the end result speaks for itself and the damage has been done. That's what we're dealing with right now. That's why I need you by my side. Grav jump restored, Captain. You want to play this foolish game? Fine. That's the law of salvage. And what separates a scavenger from a pirate. What a ridiculous concept. Is that supposed to excuse him from being a decent human being? Something bothering you, Andrasia? If Siokka's influence has spread from Volai, the settled systems are in trouble. We need to talk. Soon. Guess that's it. I'm fairly certain I was able to capture all the data before I hit the ground. I'll try not to worry about it if you won't. Oh, I'll be fine. It's you I'm worried about. Months before the apprenticeship ended, I dumped my diplomatic certification and joined the UC Navy. Look at all of this. UC SysDef certainly isn't taking the Crimson Fleet threat lightly. Yes, that's exactly right. It's the best time to enjoy the quieter moments. I hope we find something at the other crash site. The anticipation is almost too much to bear. They've got their thrusters back up. Perhaps. But I don't believe we're ready to deal with the consequences. I never realized how much you cared about me. Truthfully, I haven't the slightest idea. Navigational feedback checks out. We're in the right place. You mean, apart from being the chair of Constellation for the past 5 years?
It doesn't matter. It's done. We needed more information, and now we have it.
Cute.
Oh, no.
I hope you're still glad you joined Constellation, Noel. Proof! The proof is in your actions. You've done everything you can. Oh, I wish this man would listen to reason, but perhaps he's been pushed too far. I really hope so. Yes, indeed. Stop worrying so much, Vladimir. If she's out there, we'll find her. From chair of Constellation to pack mule. Ugh. Only if it's going to make me smile. Well, yes, of course you are. I was speaking of the power you've acquired. This is all scientifically speaking, of course. Careful. One wrong move and you'll be spinning out of control. We've heard stories too. about a strange object you found on patrol. You can sift through this place, but spacers rarely leave behind anything that holds value. Smooth jump. Nice work. Sounds lovely. Could we requisition a towel so we can wipe off all the slime after dealing with that repulsive man? Hasn't hurt so far. Haven't seen a lock picked that easily since I traveled with Vladimir's soul.
We've made some improvements. I could brag and tell you it's the best interstellar scanner in the settled systems, but Vladimir is better at saying it.
These ruins are fascinating. Oh, I could spend years studying this location. I've had friends before, but the harmony that exists between us is, well, beyond compare.
And take this to cover any incidentals or other creative ways to pad out an expense report.
Members of Constellation are held to the highest regard. We are explorers, not murderers. You know I cannot do that. Well, this looks cozy. I don't think we're going to find much excitement around here. Oh, God. Now you're embarrassing me. Look, I've already taken up too much of your time. You've taken down their thrusters. We still need to find any sign of Vanguard Moara. Keep your eyes open. Those drugs you're taking, they're slowing us down. Maybe. But we are not going to surrender the way to the Unity easily. I appreciate the fact that you've taken the time to listen to my opinion on the matter. Not sure exactly what it is, but I'm getting an airborne hazard warning. I can totally understand how recovering Crix's legacy completely eclipses unlocking the mysteries of the entire universe. We're at the end once again. The buried temple holds the final artifact. My God, look at all these cred tanks. Do you have any idea how much money is sitting in this room? This is it. This must be why we're here. I thought you would be. If it were up to me, we'd be walking away from this deal right now. Good reminder that I should visit the Eye more often. We should be checking up on each other. If you don't want to pick a fight with any more zealots, we should turn back right now. This is the right choice. Everyone may not get exactly what they want, but it's the most equitable. How he sent Paxton Hull and the First to murder them and steal their land so he could use it for his own ill-gotten gains. Cheers. We can't leave her here. It's not safe. She has to come back with us to Jemison. Just do be careful if you cross paths with these Starborn in the future. I wouldn't want to lose one of the most valuable members of Constellation. Yeah! So just like that, Alban is marked for death. This is wrong and you know it. I'm loved. You have no idea how wonderful that makes me feel. They did, Emiko. Arrived by courier just as you promised. Special rock indeed. Very clever. There's also the Eye, our star station in orbit. About time for you to meet Vladimir. He's been hard at work tracking down more anomalies. Perhaps we should find out why this ship was hastily evacuated?
You know almost as much as we do at this point. Barrett found the first one after he picked up a strange anomaly on a planet scan.
You made the right decision. I'm proud of you. Find anything useful on there? You need to take a step back and decide if joining this corporation was worth sacrificing your own morality. Those drugs are taking their toll. You look terrible. That's a very reasonable answer. No, I'm sorry. I refuse to excuse Delgado for his loathsome behavior by placing all of the blame on his fellow pirates. You see, both of my parents were diplomats working under the flag of the UC Administrative Division. Ask whatever you'd like. I can't believe we're actually here. Walking where the Starborn once walked. Your decision, coupled with the eradication of the Lazarus plant, has made the settled systems a safer place to live for years to come. I can't force you to love me. I can only hope that you'll look into your own heart and see what we once had.
I have a gift for you, a lesson about how dangerous the artifacts can truly be. Seek the moon of old Earth. There are secrets there you must discover for yourself.
Hey there. Hope your day is as wonderful as you are. I doubt there's another body in the galaxy that could pull it off. Because you're bending over backwards to help me right now, I'll stick by your side. But know that I don't approve of this behavior one bit. I don't stock up on junk. Whoa.
What the hell are you firing at?
When I was living on Mars, I'd spend the weekends exploring caves just like this one.
Captain on deck. Engines repaired.
That he jumped from the Sol system out into the beyond and touched your magnificence. That he learned the truth of the shrouding, the coming eternal embrace. Exactly. Minimal ship power, go slow. We grab the data on that satellite and jump away.
Oh, hi, Sam.
I can assure you, we haven't seen the last of them.
That's done it. Go on. See who else needs some help.
Let's get back to the ship, set a course for New Atlantis. If you've never been, the city is quite a sight.
It's not your fault you were almost convinced to allow the research to proceed. I'm sure they attempted to dazzle you with its advantages.
See the light of the stars!
It's a terrible shame the rescue came at the expense of Azami's life. I wonder what caused these military forces to abandon this installation.
Thrusters are up.
I trust my mindless prattle hasn't been too much of a bother. Thanks for taking the time to listen. Don't mind Neva. Clearly, she'd rather ignore the expertise of the people under her command. Indeed, leaving that problem unchecked could have made the situation go from bad to worse.
It's not from Barrett specifically. It's a line list of questions they need answered. Only I'm not there to answer them.
The science was at our disposal, and now we've cast that aside. I fear for the future. When things at the lodge are too much.
I love coming to this spot to just sort of, I don't know, melt away for a while.
While we wait for the Isilis to naturally prey upon them, we have to spend time and resources defending ourselves. Please don't take offense. But I don't know if I agree. I returned to Jemison for the funeral and reunited with my mother. After that, we vowed to stay in touch.
So you're telling us that the attack on New Atlantis was Ve Victus's responsibility, just like the loss of Londinion? That's insane.
We should make sure we're well supplied for the trip to Cassiopeia. You don't scare me.
Sure. Glad to help.
Honestly, I don't believe either of you are immune to their allure. This place certainly has all the hallmarks of a UC facility. Lower the price. Don't think we can't find another way to get what we want.
Looks like we're in the clear.
Got something important to discuss? Ever been on the business end of one of those Varun pain blades? They have definitely earned the name. Very well. This is a private organization dedicated to exploration. Space primarily, but also anomalies throughout the settled systems. I like to think of myself as a merciful person, and I love giving people the benefit of the doubt. But I don't know about this one. It's good to be home. Don't you dare give me a needs of the many speech. Next time we choose to visit somewhere, perhaps we should look for something warmer. Like the surface of a star? I really wish I could believe that. I suppose we shouldn't be surprised that he's asking for something in return.
Target's shields repaired.
Part of what I do as chair of Constellation is weigh the costs of our expeditions. And this one, the cost is extremely high. Perhaps that's true, or perhaps you were simply quite lucky. I can personally vouch for my colleague here and make sure that they behave.
You know, Aja and I logged quite a few interesting discoveries together, but it was the journey itself that I'll never forget.
Let's just hope this new job of yours goes better than your last one.
I hope you enjoy prison. I hear the one that Neon uses is brimming with all sorts of lovely people waiting to break your arm.
I hadn't thought of it that way. But you're absolutely right.
She's gone.
They've taken out our engines.
No more questions? Good. I'll meet you on board the Frontier. Don't forget to stock up before we leave. Never know what will happen every time you make a jump.
I was hoping it wouldn't come to this.
I say something you didn't like. Anyone else? Or will the three of us with Aja presiding be enough? As strange as that sounds, I suppose that's possible.
The way I see it, you need what I'm offering more than I need what you're paying.
You're right. Let's go, before that Starborn finds us.
Other than a remorseless killing machine.
I don't know why you suddenly feel this way.
I wasn't expecting you to solve anything. I just needed someone to talk to, and you were there. That's all I'll ever ask. Sidonia is waiting for you. Run down, forgotten.
Exactly.
and this is the perfect place to begin your education.
I couldn't agree more.
Hopefully, this is the way forward.
The artifacts are so different, so alien, and I'm certain one of them reached out and spoke to you. Quite the mystery.
So that's the notorious Neva Mora. I have to say, if she's the finest that the Crimson Fleet has to offer, joining them might be a terrible mistake. The Crimson Fleet swoop in like vultures, take everything that isn't nailed down, and leave nothing in their wake except destruction and death.
Get ready for some company.
Wow, you two are hitting it off better than I imagined. I'll definitely be happy to fill you in with all the details after the ceremony.
Hopefully that'll keep you safe until you find some better armor.
Let's find a place to secure the artifacts. Then we'll regroup back at the lodge.
All weapons are ready to fire. Arrested, searched, and thrown in a cell. Not my idea of a good time.
Hate me if you must. My path is clear to me. Let's talk to Vladimir. Getting high gravity readings could make progress somewhat difficult.
Well, we clearly can't keep doing this forever. Options.
I've never seen something so difficult to bring down. If these things ever appear in greater numbers, we're in deep trouble. The well might not look like much, but most of the people down here are simply good, hard-working folks just trying to make a living.
Well, you don't need to follow anyone. Just be yourself.
I'm glad everyone here is being reasonable. There's no need for bloodshed when all we wish to do is talk. We'll be certain to keep a close watch on our belongings. You are done speaking? Fine. Keep your artifact. As Starborn, we will settle this later.
Just take me with you when you inevitably change your mind, or else I will come after you, no matter how many universes it takes.
I never thought I'd live to see the day where the UC and the FC work hand in hand. Times really do change. I've been from one end of the settled systems to the other. But this place, this exact spot, there's nowhere else like it in the galaxy. This doesn't really look like much of a zoo, more like a sideshow attraction.
Look, I don't want any trouble, but I'd get fired if I didn't call security to get this body out of here.
Those are the rules. Advance humanity's knowledge to the best of your ability. As long as you do that, I'm not here to judge you. Take what Ryujin's doing, for example.
Okay. I see what you've put together there. Clever. Very clever.
You know, it's funny. When I was a little girl, I'd lay on the ground and stare up at the stars. I was absolutely convinced they held a secret.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Oh, here you are trying to help me and I'm yelling at you. Come on. You don't need that junk.
She was the former chair of Constellation. The one that passed the torch to me about 5 years ago? We've talked about her before. Come on, stay with me. I hope our conduction grid holds. Otherwise that EM radiation will overload every circuit on this ship. Keeping my fingers crossed. How about making someone forcibly end their own life? Or worse, pick up a weapon and start shooting at innocent people? Vladimir's right. We need to fortify our position before that Starborn storms in. We move out once the artifacts are ready for transport. Oh, I do. More than you'll ever know. Exploring these mining operations has given me a new appreciation for the risks Dusties take to make a living.
Did you know I used to have an office near the top of Mast? How far the mighty have fallen, eh?
The silver lining of the job was that it allowed me to spend time exploring every square inch of Mars. Sure, I'm right behind you. Oh, if you're looking for a present for Vasco, this could be the place. You came back. I thought... I was sure you were going to... Simple. You get public approval and get to cherry-pick through Infinity's contracts. Keep the best, dispose of the rest. We're happy to help.
You're addicted? What the hell is the matter with you?
I wonder how many scientific breakthroughs have been made at places like this. Hey, there's nothing you can do now. He's almost gone. Artifacts won't find themselves, and us going after them means fuel, repair costs, the occasional payoff.
Damn it, their engines are back online. We've blown out their grav drive.
I had a feeling Imogene wasn't responsible. poor woman. Yes. I will say no more. Ah, damn leg got hit. I can't be a part of this. So this is the hellhole Barrett described. I thought he was exaggerating about his time on Kazal, but now that we're here, I believe I owe him an apology. Good thing that mineral sample wasn't buried too deep in the planet's surface. What? Oh, yeah. Right. Exactly. Of course it won't. But I can't continue ignoring my own thoughts.
The artifact that Barrett paid your company to find is important in ways that we haven't even fully discovered yet.
Funny how Aquila City reminds me of Neon, with the wealth planted in the middle and the poor at the periphery. I don't think so. Ugh, bounty hunters make my skin crawl. We can wait no longer. Prepare yourselves for oblivion. Damn it. They're here. Now, before we're off, I just wanted to tell you that I think you're doing the right thing by backing Masako. I'm behind you all the way. This selfish crusade of gathering the artifacts that the hunter seems to favor, I don't know if that's what's best for the universe. Please tell me you aren't seriously going to give that any credence. Everyone knows that's just a myth. It is easy to talk about the glory and excitement of breaching into the unknown, of lighting the darkness. Might be a good spot to deploy a mining outpost. I believe you. But you haven't heard the worst of this. Engines down, Captain. Barrett told me that this was the oldest surviving restaurant in the settled systems. Let's hope the cuisine benefits from the years of experience. You two keep going on like this, and I'm banning wages. I'm serious. If there's nothing to report, that's news to me. Now you can see why UC Marines that get sent here consider this posting a punishment. There's a UC satellite beacon hovering distressingly close to those Varun ships. No, I'm sure she didn't. I hope both of you are happy and got what you wanted out of this charade. Oh my God. Who are you? What? You didn't make a private HAB module just for me? If the Crimson Fleet's been here, they might have stashed some loot for safekeeping. Maybe if you're lucky, we'll talk again later. I have to admit, though, I did get more than a bit sidetracked reminiscing about old times. All we know for certain at this point is that whoever created the artifacts are the same beings that built the temple. If what he says is true, then there's no question Ron Hope has to answer for what he's done. Yes, have a look. Just keep going! You mean besides the dangerous terrain, vicious fauna, and the chance of getting lost? Walter spends a fortune to maintain the lodge, but I'd say it's worth every credit. Fair enough. But before you go, let me tell you about our other leads. No, it's the first time. But the fact that they're reaching out, well, it's given me a lot to think about. Let's see what this Vanguard knows. That's not true. Even when we make horrible errors in judgment, we need to learn from those mistakes and then move forward. Oh, okay then. I think we're all just a little tired from the journey here and anxious about the wedding. It will all pass, and I'm sure we'll all be laughing and sharing stories later. Thank you. Captain, our weapons system is down. Defensive positions. We're being boarded. Thank you. I really appreciate your support right now. Now I have a criminal record. Thanks.
Cora, it's not...
Talking through it was the right way to handle the situation. I'm proud of you. Still, I'm sure you will appreciate any contribution we intend to make. Siokka is a very unusual name. I hear it's from Korean mythology, but that's not exactly my area of expertise. Basically, a military version of Constellation. This encounter with the Starborn is that moment to me. The stars are finally whispering, and I need to hear what they have to say. Ship's thrusters are back online. Though I didn't know her well, I've always sympathized with her struggle to fit in with the rest of us. Now she'll never get that chance. You already know that you can ask me anything. You don't have a twin, do you? Wow, that's quite a bold look for you. I like it. You ready? I'll meet you there. Look, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you. The fact that you risked your life to save me, I don't know what to say.
You have a lot of nerve saying that to me after what you've done.
UC survival training taught me that caves are actually quite a good way to avoid cosmic radiation or inhospitable weather. Mining can be extremely dangerous, as I'm sure you know very well from personal experience.
We're going to make them pay for breaking into this ship.
Well, well. It appears these spacers have gotten their hands on a Galbank safe.
Can you stop taking things that don't belong to you?
I don't suppose you're after the job, are you? Couldn't you have tried to speak to him first? Oh, damn it! I do. Sona is brave, and she's proven that she can tackle anything life throws in her path. You're starting to make a lot of sense. Of course not. No one has. This looks like the perfect place to stash some contraband. You're not worthy of the artifacts, and you never will be.
Okay, back to it then.
I'm sure the crew did everything they could to save this ship.
I'm glad you'll be coming by the lodge more often, Vladimir. We miss you.
I certainly hope so.
I guess so. Ha ha! Another fool! I certainly do. It's all yours. Witness the infinite! Damn it! Totally lost them. Back to the lodge, shall we?
To think the lodge turned into a battlefield. I hope you got something out of that. I'm worried what that will mean between us.
Shield system needs immediate repair.
Perhaps. We'll need more data to be sure.
And who knows? Maybe one day we can discuss how we turn that love into a future for the both of us.
Something much like yours, I suspect. A beginning, a regret. Or a surprise. What happened when it was extracted? Did anyone see anything? Hear anything?
Leaving? Oh, I see how it is.
Doesn't that make it hard to work together?
Oh, it's difficult to put into words. Being with you is like, well, a dream come true. I don't think they realize how much control parents can exert on your life, especially when their dreams conflict with your own. Oh, no, not at all.
I think your loyalty to Ryujin has completely clouded your judgment.
I hope you'll forgive me for pushing you away. I just need time. Head of the naval branch of the United Colonies. Pretty much runs the entire fleet. He's also a huge pain in the arse. Thanks for taking the time to talk. I wanted to ask you about the artifact you found on Vectera.
This looks like prime bounty hunter territory.
Captain, thrusters are online. Notch another one for me!
Now wait a moment. No matter how strange things might seem to you, there's no reason to insult this person's beliefs. Well, this is undoubtedly Freestar Collective territory.
Our shields are down. I'd like to be alone for a while.
So we play pretend. Is that it? I guess with you it's only half pretending.
You're putting those kinds of chemicals into your body? You're asking for trouble. After I checked every section of the ship for wounded crew, I took the other escape shuttle.
Perhaps.
But at too great a cost.
Couldn't have at least spoken to Imogene. Let her explain. I've lost a lot of respect for you. I suppose you've proven that point already at Ryujin.
Never could get the hang of hacking. I prefer a more direct approach myself.
I'll meet you there. Be ready.
You took out their jump drive. Oh, there's so much to process. But I don't have time to deal with it right now.
The scale of this facility is impressive. There's enough infrastructure to build an entire fleet.
Joking aside, you've always been there when I've needed your help. Why you continue to support me, I'll never understand.
Not only that, but you're telling me that the attack on New Atlantis was his responsibility, just like the attack on Londinian. That's unbelievable.
Pressure holding? Takeoff looks good. Let me guess. You missed me and you couldn't stay away.
It was another inspired decision. A rock-solid, scorched earth policy to ensure the end to those horrible creatures.
Sona's monsters are undoubtedly hostile life forms that have claimed the graveyard as their territory.
Oh, you can really feel this gravity tugging at your guts, can't you?
I suppose I was foolish to assume this would last forever.
We have come in peace, but I promise you, we will defend ourselves if you attack us again. Well, if you were hoping for something lucrative, here's your chance. I'm sorry I got so angry, but I assure you, it's nothing personal. You're the only one I feel comfortable talking with about these things. You think if we tell them we've spoken to the Great Serpent, they'll give us a pass?
You must get the Hunter's artifacts by any means. He cannot be stopped in all universes, but he will be stopped in this one.
Oh, goodness. Almost every facet of science.
You don't get to hold on to me forever. That's not the kind of lives we lead.
Not exactly New Atlantis, eh?
Well, this is it. This is the spot where I spent close to a year waiting for rescue. Take some time for yourself, okay? Plenty of rooms to sit down in if you need to be alone for a while.
Whatever you think is best.
Look, I'd like to help, but
More important. Okay, well, let me know when you can fit me into your busy schedule.
if there are any zealots here, we'd better be prepared to fight.
Enemy's weapons are back online.
No, that's not what I meant at all. Damn it, Sarah.
You've used your big mouth to muck everything up again. I heard that the walls of Aquila City were built to prevent nocturnal predators from overrunning the place. Hey, stick to targets that shoot back, okay?
Excuse me, this is a private... Ugh, only spacers would inhabit a place like this.
Everyone interprets what happens in the Unity differently, but that is the result. Yes, you leave your world behind and enter a new one, where you are one of us.
Not much, but you've seen them for yourself. It doesn't take a lot to realize we're dealing with something extraordinary.
Nah, you've got nothing to worry about.
I hope I have not made a mistake in trusting you again. Do we stop exploring? Stop pushing the boundaries? Take a more aggressive posture towards the universe? I don't know where to begin. Eliminating an entire species does seem a bit extreme. Though, given the species we're dealing with, maybe extreme is merited. Life is full of perspectives. There's never going to be time to study them all, so we do the best we can. Our charter at Constellation has always been to analyze the unknown, but rarely at the expense of our members' lives.
Enemies repaired their engines.
I don't mean to alarm you, but the corrosive rating for the atmosphere around here is about an 11 out of 10. Maybe it's not so far-fetched.
Well, don't look at us. I'm certain we had nothing to do with that.
I wouldn't trade my life with you for anything else in the universe. The United Colonies maintains places like this all across the settled systems. Oh, whatever's happened here, the story's been lost with the crew. You were given every opportunity to do this without harming anyone. And yet this is how you handle yourself. I'm very disappointed in you.
Good. Now it's just a question of who to send with you. I want the Queen to know she's meeting with Constellation, not just her daughter.
This was as far from the military as you could get. Ships built for exploration, not war. And I still screwed it all up.
This is just typical of UC bureaucracy. A cover-up of this magnitude could directly lead to war. What the hell is the matter with them?
Their weapons are back online.
You've made it through the most difficult part. Just a little more walking and we're all done. I will personally guarantee your safety as long as you come in peace. Humanity had about 50 years to evacuate the planet. That's kind of how the United Colonies government started. Managing the exodus. What was going through your mind when you choked poor Barrett to death, He took a chance on you. Saw the person you could have been. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You made the right call. I'm proud of you for that.
Look, I know you need to unwind, but there's got to be a better way.
Discretion and the trade tower in Neon don't exactly go hand in hand.
Oh, sure. I'll just carry everything.
Yuri Gagarin, one of the first to take the leap into space. Without him, we might not be standing here right now.
Did I push too hard? Did they shut us down because I wasn't quietly sitting at my desk approving meaningless memos? We'll never know. Nice shooting!
He's not lying. Walter's blunt, but he's always supported us.
Threat eliminated.
If you ask me, bounty hunters are just a bunch of hooligans who can't resist playing with their guns. I can't believe you're letting him get away with this. We need to talk about this some other time.
Wow. You are the soundest sleeper I've ever seen.
Hydroponics, of course. This must be how the colony ship kept itself fed over all these years in space.
Okay.
Well,
If you ever need to talk about our friendship, I'm certainly ready and willing to listen. I've never felt so comfortable. It's wonderful to have this kind of stability in my life right now. I know, and I feel terrible that I can't provide you with the proper reassurance. This habit of yours is going to get you killed. Yes, of course. I understand. You've made your choice. When you're ready, the hunter and I will be at the buried temple. That's where we'll settle things.
We've been using the eye here to scan planets, moons, asteroids, trying to pick up on the anomalous patterns that point to an artifact.
Setting down, everything in the green. Landing struts primed, retros firing. If you don't mind, I'd like to speak to Admiral Logan sooner rather than later. My goodness, what an impressive sight.
They're unique metallic objects of varying size, create gravitational distortions and produce energy from seemingly nowhere.
Nonsense. We're in this together. It's just, how's business, Amoli? Shields are available. Perhaps. Sorry to pull you aside like this, but I wanted to take a moment to congratulate you. I'm sorry it's come to this. Let's see if they've got anything worth taking. I received a message from Constellation, and it's given me a lot to think about. Didn't know you could build one of those. Before I was with the Navigator Corps, I was career military. Part of the United Colonies Navy. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to keep my personal feelings about us separate from Constellation. Don't worry, we know how to deal with her type. You're goddamn right I don't understand. Ha! Their thruster system is overloaded. I don't deserve someone as amazing as you. How the hell did I get so lucky? Forgive me for pulling you aside again, but, well, there's so much to process right now. Anything else in that deposit? It's just a list of requests. Things I would normally handle if I was there. But I'm not. I'm out here instead with you. Another dead rock. Well, at least we can scour the place for materials.
Noelle, she ran into the basement with the artifacts. The tunnels.
They fixed their jump engine.
We're in the dark. We need to learn anything about them we can, including some way to figure out where they are.
For the first time in my life, I feel complete. And with you by my side, I'm convinced that feeling will last forever. So, are you ready to get to work? See if exploration is the life you want to lead in this little universe of ours? And we're locked in. Perhaps. My only concern are the reports that Navamora was never captured or killed. You're not wrong. I miss the wonder of it all. Yeah! The more you understand, the more damage you will do.
Welcome to Constellation. You can't imagine how happy we are that you made it.
With hundreds of lives lost on both sides, I'd argue there were no winners at all. Now let me finish. Oh, come on, quit playing games. That last click is so satisfying, isn't it? For something this important, you really ought to have a plan.
We'll be hopping over to the plaza and taking the scenic route over to Mast. That'll be the impressive government building. Can't miss it.
Just promise me we'll come back and visit her from time to time. Please. All the other artifacts need to be gathered before the final one will reveal itself. You've been an invaluable asset to the group, Noelle. Just wanted to make sure you didn't regret it. Maybe we should call this exploration thing quits and open a weapons shop. There's something very unsettling about this place. What's happening? Not a single soul left alive. These people were totally unprepared for the dangers of establishing an outpost like this on a new world. Oh, look at this world. It's beautiful. Just beautiful. There is a temple for every artifact. You should find as many as you can. You'll need their power. Not too much now. Look around us. We are actually standing in a place once inhabited by the Starborn. It's unbelievable. I'm proud of you. Though I'll never understand why you sided with the hunter, you don't sacrifice your morals. Yep, here you go. Looks like we've stumbled across some sort of a smuggling operation. The one and only. Thanks, Mother. Thanks for that. You are the best thing that ever happened to me. I really turned you into a true believer, didn't I? Oh, what have I done? No, it's not that simple. All geared up and ready to go. The honest truth is that, well,
You're the love of my life. And I can't bear to lose you. Let's grab the artifact. Okay. It's not Vanguard Moara. Looks like spacers were scavenging around here and someone else came in and said hello. It appears someone has repurposed this mining outpost, but left everything from the previous operation intact. I'm well aware how many lives were lost. Now let me finish. You do the same. I don't think we're going to find anything useful in this hangar, but I'm willing to take a look. And here I was, angry that you left some of us behind.
Ugh, recycled air. Just isn't the same as the real thing.
Understated, but yes.
I'll be fine. Just give me a moment. Honestly, it wasn't so much what Aja and I discovered in our travels. It was the journey that was memorable.
All right, it's settled then.
Why not? Just come by my office later. We'll discuss everything there.
What I want to know is what motivated you into making the right decision. I mean, Constellation has a roster of members who haven't always been on the right side of their respective society.
Besides that, let's see.
Even with advanced robotics, companies still risk human lives to mine for ore. You know why? Because it's cheaper. No signs of a struggle here. The legacy seems to have held together, but the crew was trapped. Oh, I wonder how long they survived.
How can you expect someone who's been brought up in this environment to be able to make rational decisions? For God's sake, she's just a kid. We need to get to the lodge. Stop the Starborn.
It's an excellent design, Jules. A ship like that is quite versatile and suited to tackle all sorts of different missions. Well done. I hope you're kinder to the next universe you enter.
Well, that definitely helps.
This is horrible. Whatever happened here, it's clear that the crew of this platform didn't stand a chance.
What are you trying to tell me?
I admit, the thought of us trying to kill each other pains me. Besides, I'd expect any legal matters to be a mere inconvenience for someone of your expertise. I'd heard the Den wasn't quite living up to its old standards, but this... Oh, it's definitely worse than I expected. I really hope so. Must have been such a vast undertaking to build all of this into the mountain.
When you have a few moments, there's something I'd like to discuss.
We still climbing? What's wrong? Don't bother searching this area for survivors. I heard the Crimson Fleet rarely takes prisoners.
Weapons are back! Ha ha! Give 'em hell!
Oh! I see. Tell them about the ore. That was quite a lucrative operation.
Please respond.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. The artifacts are dangerous, and I believe the emissary has a right to collect them and prevent their abuse. I'm telling you, he actually said that. I'm not going to stand here and describe everything you've done, but let's just say you need to wise up and make smarter decisions. Good. That will give us both time to think about this partnership. Thank you for being there, for listening to me when I needed it the most. I'll never forget this. I promise. Interesting. Similar to Barrett's description of the experience, with less embellishment. Looks like it's Neptune next. No idea. They appear and attack people seemingly at random. I never tire of visiting worlds like this. Am I? I feel like a nervous wreck. I know a few engineers back on Jemison that would love to pick through this assembly area.
Clever distraction. I'd rather not be around when he finds out we stole his cargo, but he got the job done.
You're right. If this has been happening time and time again, perhaps they've arrived at a total deadlock. Let's just chalk this up to a difficult day for both of us and move on. Always fond of high-gravity environments. Nothing like performing double the effort to achieve half the efficiency.
But as the chair of Constellation, I have a job to do, and I intend to solve this mystery, with or without your help.
In fact, everyone at Constellation was surprised when she announced she was retiring and moving to Parima 2. I'm not sure. I'm guessing based on what we've learned.
Expect an armed response. I wouldn't give my own ship up without a fight.
Get ready for a hell of a ride.
Now, I know Barrett sort of thrust the responsibility into your hands, but you're a part of uncovering the artifact's secrets now.
Yourself? Oh, I see. I suppose that's the way it will have to be. Yes, absolutely. The Unity will change you. I hope it will be for the better.
One problem, though. Pinpointing the crew's shuttle wreckage is going to be like trying to find a grain of salt in a sandbox.
Go, before I change my mind.
Really? Well, for me, it was all about the quieter moments.
Fine. Frankly, I find the whole concept disgusting.
We're waiting.
Stay focused.
Oh, good. More rocks to haul back to the ship.
Survey vessel, please respond.
Ice mining operations are unusual, but if they're run properly, they can prove to be quite lucrative. I've never eaten anything from Tau Gourmet, and looking at this place, I'm glad things worked out that way. I knew I could depend on you.
Find anything useful? I'm all for getting a little wild, but next time, let's try it without the jetpacks,
My goodness. We can see all the way back to our ship from up here. No, I'm afraid that it can't. It's only designed to power individual systems.
Good bluff.
Maybe we should. Might actually be fun, as long as no one gets terribly injured. If this is bounty hunter territory, we should watch our backs. Otherwise, we might become their next target.
No way! I am not going to help you murder these people! Weapon systems shot to hell!
You'd be surprised how many decisions I've made on this very spot.
We should add that artifact to the collection as soon as possible. They've gotten through our shields!
We're in love. Do you even need to ask? Thank you. That helps so much. It's all important. But if you want a direction, I'd grab Barrett first. He's not just an old friend. He's been all over the settled systems. Might as well explore this cave. With any luck, we'll stumble across a mineral deposit or two. Our distance from you is the whole point. We interfere now because we must. It seems that Walter has taken it upon himself to cover the costs of the repairs to both the lodge and the Eye.
Bring it on!
Oh, I don't know what to do. Can you talk to her? Oh, gosh, really? We're doing this, are we?
It hasn't been the same since the war, but I can live with it. Thanks to you. Talk about seeing stars. That was amazing.
Both sides wanted to drop refinery outposts on the surface to bolster their supply.
Of course you do. I'm just not thinking straight right now.
You know already. Our loved ones exist in our lives for a set place and a set time. There is no going back. Anything else is a terrible lie. Without a deep understanding of what the artifacts are and why the Starborn want them so badly, we must stay the course.
Oh, well, sure. It's not an emergency. Let me know when you have some time.
The band never really went anywhere, of course, but those were good times, and I remember them fondly.
You trying to get us thrown into prison?
Why skip the fun part?
I know you can defeat the hunter, old friend.
So that's what those look like on the inside.
Every tightrope act needs a safety net. We appreciate the fact that you're behind us, Commander. Whoever constructed this stairwell went through a lot of trouble to make certain it was difficult to find.
We didn't see him at first. Vladimir went sailing straight into the control room. Then the Starborn was just there.
Caustic chemicals, sharp-edged raw materials. This facility is an accident just waiting to happen. Sometimes it's not the words that matter, I suppose. That's why you have a responsibility to assess the situation and only act if you deem it absolutely necessary. This was a terrible lapse in judgment. Wait. Did you hear that? If the Enlightened hadn't helped, who knows what path her life might have taken. Ah, right. Suppose you were due for one. The, contents, they're what we agreed on? And what about retired military? Does that count for anything?
Hey, so I pinched a few ideas from my old boss. Can you blame me?
So this is the Star Yard Walter can't stop talking about. I can certainly see why. It's a monumental operation. Look at the circumference of these conduits. They must be rated to carry an immense amount of power. I wonder how long Ecliptic has had a foothold here. I'm sorry if I've said anything that jeopardizes our working relationship. Discovering Crix's legacy would solve one of the settled system's great mysteries. Oh, I'm as curious and excited as anyone to see what we'll find. Oh, please. 2 strangers arrive from off-world asking for information only you have. You see an opportunity. Everyone always does.
Oh, I do hope that's true.
Ha!
You're a damn joke.
I couldn't have put that better myself. I have also found that advice is a poor substitute for experience. I ask you again. Go to Earth's moon.
Well, hello, sunshine.
Smugglers like these use all sorts of clever cargo hold enhancements to bypass security scans. They're frighteningly resourceful.
Precisely. That also means you understand the importance of bringing them back to Jemison.
As well as any expenses relating to the funeral services. Oh, really? Well, let's examine that statement a bit more closely, shall we? Agreed. That option should only be considered as a last resort after we've gathered the proper information and ruled out every other possibility. So this is it. This armillary can finally be assembled, and the Starborn assure that something will happen on the other side. Something that will make us like them. Looks like some sort of checkpoint ahead. It's probably designed to suck the credits directly from your pocket. I do not always know if you are a person I should be helping. Forgive me. Just know that if you need me, I'll be here for you. Always. Please don't tell me you're actually going to consider something that foolish. I wish there'd been a different way to handle this, but at least the situation with the Jansons will be resolved. Thank you. A cargo facility. Very nice. I suppose I could be persuaded into rummaging through a few crates.
Don't worry. We'll push them back to their own airlock.
You had to push me to come out here, and if I hadn't have listened to you, the universe would probably have never known about that little girl.
Fine. You should take some time to get settled in anyway. Come find me when you're ready. You and I are going to be doing some traveling together. Get your feet wet.
Look, you've never steered me wrong before. If you truly believe she should stay here, I'll respect your decision. Well done. Now Bayou knows what it's like to have the tables turned. It's a rare occurrence, so we should celebrate. Hey, stay with me. It's going to be okay. We're explorers. Humanity has always hunted for knowledge in the unknown. We just take that a little more seriously than others. I did not want this for either of us. My old friend. For your sake, I hope he is. The corrosives around here are making the area incompatible with human life. Ha! Sorry, I just need a moment to gather my thoughts.
I know. I'm not proposing we knock her out for God's sake.
It's a terrible shame the rescue came at the expense of Barrett's life. That's quite a hypothesis. It would explain a lot, but no, I can't be susceptible to flights of fancy. Not right now. I've never seen a tree like this before in my entire life. It'd actually be more fascinating if its branches weren't blocking our way. You cannot walk away. This ends here. No one's been sent to terminate anyone. Now, why don't you just calm down? Before someone accidentally gets hurt.
Propulsion fully restored, Captain.
You've done an admirable job of trying to keep your cool. But I'm afraid the captain isn't going to listen to reason.
Everyone in the lodge is important. If you need me, then you need Sam, too.
Your moral grandstanding is hollow, as is your position. Make up your mind, or we will act. The artifact. If you could place it on the table here. He is here. Be on your guard. Oh, look! Some of your lovely pirate friends have been here. You must feel right at home. I do, actually. I was hoping it would ease your mind.
Take everything you need?
That's an understatement. Is that what you think? I wanted to take this opportunity to talk about what you did. For Barrett, it was a 50-50 shot. And they lost the gamble.
Talk to the Keeper. See what he knows of his other self.
I refuse to pretend that I like what you're doing to Misako. I think Hularu is repugnant, and I'm very disappointed you've chosen to back her play. Oh God, I might need a few doses of Aurora to make it through that myself. And that's why the Starborn want the artifacts so desperately. They're the keys to unlocking the infinite. When word came down that my division was being mothballed, I stormed into his office and, well, let's just say we had words. But, gentlemen, can we please focus? Easy, girl. Breathe. You'll have a heart attack. There's always a final artifact in a specific temple. The hunter and I agreed that whomever you sided with, the other would wait there. I've heard asteroid mining is some of the most dangerous work in the settled systems. I only wish this hadn't resulted in a needless death. Such a shame. Decided to take a break from exploring to collect some debts. Not exactly constellation-worthy pastime, but I'll follow your lead. Bayou has everyone in the Freestar Collective either in his pocket or utterly terrified.
That's much better. Thanks.
I'll do my part to make certain that doesn't happen, Commander. I need you to tell me what on earth possessed you to side with the Crimson Fleet and betray UC Sistef. And whatever it takes to make it through this, I swear I'll remain by your side.
Judge not, lest ye be judged, Father.
I'm glad you convinced Jules to get that larger budget, but perhaps we could have intervened a bit more.
Ha! Come on! This friendship we share... It feels absolutely unbreakable.
Dead? Oh, I wonder what happened. It's all right. I can vouch for this one. She's Vanguard, true as they come. Quadruple redundancy cooling system in this suit, and I still feel like I'm being cooked.
Our Vanguard volunteer could be anywhere. Let's start with the obvious one, Mars. We can refuel at Sidonia while we're there.
At one time, I considered the Freestar Collective my enemy. Things certainly have changed. Was that supposed to be funny? Sergeant, where does security keep its confiscated weapons?
Enemy thrusters are back online.
We're dealing with something unknown to modern science. Who knows how this encounter has affected your body or your mind? Focus. Be ready for more. Once his power is exhausted, he will fall. I find that to be rather surprising.
Here, I have something for you. Hey there, beautiful. Hope you slept well.
I'm not sure there's anything you can say at this point. That's what disturbs me. Some more things to add to your collection, perhaps?
Haven't you been paying attention? You're not the first person to have an encounter with one of the artifacts.
I swear, with every fibre of my being, that the past will no longer be an obstacle in my life. And I will honour your words by focusing my affection on the most important thing in my life. You. Looks like something made its home here. Of course not, my love. Strangely, this place looks exactly the same as I remember it. But that isn't possible, right? Just like a dream. Grav jump calculation completed. I'm curious to know if the commanding officer of this military installation left behind any records of what transpired.
Well, if that's true, this challenge is wearing me down.
Airborne pH is off the scale around here. Damn. Oh, bounty hunters. I can smell their stink. No, not at all. I'm sorry. I simply heard that taking Aurora can expand your thoughts, broaden the scope of your inner self. I just wanted to know if that's true.
Nope.
Enemy latching on. Get ready to push them back. I'm siding with Matteo on this one as well. I find that a little competition is the spark people need to push themselves to achieve their goals. It's all right. I can vouch for this one. He's Vanguard, true as they come.
It's the conversations we've been having. They dredged up these old memories and they're a burden.
I'd rather deal with robots than try and tangle with a war mech. This is astonishing. It's like walking through some type of living museum of Earth's history. Are you heading to the Eye? We'll need to barricade the door behind you. You won't be able to get back in.
Yes.
Hey, now, come on. There's no need to be jealous. Aja was a trusted mentor and, at best, a friend.
Captain, our grav drive is fully repaired.
Having been out there, in the Starfield, seeing all those magnificent wonders with my own eyes, I need answers, not religious theory. Well, hello. There's a maintenance access vent over here. That temple proves we're dealing with entities of unknown origin.
Ah, damn it. I should have been more careful.
Oh, you're incorrigible. Well, hello. There's a terminal up above, on the catwalk. We should search for a way up. Barrett once told me that he watched spacers strip an entire abandoned star station down to the deck plating. In a day. He has a sick mind indeed. It should be dissected and studied so we can fathom how the hell a human being can function with no heart.
Careful with that spacesuit. One serious puncture, and you're done.
The Vigilance is an amazing ship. Oh, it's too bad Constellation can't afford something this impressive.
If you wouldn't mind allowing me to access the files regarding my rescue, I'd be most grateful, Admiral.
That leads me to wonder what the Unity has done to their minds and their souls.
After everything you've heard, all my stories, you still have faith. So, what's new with you today?
Fine, but I'm not wasting you. Let's talk about more artifacts. It's been nearly 20 years, but it feels like a lifetime. This is a surprisingly large amount of robot pods for a single vessel. Who knew you had so many incredible uses?
There's a huge difference between being prepared and carrying too much.
I think you may be right. I feel like most of the knowledge we've amassed in the last few centuries about the universe has just been made obsolete.
Make sure you clean that off before you stow it in your bag.
Watch it! They have regained their weapons! You can spare us the performative stonewalling. We simply need a moment of his time, and you needn't hear from us ever again. What I don't understand is why you let him off the hook. All that, just to help restore the family name. How did he ever think that was going to work?
Yeah, you'll do. I was hoping we could talk about something very important.
You should take some time to get settled in. Introduce yourself to everyone. Some of our members aren't here, but you'll meet them soon.
Good. Anytime you want to talk about our relationship, just let me know.
Oh, this place is like a scientist's dream. You could spend years down here trying to unravel the mysteries of the ecology. What an absolute imbecile. He's clearly mocking us. Let's get Vladimir's take on all this. Then we can plan our next move.
You and I are going to explore a planet together. If our analysis of it is correct, we'll be bringing home another artifact.
It would make me feel better knowing how she's doing. That's all. We've beaten some of his allies, but the hunter himself seems to have retreated to the temple. Let's take this to the ground.
He's probably on a planet or moon, sniffing out rogue power signatures, digging up a lot of dud satellites for his trouble.
We both did. So why don't you stop the bickering and explain it to us? Fine. We'll make do. But it's not your life, is it? You already had that. Automated defenses! We have to get to whoever's controlling them, or we'll get bogged down. Damn it. Let's see if Vladimir can tell us what went wrong. I don't have any scientific data to back that up, so you'll just have to trust my intuition. Don't worry. You'll be fine. Open for business. The fact that the neuroamp can control and manipulate people against their will is disgusting. The device shouldn't be allowed to exist. That's not happening. I know we are not the same people we met in our universes. Still, it is good to see you again, old friend. All right, I'll be sure and have an extra copy, just in case.
Just remember, it's not a vacation. Focus on getting that artifact.
It is much more comfortable inside the ship. Maybe we shouldn't stay out here for too long.
What the hell do you want?
If we aren't the first ones here, someone might have left a piece of equipment behind. It's worth a look. Yes, I was proud of myself. For a while. That window above us might lead to some sort of control or monitoring area. All we need to do is find a way up.
I was caught up in the moment. An inexperienced captain making rash decisions that cost people their lives.
Oh, that's not good. Earth and everything around it was abandoned a long time ago, and the old star yards are crawling with spacers and other scavengers.
Okay. Neptune, that's our next stop. Let's hope that old ice giant gives us some better luck.
We've been pushing further and further outwards from our home, when we should have spent more time being prepared for the consequences.
Well, we're not there yet. But damn, it does feel good.
I thought the same thing when I first started too. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that.
If you want to get together again, I'm willing to give it another try.
Let me know if you need help. Otherwise, the more people helping out at the Eye, the better. Yes, you have proven your strength, if not your wisdom.
Okay, that's plenty. We don't want you to get drunk.
It's unbelievable to think that we were at war with the FC less than 2 decades ago. And it looks like they're parked right near a UC satellite beacon that Vanguard Moara was probably maintaining.
All crew accounted for. We're ready to depart.
Who do you think owns all of this cargo?
Nothing yet.
I really need you to find those gene tags for me. Thank you. This engineering section is completely unstable. The power is fluctuating badly, causing multiple malfunctions. We must be careful. I see. So some of our theories about the artifacts are correct.
Look, before we leave Cassiopeia behind, I wanted to say one more thing to you.
Perhaps at the overlook we passed on the way here? I hope the occupants of this colony ship found alternate transportation to evacuate the Earth before it was too late. You did the right thing turning Bayou down. And don't worry about the Syndicate. I'll have your back. Careful. Low gravity means one wrong step and you could go flying. Or until someone decides your usefulness is at an end and you suddenly disappear. That seems to be the way things go around here.
An ambush might be waiting for us back at the Eye, but it's a risk we'll have to take.
Don't get ahead of yourself. You can hardly blame the man. After all, his worst fears just came to light.
It elevates me to these positions of authority, but all I want to do is explore, not sit and make sure all the accounts are balanced.
But at the end of the day, I trust her. I know she'll thrive. I just wish I could guarantee that she'll never be terribly lonely.
Good work. Was that your first boarding? Just don't stand out in the open, Walter.
You're choosing nothing but betrayal, deceit.
The UC listed it as lost, so I assume the Dauntless was completely destroyed.
I'm just pleased I get to utilize some of my old field collecting skills. It's been a while.
Landing site looks clean. Let's set it down.
Those robot pods appear to be intact. Perhaps we should investigate. For once, he's right. Don't do this. We can collect the final pieces together. No. Maybe I don't.
You got 'em!
My colleague has said everything you need to know, but on a personal note, I'd like to add that the corporate world is definitely not for me. Sure, when you're younger. At Constellation, we invest in exploration, which means we're constantly weighing our risks versus the long-term benefits. To just throw the bodies of these miners here. This is so disrespectful.
I swear, it's the truth.
Well, what do we have here? I'd say Walter is more of a disciple than a fan. In fact, I've heard him recite this in the lodge on more than one occasion.
Too right. We're all here for a reason, and a damn good one.
After I completed my basic education, they signed me up for a 1-year apprenticeship in their department. Without bothering to ask. I'm not sure what makes its home here, but we should keep our weapons at the ready.
Isn't the old neighborhood a little close to home for the Vanguard?
Barrett, expressing actual honest concern. I am shocked.
I'm not liking what I'm seeing on the scans. Energy output from that ship is far above the normal range.
If smugglers set up here, there might be something valuable they've left behind.
Just take it slow, and don't bump into anything sharp.
Nope. I've got nothing over here. It's about the Starborn Hunter's death. Do you feel like you've made the right decision? The thought of leaving Sona on this planet alone, it frightens me. I'll be thinking about her all the time. You're twisting what I mean.
Plenty. And that's what's weighing on my mind. Levels look good, suit integrity normal. Hope this place is worth the trouble. Look, I've already taken up too much of your time, and honestly, I'm exhausted.
The frost is starting to interfere with my instruments.
You bothering me for a reason?
Playing it safe, eh? I don't blame you. Getting mired in a debate with Matteo and Noel can be an all-day affair. All this intricate work and impressive construction. It's ambitious, but still, so out of place in such a remote location.
Hello?
I think I've found something here.
All we can do is be more cautious, but we are not stopping. This could end up being a race we don't want to lose.
Really? I'm surprised that I haven't. Have a good rest, darling.
You've got nothing.
Damn it, we're too late. It's gone. Ugh. Okay, Let's not panic. We knew the long-range scans could be off. Dealing with light years, after all.
I know you want to have a serious relationship. You want to become close. How interesting. I wasn't aware that accepting bribes was one of the tenets that Freestar Rangers live by. If we want the information, I'll just have to put my anger aside. I can do that, you know. Contrary to what you might have heard, UC security personnel are good people. And Sergeant Yumi just happens to be an old friend. My contact is in Vanguard recruiting, so expect a sales pitch when you meet him. You know, I used to dream about finding the love of my life. And here you are. All I ever needed was you, right here beside me. Let's head for New Atlantis. It's important we get to Mast so I can talk to Admiral Logan. Though I ended my service with the United Colonies years ago, I continue to remain vigilant as to what's going on within its borders. What's wrong with you? That part of the life form should prove useful. Yes. I wanted you to have this as a token of our love. Well, we clearly can't get through this way. Perhaps we should try making our way down using the caves in the back of the area. Sam, can you hear me? It's Sarah. No, that was never why. Good work with the bartender. Won't be the last time you'll be hustling information in some spaceport. Interesting. This district certainly provides evidence that Ryujin's influence has spread from their tower and out into the city. I can't believe the scope of the operation the FC was running here. It's a miracle that the fighting ended at all. I know you will. I think you need to get rid of some of that gear.
Thank you for your time, Yassine.
You two are quite the little pair of detectives now, aren't you? I don't know if our instrumentation is rated for long-term exposure to this level of cold.
Now that we're here, don't forget to refuel. Spaceports always have outfitters and ship service crews ready to go, if they know what they're doing.
Make sure you flush your jetpack vents when we hit dry land.
No, it isn't. That's not what we're here for.
It's inherently dangerous work, so if one of our own doesn't show up as planned, then we tend to have questions. Stop it right now! Put away that gun and talk to us. We want to know what happened here. Oh, this world's seen better days. I wonder if it's always looked like this. Oh, sleep well, love. Ready to head out there? Or did you still need time on your own? Did I mislead you into believing that somewhere along the way? You got the wrong lady. I see you've done that before. I'm sorry if I've offended you. You know that I'd never intentionally stand in the way of your spiritual journey. Nope. Oh, going to change the subject so I can't give my opinion, Issa? Typical. Sorry, I sometimes get so caught up in my own bubble, I forget that I wasn't the first. I know it will. I can't believe that a terramorph did all this damage. I mean, I've heard the stories, but to see the decimation firsthand. No, really. I'd like to see you try.
Let's have a friendly little chat with whoever is running those generators down there.
Are you sure that plant sample isn't poisonous? I suppose my sentiment for you remains. Even after all the universes I've crossed. If anyone in the settled systems could believe something like this, it's Constellation. We've taken their weapons out! If you haven't found all those temples yet, now might be a good time. I was wondering if you're open to taking commissions. I was thinking of having a lovely mural done inside of the lodge. Commander Ikonde's right. When given a choice, you must always favor the high road. It's your duty to be better than the Crimson Fleet. Hey! That isn't yours.
Don't worry about me. Let's go.
Hopefully Constellation's newest member. Thought I'd run through some legwork together. You're the person I want to spend the rest of my life with. My soulmate. No, I'm not going to calm down. It had better be good, because you've got a lot to explain. If something's living in here, I doubt it wants us to intrude. I'm not sitting behind my desk for this. These artifacts are a new chapter for Constellation, and I'm going to be out there for it. You know what? You might be... Wait. No. What am I saying? At any rate, we logged quite a few discoveries together, but it was the actual journey that I cherished the most. Well, this looks like a nice spot for a lovely cup of tea before we return to the carnage. Shall we? Who was this wondrous structure built to accommodate? How long ago did these entities inhabit our universe? Are they still out there, somewhere? Oh, damn. I was starting to enjoy the conversation.
Because I care about you. Yes, I'm proud of you as well. Ularu needed to be brought down. If you wouldn't have stopped her, who knows what she would have done next.
There's some heavy security protecting this area, but judging from the fact that this is the life support control, it certainly makes sense.
I appreciate what you're doing, Walter, but honestly...
There she is, the goddess of love herself. You know the drill. Let's see if he's down there.
They've taken out our thrusters. Ugh, not gonna last much longer.
Those poor farmers deserve much more of an apology than I do. Sometimes we'll partner up, sometimes we'll go solo. It's not a formal arrangement. We just came back with good news. We've got momentum. Why not keep going? It's been a long time since I've laughed. But you aren't wrong. Now, let's head back to Jemison. I want to give those gene tags you gathered to Admiral Logan and figure out what we're going to do with Sona. No, wait. I want to hear this. Not to mention the constant threat of explosive decompression. Keeps you on your toes. Come back here. Don't you need to know where we're going next? If the military evacuated this location, I'm certain it was for a good reason.
If I had fought harder, I'm convinced our division may have had a chance to prove its value.
Nice move. Yet in return, this is what the universe throws at us. Beings from God knows where who are trying to murder us. Why? What have we done wrong?
Oh, I don't know. A few trees here and some grass there, and this place might not look so awful.
It's all about the propaganda. What gets the people excited. That's what the United Colonies was focused on at the time.
Rise and shine.
We've got things to do.
Jump system offline.
So, you came back after all. Thought you were going to be one of our greatest. But you're just a monster.
Let's see if Moera is on the planet's surface. He might need help.
I don't suppose I have time for a nap before we leave.
This mudslide has inflicted severe damage to the facility, but at least it's provided us with a way forward. That is an absolutely gorgeous statue. The craftsmanship, it's unparalleled. I wonder if it was hand-carved.
Well, I don't expect you to be a carbon copy of Aja.
Just be yourself. No pressure. It's just something to take our minds off all this. You're always welcome. In the meantime, I suppose we don't really have much of a choice but to allow both of you to join. You should feel free to make the lodge your home.
Are you shooting at flies now?
Back for more, eh? Keep your artifact. As Starborn, we will settle this later. Despite your flippant attitude towards innocent lives, Briggs, we intend to choose our targets with the utmost care.
Our thrusters are up and running.
Exaggerating. If anything, I've understated the gravity of the situation.
No one's ever cared about me this much. Not even Aja.
An abandoned military installation means abandoned military supplies. Let's take a look. Let's see what you've got.
Don't fire that here. What's the matter with you?
Say we go to the Unity. Become Starborn. Enter another universe. Will there even be a constellation there? It won't be ours, even if it is. Noel. I think it's time we tested your theory. Brackenridge. That sounds so familiar. Something from history slates that I've read. Oh, I feel I should know who this person is, but somehow it's escaped my memory. If that's how you wish to keep things between us, then so be it. We can't let more like him abuse these gifts to destroy whatever's in their way.
I'll catch up with you later then.
No, not time travelers. I don't think the science is there to support that theory. I have to be honest with you. It disturbs me that you would leap to his defense so quickly. I wanted to take this opportunity to talk about what you did for Andrasia. This mining facility looks stable, but at the first sign of seismic activity, we should get out of here.
You don't even have to ask.
Next time, I hope you'll take a moment and think about the repercussions of your actions before you make such an important decision.
Ooh, that's a hell of a gun modification.
It doesn't have to be immediately. We're just lucky your old employer splurged on the medical supply. He should be fine for a while, but he needs pickup.
I don't see how. Oh, look at this place. This is the reason I'm out here, exploring the stars. Worlds upon worlds, just waiting to have their beauty discovered. What was it like? Being in the Unity.
Nice. Clean sep there. Let's do this.
If we can get close enough to it, we could download its logs and figure out where our vanguard was heading to next.
Oh yes, never one to leave his desk. I used to jab him about that until it happened to me.
It's so damn hot, the sweat is starting to pool in my boots.
Bad luck.
Oh, I wish some of these robots were within Constellation's budget. They'd be an immense help to our operation.
I hope this water doesn't contain anything harmful.
If you had asked me that a decade ago, I would have charted every square meter of her on foot if someone would have let me. All right. Give me a moment. I don't know where to start. Why wouldn't I be pleased about your decision?
Okay, maybe there was a good reason the Vanguard was out here after all. Good flying, by the way.
As to what they are, what they're building, well, you'll be part of solving that puzzle now. Don't forget, John, I need him back after you wrap him in that fancy get-up of yours.
These people laid down their lives for what they believed in, and it cost them dearly.
If we're planning on staying a while, we could grab a room at the Stone Root Inn. Ecliptic appears to be doing better than I thought. If killing is their business, business must be good. Stop trying to confuse me. Perhaps we can find an inventory of everything that's stored here. I was a strong supporter of the armistice. All of the terrible weapons that both sides used against one another. It had to end. With any luck, maybe we can find a vein of platinum or neodymium. Anything to make this trip worthwhile.
I know you are. Just give me a moment. I have a lot I need to say.
I'll send a message to Aja asking for her to preside over the ceremony. As soon as you're ready, let's head to Paradiso.
I wasn't gunning for her spot.
Go ahead. Do the honors.
You should talk to Vladimir about the artifacts the Eye is supposed to find. We'll gather the others. It's my pleasure. No, we certainly can't. Mars was like a new frontier. Oh, I spent every waking moment I could exploring the planet. Can we get this over with? I don't want to spend a moment longer dealing with this imbecile than is absolutely necessary. Come find me when you're ready. I know we aren't from the same universe, but it kind of feels like old times.
Whoa, that looks lethal. Okay, so just the two of us then, with Aja presiding?
First, there's an expedition that Samco has been putting together. It's in Freestar Collective Space, and he knows it inside and out. Definitely a laboratory of some kind. Did the plant growth begin or end here?
While we're here, we should definitely stock up on supplies at the exchange.
And I think it should belong to you too, Sona. I want you to stay here and make this your home. Rad counter's rising. Time to go.
No, I refuse to allow Andrasia's death to be attributed to bad luck.
This isn't fair.
Is there?
I suppose only time will tell.
Would you care to tell us what happened to our friend? Why you're here and he isn't?
Yes, I'm coming.
Blew him right out of space.
Certainly. I always enjoy our little chats. The buried temple. We'll be there. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to visit the Colony War Memorial now. I want to pay my final respects.
They call it the Armillary.
Quite a view of the laboratory below. With all of that equipment, why the hell hasn't this company had an innovation in decades? Well, look at that. It appears we've found one of Vasco's long-lost relatives. I'm sure he'll be thrilled to find out. I haven't come alone. We'll stop you from exploiting the artifacts. You and the hunter. Exactly. And don't worry. At the rate you're growing, it won't be long until you're grav-jumping to unexplored star systems on your own ship. Ever heard of a certain Solomon Coe? Renowned explorer? He'd be spinning in his grave.
That poor girl. I hope we've made the right decision.
You're right. Time to focus. I'm just doing my job, you know. I'm sure you're on the up and up. I'll be here.
Hello, Cornelius.
Yeah, I thought so too.
That's why I adopted her methods. Oh, I find that sort of cozy isolation the best way to really get to know someone.
I doubt more talk is going to change my mind. I suppose I can't completely blame you for that. I'm sure they dazzled you with its advantages.
A universal mystery left unsolved for God knows how long? Oh, I've been dreaming about solving this puzzle from the beginning.
I don't know. It seems unbelievable to me that we're even considering the possibility.
Hey, how are you holding up?
Watch those suit seals. This corrosive environment could eat right through.
There's got to be something less valuable you can drop.
Ecliptic must be getting desperate if they've resorted to searching piles of scrap for mech parts.
Oh, it's nice to finally be off our ship.
I'm just glad we found you unharmed, Andreja. Vladimir and I were worried.
Gentlemen, could we please focus?
After all, if anyone knows the Hunter's secrets, it's himself.
Looks like the construction was interrupted on this extractor unit. I wonder why. Is there anything new showing up?
Got 'em! They're trying to board us! All I have to show for my efforts are eyewitness accounts, scores of inconclusive metallurgical test results, and wild theories.
Well, I suppose they're not going to need it anymore.
Take 'em down!
Well, at least we're getting something useful from La Flora. You're kidding, right?
You better quit that. Before you hit something you'll regret.
Now that you have all the artifacts, we should talk. Talk to you soon.
We've got company!
The rest is just combat blur. Adrenaline. Pain. Yeah, you're right. I don't know what I was thinking before. Are you calling me a liar, Cartry? Oh dear. I believe I see where this is leading. I don't know who that is, but I have a feeling she has our best interests in mind. We should do what she suggests. Perhaps you should hear us out before you decide to cast judgment. Maybe another time.
You picked the wrong day to piss me off!
Hopefully, our vanguard will be at Neptune.
Exactly. But let me back up a bit so I can explain.
Funny. I thought after all this time I'd be screaming in excitement to jump into the unknown, but I feel like I'm hesitating. How fascinating. I've heard about these tunnel-boring machines, but never had the opportunity to see one of them in person.
Where were we? Oh, yes.
I was in command of the Dauntless at the battle in the Cassiopeia system.
You bet.
Yeah, I suppose painful is an appropriate way to put it. Oh, I should have checked the compatibility when we made the order. I can stay with you until we get all this fixed. If it keeps us close, then I'll gladly say those words every time you ask. Can't tell if Ecliptic's set up here for a temporary job or this is more of an operations point.
I'm betting there's something cheaper you could drop instead. Got anything on your scanner?
Commander Ikande's right. You're working for the UC now. You have to be better than you were in the past. Oh, too bad he couldn't see the artifacts coming together. But knowing him, he'll be so excited when he gets a look, it won't occur to him that he's missed anything.
Enemy's shields are back online.
Yeah, I was worried about that as well. I don't want a potential confrontation to ruin our special day. I'll make peace with her some other time.
Good.
I wonder if that flora sample can be converted into something useful. Looks like a mineral analysis laboratory. The original occupants of the place must have been interrupted during their research.
Enemy's propulsion systems offline.
Watch the boost packs, or the low grav might send you into the sky.
Noelle here has a theory that they joined together, and I'd like to get on with testing it, if you'd be so kind.
You're making perfect sense, Walter. No, this was your victory. You've proven that you're ready to enter the Unity. So long. Good. When I say that to most people, they look at me like I'm crazy.
Music composition might not consist of words and sentences, but I'll be damned if that isn't an attempt at language.
It's true. We are. There's more at stake than just your route. We're determined to get on that station, with or without your help.
As for your employment, I think delivering the artifact is a good first step.
Careful, you don't want anyone below hearing us rummaging through these ducts.
Oh, it's hard to sleep well when we're apart like that.
This military installation may have been evacuated, but that doesn't mean that they've deactivated all of their automated security. Thank goodness we have our jetpacks to offset this ridiculously heavy gravity field. You'd have someone killed to pin the crime on us. Oh, you're a wretched excuse for a human being, Bayu.
Relax. Constellation's been buying from Outland for what? A decade?
I know you're good for it. I'm just here to shop. I'll head back. Come find me if you need me again.
Targets lost their weapons.
Looks like there hasn't been anyone here for some time.
You are not the person I knew, but it is good to see you again. I do not always know who you will be. I hope I am right this time.
Huh.
I will never get used to seeing you do that.
If it helps, I truly believe that your decision, coupled with the eradication of the Lazarus plant, has made the settled systems a safer place to live.
Over there! It's the legacy, and she's completely intact. Orbital pattern locked in.
Oh, don't I wish?
Ha! Thrusters repaired.
That's what I'm hoping. Siokga are well armed. Maybe we'll get lucky and find some choice weapons around this place. The atmosphere around here is filled with caustic substances. We shouldn't stay too long.
No toast first? Shame.
Well, looks like we have this place all to ourselves. The military wouldn't abandon an installation without good reason.
For my apprenticeship, I was sent to Sidonia. My job consisted of drafting political policies and arbitrating trade disputes.
I don't know what you've heard, but I can imagine. First of all, I think you can dismiss any stories about us no longer existing. A little bit of cold never hurt anyone, right? The wealthiest person I know is Walter Stroud, but I doubt he'd be interested in financing a distillery operation. Something's out there. I wonder if Ecliptic has any sort of organized hierarchy, or are they more like a bunch of rabid dogs fighting over scraps?
I'm not some kind of a switch that can be toggled on and off at your convenience. Grav drive ready for jump.
It was not what I was expecting. Everything stretched out before me, and yet I was just talking to one person who knew everything about me. Perhaps we should investigate that control center on the far side of the bridge.
Whew, that's pungent.
It's not an easy experience to describe, but the Unity will speak to you, offer you the chance to become Starborn. At this point, I'd say you've graduated from protege and moved up the ladder. A bit. I would have preferred if this was handled without violence. But sometimes these things are unavoidable. Look at the state of this place. It's amazing the key is still in one piece. Well, you're part of Constellation, aren't you? I don't know if the rules technically cover cross-universe members, but why not? I have to go on record by saying that I'm not thrilled watching you hack into the system like this. I want a truce between all three of us. Give you some time to think over which approach to the Unity is the one you want. Mine or the Hunters. I can't help you with this decision. You're going to have to make this particular journey on your own. I'm not trying to make your life difficult, you know. This is UC property. Hopefully we'll be welcome here. Thermometer's peaking. We've got to leave. Now. Exaggerating. If anything, I'm understating the gravity of the situation.
If I begin to fall apart, I need someone I can trust to keep me in check.
I am not who you think I am. This universe is only the first one you have been to. I have seen hundreds.
Appreciate you pulling your sentinel rank on him.
I know you're in a rush, but maybe you should get dressed?
Interesting. Though I feel there's a more scientific reason behind their existence. No offense, of course. Anyway, I still can't believe how incredibly foolish I was to allow the navigator core to shut down. I have to. This is bigger than all of us.
Let's put this bird on the ground.
Throwing a grenade! Yes, Imogene. It appears your new executive here shows a flagrant disregard for rules and morality. Unfortunately, it doesn't make what I'm about to tell you any easier. I'm doing what I have to protect the artifacts.
Let's, stay away from Ebside. The locals there don't exactly appreciate the tourists.
Weapon systems back online.
If they're out there, we need to find them.
You've done this before, eh? Wise words. We watch each other's backs. We'll be fine. We've come this far, so we intend to see things through to the end, Briggs.
Listen, I'm going to be completely upfront with you. All this talk of family, it makes me wonder where our own relationship stands.
I do, but this might not be the best place to have the conversation. Let's find somewhere more private to talk. Unless, of course, you're suggesting you'd like to take over?
Yeah!
Perhaps a truce isn't a bad idea. This crystal seems to have grown right through the main structure. Could the temple have been down here for that long?
Yeah, sure. Some more than others.
We both want the same thing, Sam. We want her to remain safe.
Well, it's only worked twice so far, but the anomalies the artifacts seem to generate have a distinct pattern to them.
If Ecliptic's been here, I don't want to stay any longer than necessary. But seeing you in this moment, I have to admit that I am bloody proud of you. Well done. You've seen the terror the Hunter causes. Every time a Starborn goes through the Unity, they get more artifacts, find more temples, gain more power. How are you easing into things, Andrasia? Is our mutual acquaintance helping with the transition to this new way of life for you?
Our jump system's back up.
I can't tell you how much this means to me. I love you. Oh, what a lovely view of the Martian sky. Frankly, I'm a bit surprised to find such a delightful spot in this rather drab city.
Haven't set foot on the Eye for ages. Hope Vladimir is in a good mood today.
Time to search the wreckage. If they've been hunting in the Sol system, they've probably crossed paths with our vanguard at least once. This must be the place where they repaired these vehicles. Quite the operation they had going on in here.
You'd think that a technologically advanced society would have evolved past petty squabbling over something like the artifacts. Don't waste any time. That Starborn is still on the loose.
The fact that you risked your life to save her was incredibly selfless.
We need to get the sample from that thing.
Well then, let's give it all we've got. You're asking me to give up more than you know.
Fine. It appears you've made your decision. Now I'll make mine.
Sorry.
I understand if you want to go, but I need you here. Please, I don't know what's going to happen once that Starborn shows up. Enemy's weapons system in the green.
Something I've denied myself for far too long.
Jump drives restored.
This is the moment I've been waiting for. The amazing, colossal backside of water. Personally, I like to call it A2H. Smugglers are a bit like bounty hunters. No one wants to associate with them, yet their services are strangely in demand.
Shields are totally drained.
Before I graduated from school, I was in a band. And no, I don't mean the school band. I mean a rock band.
Then best not say anything. It might further ruin this terribly awkward moment between us.
I don't believe you. Your sincerity is hollow.
Next time.
Well, this is quite interesting.
Bye-bye.
But it has made a difference.
Well, hey there. Nice long rest, eh?
But thank you for being there and listening. It helped. It really did.
No. I wish it was that simple.
Let's strip this place of supplies. Depriving Ecliptic of anything useful is a step in the right direction. Quite an efficient assembly line. If it was fully in operation, I'd imagine this place could construct a ship in record time. It's a good thing the mechs are out of commission. We wouldn't want spacers to get their hands on those death machines. I'll keep a watchful eye and make certain your employee doesn't go on some kind of rampage. I'm anxious to find my old crash site. Come on.
Maybe you can get that to point us to the nearest restaurant. Haha. Grav jump system flatlined.
That's not going to work until we install a new power cell.
Yes.
What an interesting question. Go on, tell us, Captain.
EM levels are off the charts, but the conduction grid's holding.
Well, if you ever find a relic bottle from Earth, we'll all be happy to share it with you.
Protect Noel!
This relay station is easily over 100 years old. Original Nova Galactic construction is my guess. Built to stand the test of time. Oh, that's right. He wasn't here when you first showed up. He should be back by now. How do you feel about books, Andrasia? Enjoy reading much?
Wherever she ends up, just promise me we'll check on her from time to time. Please.
Hopefully, it'll bring me the closure that I've needed for far too long.
We aren't doubting your integrity, Admiral. We are simply expressing our regrets at how this situation was resolved.
I know you will.
They've breached our airlock. You're going to be carrying that gooey mess, right?
Seek the moon of old Earth. There are secrets there you must discover for yourself. My God. Why would the UC do something like this? It goes directly in the face of the armistice. Everything you've told us is extraordinary. I can't believe there's a doorway to a multiverse somewhere out there. Am I? Just look at the damn things.
They're forcing their way aboard.
Then you were mistaken. I'm sorry, but I believe that your logic is flawed. Good grief. Which experiment, Barrett? Oh, please do. I'd love to know what compelled you to ignore your industry ethics. First Imogene, now Masako. Ularu keeps using people as rungs on the way up the ladder. Any one of us could be next. And you call yourself law enforcement. It's disgusting.
Undocking complete, Captain.
You're starborn. And all of us need to be responsible for the fact that we are visitors in this universe. Well done. Sometimes all people need is a bit of guidance to set them on the path to success.
Oh my God, couldn't we have simply worked this out?
It doesn't matter if it can be weaponized or not. The archives need to remain sealed for now. There's no reason to rush into a decision of this magnitude.
I'm gonna go down. I knew I picked the right person for the job.
How about I just assign it to someone else then? We do have some funds we can disperse from time to time. Not to mention, I think we can get you a proper suit. That's only a partial solution. The UC should involve the Freestar Collective in the operation in an attempt to remain as transparent as possible. Freestar Collective? If there's anyone else here, chances are that they'll be friendly.
Oh, that's an excellent question.
We're at the starting point of a new chapter, and you've walked in at just the right time.
Unbelievable. I've never seen a single crystalline formation of that size. Now wait a moment. I don't believe murdering bounty hunters was included with the corporate job description. An end to the violence. It's tempting.
You fried their engines.
Though I am not exactly thrilled we're doing anything illegal.
I suppose we've come this far, so it would be a shame to stop now. Here it comes! You do what you have to do.
I will admit, it was something of a shock to see Barrett taking anything seriously. I know I have to let you go, but damn it, it's killing me inside. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. But you've left us with no choice. We're following standard scientific-based protocols. Constellation's been doing it for decades, and the results speak for themselves.
True. But hey, how else would you describe it? Enemy's maneuvering capability restored.
You do understand the significance of this encounter, don't you? Come on. Let's go rescue that Vanguard. Some people find that terrifying. I find it comfortable. It helps me bond with my shipmates. I'll head to my crew position. Can you imagine the technology to build something like this? You can't vouch for its accuracy, but you can use your intuition.
Which is why we really need to talk about our friendship and how I've been treating you.
There appears to be a ship landing in the bay. I wonder who's aboard. Look at the scale of this operation. Oh, I'll never understand how Barrett was able to manipulate Argos into spending this much money to recover an artifact. Those psychological evaluations could prove useful to both Deimos and the miners themselves. Perhaps we should lend Gilly a hand.
Stay in orbit or jump. Your call. I'd be lying if I told you I was comfortable setting foot on this station.
Oh, thank heavens. You're all right.
See you soon, love.
Have some respect, will you? That's the president of the colonies you're addressing.
Just get back out there and find those artifacts before the Starborn do.
Delgado said you should leave this station, Mathis. I suggest you follow his instructions.
Let's get going.
Walter and I were just discussing the expenses incurred during the attack.
One for the road, eh?
I was swallowed by it. Until we figure out what to do about Sona, we don't have anything to talk about. My concern is how fundamental the change will be to ourselves as people. We don't even know if you'll remember anything about this conversation.
See if they've got any weapons or ammo. Thruster system offline.
We need to move before the heat melts right through our spacesuits.
Damn it. Do we have to get up already?
No, this is not the way we handle things. All right, I'll broadcast out over our comms system. If this works, we should be able to get to that satellite without them caring. Good. I'm glad to hear it. I wish you the best, Saburo.
I've been to quite a few planets, and only a handful equal the tranquility found on Jemison.
What do you think happened aboard this ship? Fair enough. Carry on. We absolutely should not be doing this delivery without knowing what's inside the container. I wouldn't say I disapprove. I simply prefer the largest safety net possible. I've seen ships stripped down to the hull after being ambushed by spacers. You've witnessed the power granted by the temples, the anarchy that can be unleashed. Someone has to decide who should get them. You've earned the artifacts. Go. Reach the Unity. Yeah, sure. I understand. Sarah Morgan. Your success is unprecedented. Before you came, we were just discussing how continued use of force against you is unwise. Not only that, but we found someone there, alive. A child born from 2 of the crew that survived the crash. There's nothing we can do now.
I believe there is someone who might know where he is. Keeper Aquilus, the version of the hunter who came to understand peace.
While we're here, it wouldn't hurt if we checked in at the lodge. This old ramp leads right up into the cave. Seems quiet enough. Hopefully, whatever liquid was held in this storage tank wasn't terribly dangerous. A miner from Vectera brings us an artifact, and now a doppelganger walks through our door right afterwards. You're going to persuade everyone that this weasel is some sort of hero? Ridiculous. It's fair to say that by this point we all have tales that sound like they're made up. But we've been together long enough to know they're true. I'll let you guess what happens if they spot us. We can't trust that everyone will think the way you do. The longer we spend in this lifeform's home, the greater the chance more of them might return. Yeah? What? Here you go. We are the Starborn. And you are unworthy to possess the artifacts. Looks like a cargo facility. Question is, who owns the contents? Ah! Winged me! It's a fair point. Individually, they're just odd hunks of metal. Another oddity from the uncharted reaches of space. That should make our ship a bit more versatile. Free for 200 years, and this city is the best the collective can come up with? Unfortunately, my father's transport was caught in the crossfire. After the Freestar Collective started farming Vesta, and the UC pushed back, my father was one of the many diplomats sent in to arbitrate. I'm sorry, but yes. Your decision has denied us any type of safety net. Oh, you're going to make me cry. And you? You're right, we're not CEOs, but we're also not murderers either. There's a lot of grey you seem to have skipped over. I don't know about you, but I think the welcome sign really lends itself to the alluring charm of this star station. That's all this was about. Credit? Well, at least you admit it. Those crazies are all over the settled systems, looking for something. That great serpent of theirs, I guess. Not like they ever stopped to talk.
I know the Vanguard recently attacked that pirate outpost on Artemis 2.
Where do you want me? A lot on your mind? We maintain a star station in orbit above us. It's where we do all our deep space scanning. I hope at least some of the crew managed to escape. Shields are at your command. I realize Genghis is a clone, but look at him. It's as though he stepped directly from the pages of history. It's incredible. I'm starting to think you're right. Heck no. That's not happening. You be careful, okay? Are you implying I should ignore that, based purely on the fact I might not be cut out for business? Target's shield system is up. Well, looks like there's nowhere else to go but up or down. You take credits to ignore what Bailey's done? What's the matter with you? Something's obviously decided to make this place its home. If I can help you with anything, just say the word. I'll tell you what. Let's put this past us, shall we? I'm sure everything will work out in the end.
Here, to open the way. Once you have found it, we can see if you are ready to enter the Unity.
Well, with all signs pointing to the Astral Lounge, I suppose we should pay it a visit. Purely for exploratory purposes, of course. Oof, a bit cramped in here. Now I know what a freeze-dried dinner feels like. It's very disturbing. Especially with all of that cutting-edge technology at their disposal. Exactly. For me, it was all about the quieter moments. All done for now? Okay. About time. You might think those drugs are helping, but they'll catch up with you. Now you sound like a politician.
Welcome to your new home, by the way.
I was merely suggesting that you allow Mateo look after her. Perhaps even have him continue Cora's education. To hell with corporations and CEOs and profit margins. People have died, and you aren't showing the least bit of remorse. Ugh, I wonder if they got out of here. We're the closest of colleagues. Nothing you could do at this point would ever break that sacred trust.
Look at this thing. It's been sitting here rusting.
I doubt our vanguard is still at Jupiter, but it's our best lead.
The eye isn't your personal vacation home.
It's a delicate instrument. If you don't want me to revoke your docking rights...
There's also checking the long-range scans and seeing if more anomalies are out there in uncharted territory. Vladimir Saul can help there.
Ridiculous! You have no right to dictate what we can or cannot do with the artifacts.
What? I don't understand. Why?
Of course you can, sweetie. I don't think it was a joke. It was an attempt at some genuine sympathy.
We have our thrusters back.
So, what do you think? Do you like it here, Sona? It's a shame we couldn't recover Jane's ship. Poor girl. At least her pilot's safe, so I suppose it isn't a total loss. I'm disappointed that we don't share the same view on this. But your life is your own to lead. Just don't expect me to condone what you've done. Look at all this structural damage. We need to be careful around here.
Are you certain this is the safest approach to the main platform?
One slip and down we go. Seems like an unnecessary risk, if you ask me. This is quite a find. Don't even joke. If this data is faulty and we end up being pointed to a pile of rocks, I don't even know what we'd do next. I'll be careful. I promise.
Aha!
I understand why you're saying that, but I can't just turn my back on the universe like that. It's not who I am.
Incredible. These enormous power cells must be the primary power storage for the entire city.
Despicable is too kind a word. So this must be where some of the local fauna shelters. There was a particularly bloody battle. We were fighting over a world in the Eta Cassiopeia system. Worst fighting I'd ever seen. So, no regrets betraying Delgado then. I imagine you and he formed quite a partnership right up until the end.
Have something for me?
You're the best thing that's happened to me in my life. I love you. Always.
Delicate work.
I'll leave it to you. This is a good place to search for organic materials. It's only a short hop to the second crash site. We wanted to keep the ceremony small and involve only the people I care about the most.
One of these days, we need to actually get some sleep after going to bed.
She doesn't even come close to how deeply I feel about you.
Either way, we need all the help we can get.
I wanted to know how you feel about what's happened. Do you think you've made the right decision? Having a change of heart? You shouldn't.
No, we done talking already.
Piss off. Watch out! Here we are, caught in the middle of some sort of needlessly violent crusade between the hunter and the emissary.
Set a route to the eye! We have our people to rescue.
Yes, that would have been unfortunate. The Crimson Fleet would have had enough wealth to fund their operation for decades.
Unfortunately, there's no way that I know of to reply. And believe me, I've been trying to gather data on the damn things for years.
Well said. There's no reason to assume they're any worse than us, despite their cultural beliefs. That's curious. Londinian is nowhere near Tau Ceti. How the hell did it get all the way over there?
Oh, just pay the damn fine next time, please.
That's the only language Neon Security seems to understand.
And through that, we entered the Unity.
That should shake things up around here just a bit. We, of course, understand what a thankless task military recruitment can be, but it does seem compensation would be in order.
What are you doing? This still has some value, you know. Target's restored its shields.
Crawling back on your hands and knees, Mathis? How unbecoming. All that just to help restore the family name. How did he ever think that was going to work? My only wish is that my rescue hadn't come at the expense of Sam's life.
Oh, yeah? Well, you haven't seen me behind closed doors.
No way. Yes. It isn't exactly an everyday occurrence to stumble across a mysterious temple and absorb some type of strange alien energy from within. I'm glad you were able to get them to leave peacefully. Oh, I would have hated if that had ended in violence. I'm worried about you. That time you spent as a prisoner with those pirates, it couldn't have been easy. I'll try, but I doubt any of them will compare to the spectacular tales that we hear you spin.
I hope you two keep working together.
Don't look at me. You two already know my flag is firmly planted in the science camp.
They're done.
I wanted to take this opportunity to talk about what you did for Sam. To be honest, if I had to pick something positive to say about the Crimson Fleet, I'd be at a loss.
Everything ends! Good. We need all the help we can get.
There might be some difficult days ahead, but I wish you good luck. I know a few archaeologists back in New Atlantis that would give their left arm to be here right now. I'm proud of you. Turning him into Marshal Blake was the right decision. We're almost at the Overlook. There's some seriously high-tech equipment at this laboratory.
Pirates. Easy to spot from the equipment. Ramshackle junk.
My contact is John Tuala. I believe you've already met. Runs the Vanguard recruiting office. I can personally vouch for my colleague here and make sure that she behaves. I'm not certain why you'd choose to back this free-star elitist snob, but that's your choice. I'll back your play, but I don't have to like it. This place, there's something about it that simply doesn't make sense. We should proceed with caution. You've come far. To see such anger in you pains me.
If we spin up the grav drive now, we have a chance.
Yeah, you know, one of those luxury liner journeys that shows off binary stars, gas nebulas, asteroid fields. Pretty photogenic stuff.
Another smuggling operation. Can't say that I'm surprised.
Everyone, enough. This is getting us nowhere.
You're probably right. That's why I keep you around, to hold my head above water and give me a swift kick in the arse once in a while. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that sentiment.
Your call on where to start. Plenty of universe out there.
Have I lost your attention?
So, we sneak in and take the artifact ourselves. Clever.
Oh, legs hit bad.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about.
My God. I still can't believe you can do that.
A friend, although not the one you're expecting.
And many of my kind aren't above making use of machines. They had this military base built for a reason. This must have been some type of machine shop. Vladimir would have had the time of his life in a place like this.
Can't do it.
Oh, look. There's some sort of passage down there. Interesting. If there's anything else you ever feel like discussing, you let me know. Good work. Not only are we getting an artifact, but we saved our Vanguard friend as well.
Sounds good. Lead on.
All yours, Barrett. Try to come back in one piece this time?
Why couldn't you do what I asked? You were supposed to save Sam.
The artifacts are ours!
I've started something of an impromptu book club with Noelle. Nothing serious, just for fun. Think you'd be interested? Come now, aren't you overstating things a bit? You really need to have a bit more self-confidence. You mean, other than the fact that it can turn a free-willed human being into a mindless automaton? Ah, this is the moment I've been waiting for. The amazing, colossal backside of water. Personally, I like to call it OH2. Captain Myung. You're a legend. I heard about you when I was working with the United Colonies. Thank you for trusting us. The Starborn might fight over the artifacts, but Constellation only wants to learn all we can. But as I rose in rank, I became more interested in my career than what she needed from me. I let her drift away. No matter what happens, we're all in this together. This is worth fighting for. Give it everything you've got.
Target's thrusters are offline.
Oof! We're explorers. We keep a lot of equipment on hand for that purpose. So the more you work with us, the more we can share what we have. Emissary, you claim that you'll keep the artifacts safe from those who would abuse it. But absolute power corrupts absolutely. I certainly hope there's no seismic activity while we're in this cave.
Well, there's no reason to be jealous. They were just, I don't know, different times.
It's quite likely everyone that was here was killed during some sort of past conflict. The last thing we want is an entire UC station full of armed guards questioning our presence. We can keep moving through this way.
Nice look. Hope it didn't set you back too many credits.
Don't get bent out of shape.
Take it easy. No, I'm fine. But I wanted to say something before you continue.
There's nothing you can do now. He's not going to make it.
Let's just keep the hijinks to a minimum, shall we? You again? Great.
The few times I've dealt with Benjamin Bayou in the past have been rather unpleasant, to say the least.
All you had to do was ask.
I've run across a smuggling operation or two in my travels. I'm going to be honest with you. Traipsing around a station known for astrovirology experimentation isn't exactly at the top of my bucket list.
I still don't understand how you can harness that type of power.
You're right.
Bah! Waste of time. I love you. And I'm forever thankful to have someone as amazing as you in my life.
Not exactly the surface of Mercury, but this certainly is hot. I'll let him handle the introductions. If I steal his thunder, I'll never hear the end of it. I'm doing well, Saburo. Haven't given up the dream, I see. We called ourselves Ironic Comet. A ridiculous name, I know. But we were just a bunch of teenagers getting together and having fun. Now that we're here, I suppose we should start looking through this cargo.
Sona, calm down and listen to me. It's much too dangerous to stay here all by yourself, darling. Well, that was fun. Now what?
As the chair of Constellation, I take personal responsibility in vouching for this man's integrity. He'll keep his word. I know it might be hard to be back here after what happened. Give it time.
Thank you, Sona. I'm going to talk to my friend here a minute, okay?
I hope our suit seals hold. Otherwise, we won't last long in this environment. Either everyone here is missing or hiding.
Enemy ship eliminated.
I'm trying to hold it together. There's just too much coming at me all at once, you know?
Oh! Took one in the leg.
Look at all this security. And still, the colonists here didn't even have time to turn everything on before they were wiped out. I've been letting my contacts know to be on the lookout for strange metal objects. Get back a lot of noise, usually. But a tip from the UC Vanguard sounds promising. Through it, you can reach the Unity. And from there, you can become Starborn.
While we're here, we should swing by Hope Tech Star Yard and see if they have anything interesting for sale.
Nothing in this universe justifies murder.
Enemy's weapon systems are down.
It's a big decision.
Remember our last conversation, when you told me the artifacts made you so overwhelmed you couldn't remember a thing?
From what you told us, it sounds like this hunter and emissary won't just agree to hand their artifacts over.
No, I don't think you understand. I know about the visions, the light, and the music.
Mateo is finally having an influence on you, Walter.
You will be leaving this universe behind to be reborn.
Everything you were before will be gone.
No. Not yet, anyway. Back to it, everyone. We need to find the answers no one else can.
That's terrible. You shouldn't be responsible for your brother's debts. Damn it! At least give him a chance to explain first. Just grab a wrench. Should be quick. It is not about you or me. The Unity is greater than us. I never had a chance to find the shuttle wreckage and give my crew a proper burial.
This old mining colony looks more run down than Ebside on Neon. And that's saying something.
I don't know if I'm ready to make that leap, but knowing we'd be doing it hand in hand would certainly make it more comforting. For you to even ask me that question means you're completely blind to the implications of that horrid device. You have shown a rare amount of wisdom. Do not continue hunting the artifacts. That path leads only to your destruction. This place appears to be abandoned.
I like the new look. Not that you needed one, but hey, it's your money.
It's good to be back on board, maybe. But for how long? I'm going to hold you to that promise. Building Sidonia completely underground was a clever way of keeping the city shielded from the harsh Martian landscape.
You mean that? You do that? For me?
We appreciate your help, Estelle.
Hello?
See what kind of information you can get off of there. In any event, we'll be able to see for ourselves. We know where most of the artifacts are now, and presumably how we get them. And I'll have yours.
Had a good sleep?
There's bound to be plenty of raw materials at this facility. Okay. Pretending to be a religious zealot who believes in a dreadful cosmic entity. Perfectly normal. Wait a moment. Look down there. Through the vegetation. Is that some type of encampment? We should investigate immediately.
Our long-range scanning data can come back decades old. Until we go there ourselves, we won't know for sure.
They made it pretty clear they're not looking for friends.
Well, I'm certain that wasn't supposed to happen. Check with Vladimir?
Constellation has lost people before. But not like this. If you want to help, then find that graveyard and bring me those necklaces Sona mentioned. I'm hoping they're my crew's gene tags. That last hit took out the thrusters. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go. If only we knew where these zealots were based. Could have wiped them all out at once. You're a respected colleague. And I wouldn't want to lose you. Ugh, bounty hunters. Worst of the worst. I've never seen someone reach that tier. Huh. That's incredibly impressive. It's the governmental arm of the United Colonies. You know, the politicians, the diplomats, the ambassadors. Shielding system is down. Remember, some life forms don't need spacesuits, so keep your eyes open. I never even had a chance to find the shuttle wreckage and give my crew a proper burial. Watch your footing around here. These types of mines can be frighteningly unstable. Oh, please tell me this place isn't producing anything meant for human consumption. You're lucky, Bailey. If it was me, I wouldn't be so lenient. A loss is always hard. Constellation will get through this together. Like always.
Hey there.
You chose the hunter's path. I do what I must. Whatever you've done in the past is your business. Perhaps we should leave it at that. If you think that threat is going to cause us to just walk away, you're more foolish than I thought. But most people aren't going into space looking for the unknown. They're looking for places to settle, resources to extract, territory to defend.
Set aside anything useful and just leave the rest.
I don't think any of us could go back. This is too big.
Really?
If anything, I feel that I'm understating the situation. I hope you realize how much of a difference you've made. Keep an eye on your corrosive meter. Mine's just redlined. This place looks well defended. We should watch our backs. I should certainly hope that it doesn't.
Maybe, but I'd appreciate it if you'd hear me out.
Vladimir, giving our new member both barrels the first time you meet?
Please, give me some time. I have to go.
Making this place feel like home. As you can see, Vladimir's time with the Crimson Fleet proved to be quite lucrative. One can only hope he's left that way of life behind. Yes, and it's my fault. Oh, you're wasting my time. We must use all of the tools at our disposal to learn more about the Starborn and their connection to the artifacts. Just don't forget to take time for yourself, okay? Plenty of rooms if you need to sit down and be alone for a while. Oh, do get on with this. There's only so long I can stand being in the presence of this pig.
Oh, you know, a year here and a year there. Good to see you, Yassine. We have some business.
Ridiculous. You have no right to judge humankind as a group. We're individuals, and we're guided by our own unique morality. The Asili solution might take years, perhaps even decades. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking for humankind. That sounds far too risky to me. This cavern, it's like an enormous geode. Crystalline formations like this are incredibly rare. Why this place was abandoned, I'll never understand.
The UC's watching over this star yard like a hawk, so we should watch our step.
More bodies. Does this mean the entire crew was killed?
You got a good right hook. In the future, might be wise to not swing first, but you got the artifact. That's what counts.
Take your time. You sure you want to get rid of that?
Let me ask you a question. Actually, I don't even know your name. Remember when you said no one but me would have pushed harder to keep the navigator core going? Well, this time, pushing too hard cost lives.
Non-breathable atmosphere. For safety, we probably shouldn't stray too far from our ship.
I saw your body absorb an almost unquantifiable amount of energy of a type we can't even begin to understand.
I know, but that's not the point.
Maybe we can still work something out.
Constellation has always been neutral, but that doesn't mean we want to be on any government's bad side.
It's done. Let's head home. Both. Neither.
Die! It might not be Jemison, but this ship is starting to feel like home.
Unbelievable.
No, nothing like that at all. I just have a lot on my mind, and I am terrible at getting right to the point. Oh well, I guess they're gone.
I don't know about you, but I'd like to find out why this area was abandoned. Noel and Vladimir are right. The artifacts need a new home. The settled systems would be better without Ecliptic infesting the place like vermin.
There you are!
I'm afraid I'm at a loss for words. I don't know how you did it, but I'm certain I've just witnessed history being made here today.
Good to go? Just take the tram up to the top level. We'll be looking for Chief Diplomat Yassine. We have him. Let's get him on board the ship. Take him back to the lodge.
Yes, this looks correct. Those rock formations nearby look familiar. My old campsite shouldn't be far. I'm here because I need your help, Admiral. Don't leave any of that behind.
I've had something on my mind since we left the lodge, and I can't seem to let it go.
You're carrying too many odds and ends. Time to let something go.
So Ularu is the actual culprit. That complicates things. We're going to have to proceed very carefully, or else Dalton might send someone after us. Now I can see why Stroud Eklund set up shop here. That crystalline formation looks quite intriguing and valuable. We won't be able to breathe without our suits in this place. After the talks broke down, war broke out on Vesta, and all of the UC diplomats were evacuated from Freestar Space. Everyone agrees we need to talk to your Vanguard about what he found. Let's leave it at that. I'm hoping to find some information inside the wreckage of my shuttle that we can access. So this is Londonian. I've heard the stories, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. I'm glad you're so confident, but I'm not sure that I agree.
Yes, miraculously, he's fine. Not really mobile, though. His leg is going to take some time to heal.
You know, all this talk about Aja reminds me that my time with her was a gift. I miss her dearly because I'm concerned about you. My contact is in the recruiting office, so he hears a lot about what the volunteers are up to. The Temple is testing you. Always. You can rest assured that she will get the best education and care that Constellation can possibly provide.
They left me to my own devices, and yet I somehow screwed everything up.
When the dust settled, the United Colonies gave me a medal. Can you believe that? A damn medal. You hold something you have no right to. My people have killed for less, but I will offer you one chance to hand over the artifact and turn away from this path. If bounty hunters were holed up here, they might have left something useful behind. This is humankind's first contact with what I believe is an alien race. A race with technology that could be far superior to our own.
Fine. Take as long as you want, but I'm not going anywhere with you until we work this out.
I wonder how long ago this place was built. What an incredibly beautiful sculpture. I suspect it was placed here for some sort of specific purpose rather than as an artistic statement. Don't let your mind get the better of you. I believe you told me something very similar once. I know that you'll always have my back, because that's the type of person you are.
Music composition might not consist of words and sentences, but I'll be damned if that isn't an attempt at language.
Look, you're free to do whatever you want. I was merely pulling you aside to speak to you as a friend. Interesting. I'd be lying if I told you I was comfortable setting foot on this station.
We received a transmission from Barrett. He told us you were on the way. We're relieved you finally made it.
Despite that, no matter how hard I've tried to make them a part of my life, they tend to drift away and disappear. Idiot! How could you possibly think the hunter is your best option? I feel almost as though I don't know you anymore.
Painful memories or not, it's good to be home.
Where I came from, I was the one who stayed at the lodge to protect the artifacts. You died on board the Eye while we held off the hunter. We'll talk again.
The question is, where do we go from here? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid my curious mind is once again overriding my manners. Bounty hunters run weapon-heavy, so it'd be worth searching around if you're looking to add to our arsenal. This must lead to the miners' living quarters. I can't imagine having to live almost every waking moment underground. Good luck, Andresia. If the concept of luck is something that you believe in, of course.
Oh, can we get this moving?
The only thing we can be certain of is that the technology we've encountered points to beings that live outside the settled systems.
Weapons are down, Captain. Phew. This has taken a lot out of me, so maybe we should just leave things right here. If I begin to fall apart, I need someone I can trust to hold me together.
In every universe, the fate of the artifacts matters. I'm not happy with having to kill Hank, but he left us with no other choice. Oh, what a waste.
I'd rather not, but
Okay.
no.
I returned to Jemison for the funeral and reunited with my mother. After that, we vowed to stay in touch.
Wait, what exactly are you saying?
You've done a lot of good work. The artifacts, bringing Barrett home.
Barrett?
Look, we really need to talk. I'm not very comfortable heading into Mast. But don't worry. I'll try and keep my complaints to a minimum.
I'm listening.
You mean back when the Navigator Corps still existed? The UC mothballed us, remember?
Unless you've converted recently and didn't tell me. You might want to watch your back. Ecliptic is filled with a bunch of disgruntled hooligans who couldn't make it in the military.
We're going to transfer all the data from your ship to the Lodge. The gravitational wave they caused, scans of their weapons, shields, everything. What? No hidden military installation threatening the trade routes to Sidonia? Shocking. I swear, why did they bother sending him out this way?
Enemy's grav drive is online.
I trust that you're not seriously considering having that thief killed. Beyond that, you'll be expected to use your own judgment, just like the rest of us. We hear you loud and clear, Nia.
Let us see if you can fight yourself. Please tell me you're not going to make us run the Red Mile.
That's not good. We should get over there and check on Barrett in person. I know a lot's going through your head, but don't get lost. Look, you've never steered me wrong before. If you truly believe she can make her own decisions, I'll back off.
Yes, exactly. Now imagine if you knew one that also happened to use the word unity in his little talks.
An odd-looking rock or a single strange hunk of metal wouldn't mean much to them. That's why Constellation exists, in a way, to put pieces like this together. Well, this explains why the miners ceased drilling. Someone must have missed this natural cavern on the geological survey. Shame. Go ahead. Do the honors. Well then, it's painfully clear I'm wasting my time.
Yes. They expected to serve on the best ships, with the best captains. The crew of the Dauntless had to settle for me.
And it's my duty to report that we found someone there alive. A child born from 2 of the crew that survived the crash. Azami, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind sharing what you know about Aurora.
Weapons are back up.
What's on your mind?
Your weapons are not needed.
Really? I feel like I see customers in here all the time. Let's be certain to stock up on some extra ammunition before we explore the wilderness around the city. We have it. Ready to get out there? I'm sorry to hear that, but what's done is done. The Aseles method has been deployed, so we'll have to wait and see if it's effective.
Their shield system is damaged.
Well, don't go all quiet on me. Vladimir runs the station. Brilliant astronomer. Years of practical experience.
Unless you want to search every square kilometre of Cassiopeia 1,
that's our only option. The moral ambiguity, the deceit, the avarice. Megacorporations seem to exude a complete disregard for common human decency. Had you taken the money, this would have been a very different conversation. He was one of my closest colleagues and a cherished friend. He always knew how to make me laugh. I'll miss him dearly. That's either extremely brave or extremely foolish.
Actually, considering you have no idea what you're getting yourself into, I'd say it's a bit of both.
You make my skin crawl, Bayou. Knowing that is the only reason that I'm here.
Barbaric is precisely what I was thinking. There are always alternatives. You simply need to work hard to find them. I'd remain there for hours in silence, eyes closed, listening, waiting for the secret to be whispered in my ear.
We need immediate repairs on the weapon system.
Barrett's right. There are better ways of handling this than using violence. Don't make things worse than they already are for this poor man.
This one's down!
I should come with you. The father and I aren't close, but he knows who I am.
Rest well. Me? I'd rather have been in your arms than sleep alone. Anyway, that's all I had to discuss for now. Thanks for spending time listening to me. It really helps. This gambling machine looks functional. If we could find the missing numbers, perhaps we'd be able to win the jackpot for ourselves. Sam's told me so much about the Freestar Collective, I could almost write a book on the subject. It's far too late to undo what's already been done. But it's comforting to know that you realize what you've done is wrong. I'll be fine. You go on ahead. I can't even imagine to tell you the number of inhospitable worlds like these that I've visited.
Our shields are repaired, Captain.
Oh, let's just hope this program is as thorough as you say then. And as safe. You can't be serious. I'll take my leave. You'll know where to find me. All right, let's hear it.
Our grav jump's in the green.
Hard to tell which way is up.
We should stop by Centaurian soon. I'm running a little dry on ammo.
Indeed. A mystery that hopefully both of us are determined to solve. Wait, what exactly are you saying?
Don't worry, I'll help Vladimir. You get out there and find another artifact.
Do be careful. I'm betting that grave site has been claimed by a hostile creature as its territory.
I think we've heard enough. Let's get a ship together and do this. You and I should go.
You okay? You. Most importantly, though, I'm certain we're both stronger after the experience.
I'm guessing someone noticed that the pirates in this system were a little too organized and well-equipped, so they brought in the heavy hitter.
As long as our hands don't get too dirty, I suppose we can help out this Yannick character. Now hold on a moment. There's no reason to assume we're better than they are, despite their cultural beliefs. As much as I'm eager to explore the universe, there's nothing quite like the feeling of returning home.
Well, judging from the fact that both you and Barrett claim to have heard music, I've made the leap that the artifact was reaching out.
Well, if we're looking for somewhere to pick a fight, this would probably be the place. The Starborn's technology is simply astonishing. It's just almost too much to process. It's a terrible shame the rescue came at the expense of Andresia's life. I don't mind at all. Go ahead. Geologically, this place is quite interesting. I'm sorry. I wish there had been a better solution. But it's the path that you chose to take.
Yes. I suppose that is one thing in all of this that makes sense. We all have to live with your choice.
Keep the artifacts out of his hands.
Seconded. I must insist that you exercise caution when using your newfound abilities. You killed one of their own. They have good reason to feel threatened.
Where the hell did you learn to do all of that?
Oh, please don't say Neon. The Crimson Fleet's recently bunked here. Not sure why, though. I'm going to be up front with you. I'm not happy visiting anything related to the Freestar Collective. But you lead, and I'll follow. So, did you do it? I can't imagine sinking low enough to kill for money like these bounty hunters do. I had no other choice. Really? Now's not the time for jokes. Are you really going to make me remind you what that man did to those farmers on Montara Luna? And in my eyes, and in the eyes of Constellation, your word is your most valuable asset, far more valuable than what that data core holds. Unfortunately, no. Other than you and Barrett, there were no records of direct encounters with the artifacts. Was that absolutely necessary? Oh, you could have at least tried talking to Hank before you decided to kill him. Expect anything and everything. Other Starborn, human mercenaries, and defenses, alien creatures under mind control. It's all fair game. Perhaps Constellation should consider adding more robots to our roster. Would certainly make deep space expeditions a bit safer. The bond we have between us feels unbreakable. It's like nothing else I've ever experienced in my life.
Cora, we'll tell you everything. Just, we have to be somewhere safe first.
Would it be too much to ask if we stopped by Laredo Firearms and took a look around?
I'm not who you think I am. This universe is only the first one you've been to. I've seen hundreds.
It's absolutely freezing here! I do not recommend extended exposure without our suits. That's actually why I asked you to meet me up here. So, if you're willing to take that leap of faith with someone like me, then I'm ready to do the same.
We need damage control on the thrusters! Oh, just the thought of landing at the Red Mile was making me sick. Now that we're here, I'm almost at a loss for words. Looks like this was the last stand for the crew. How in the hell was the platform breached in the first place?
Well, that's a waste.
I see.
Well, that was a long time ago.
Well, I can't thank you enough, Walter.
It's reassuring to know I have someone I can depend on by my side. We've tagged their engines.
Anyway, I've dated other men and women at various points in my life, but I'd hardly classify any of them as relationships. We have no choice now. We'll have to take them all down. Oh, it's amazing that after all these years, the geothermal energy system is able to keep that smelting unit fully operational. It's too goddamn late. You've placed yourself in this ridiculous situation. I'll defend you, but I don't have to like it.
Look, it's clear the two of us are becoming more than partners. We're becoming close friends.
I might not have.
But someone used a stolen Constellation clearance code to try and bypass contraband scans. Glad to haul whatever you need.
Wait, you see that? There's a ship just drifting out there.
This is Star Station LO686. Please respond if you wish to dock.
Until now, I never realized that having someone like you by my side could make me feel at peace. And I never want that feeling to end. Okay, I'll trust that you're telling me the truth. But if you ever need to talk, I'm always available.
I agree. This is getting us nowhere.
Hope you've calibrated that thing.
Drinks are on you. Now I'm certain there's something wrong with you, Walter.
We have our weapons back.
The colony war was a horrible conflict that irreparably wounded the settled systems. There were times I felt that it would never end.
Just stay away from me.
That was a smart decision. We couldn't simply let him walk away from that situation. I wonder if there are any Freestar Rangers nearby. The effort and planning it must have taken to evacuate literally the entire planet. Can you imagine? The logistics alone must have been mind-boggling.
Gonna bury you!
It wasn't until the UC rescue ship picked me up that I realized only 10 months had passed. He's alive. Ve Victus is still alive. There, the last temple.
Well, it appears that we've definitely ruined the party.
Everyone's gone.
Expanding the outpost a bit. At the end of the day, I was in charge, so the blame obviously fell on my shoulders.
Stroud Eklund makes some of the finest ships in the settled systems. I'd love to get a look at their operations after her parents died. That poor girl spent years surviving on that hostile world, alone. We abandoned her, Admiral. We let her down. Time to move on. It is not about you or me. The Unity is greater than us.
What do we know about them? Has anyone ever run into them before?
Indeed. The only real harm you can do to Benjamin Bayou is through his bank account.
Yeah. This isn't what I expected. At all.
If it's any consolation, I don't trust this man either. I'll keep an eye on him. How is this helping in the least?
We're helpless out here. Just don't challenge him to an arm wrestling competition.
Look at the damage to these robots. We're not the first people to set foot on the Legacy since it was trapped. These mechs were some of the deadliest instruments of war created by mankind. It's a relief that they've been outlawed by the Armistice. So, that's what we're looking for. The pieces to an armillary. A path to the center of a multiverse. Once we're done here, we should have a little talk with Sona. Poor thing's waiting for us at the lodge.
Wait. You're seriously going to give me the runaround by flipping this onto me?
Hopefully that platform is safe. Falling into the lava would cut our expedition rather short. So, Sam, have you given any thought to what I asked regarding Cora? Embrace death! So even though the parts break down, it's easy to jury-rig a fix for almost anything. Nowadays, starship manufacturers engineer complex modules you always have to buy whole cloth.
You going to share any of that?
If something used this place as shelter, there could be a secondary food source nearby. It would be nice, wouldn't it? So that's what it feels like. This is 20 years of karma coming back to me.
Nice rock chewing there, Dusty. That was a pleasant change of scenery.
You'll see soon enough, but expect anything. Enemy starborn, human mercenaries, alien creatures, whatever it takes to stop us. Now, don't get me wrong. Jemison is an amazing place, but for me, it was the old neighborhood.
If I begin to fall apart, I'm going to need someone who can keep my spirits up.
You asked for a reward from a child. What the hell is wrong with you? The result of the Centaurus proclamation has always left me torn. So much conflict arose as a result. Was it worth it?
Oh, thank God. Do me a favor, please. Never scare me like that again.
People betting over other people's very survival. Absolutely revolting. I thought perhaps you'd enjoy the challenge of unlocking the mysteries of the entire universe. My mistake. You're a liar and an absolute disgrace to the United Colonies.
Oh, well, I enjoy hearing about them. Professionally, of course.
Yes! Grav drive back online. There's nothing to talk about. I've already made myself clear. Very well. If there is even a faint glimmer of the same person I knew, I will honor their wishes. Here. Now go. Nobody's here. Oh, this is not a good sign. Enemy's weapons are damaged, Captain. I'm going to end you!
I'm less worried about knowing where they are than when they are. Grav jumping is near instantaneous, but interstellar communication is still measured in light years.
Do what you can. A suggestion to the right ears can work wonders. Those types of corporations remind me why I never ventured into business. I can't stand that way of life.
After you, Captain.
Damn it! I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. We have an incredibly capable group of people here. We have a path to follow, and we're going to see where it leads. Handling those tricky decisions regarding Ryujin must have been difficult. In fact, I'm amazed you were able to deal with them at all.
Look, I don't want any trouble, but I'd get fired if I didn't call security to get this body out of here.
You forced my hand by joining the Hunter. It is no longer about what I want.
Stop by my office later. You and I are going to be doing some traveling together. Get your feet wet. I'll go over the details then.
That stuff's going to kill you. Different approaches to the same goal. I'm certain she'll appreciate the fact that you're mentoring her through this situation.
That's not going to happen.
Well, yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. How did you know that? Never mind. Admiral Logan's office shouldn't be terribly far. Let's go. Oh, you're just too much, you know that? Could you explain the part about multiple universes one more time for everyone?
Oh, good. We could probably use that flora specimen for research purposes.
Given everything we've seen, I don't blame you at all. I'm sorry that this isn't the celebration that you deserve.
Damn it! Can't hold on.
You know where I'll be. Separation complete. Why am I concerned? Let's think for a moment. Fine. But you promise me you'll be careful. I can't afford to lose you. You may think so, but I don't. Constellation ship. You weren't invited to this meeting, but much of our conversation has been about you. It's only fitting you should join us. I understand if you need to go, but I'm protecting the artifacts no matter what. I'm nothing if not open-minded. Well spoken. I'm proud of you. Can do. Thanks again, Sergeant. Place the armillary in your ship, then power up your grav drive. It'll take care of the rest. We give you our word.
I'll get right on it.
They picked the wrong ship to board. One day, maybe that won't be true. This place reminds me of my UC Navy training barracks. Cold, cramped, and offensive. They're even less organized than the Crimson Fleet. Just countless desperate groups scavenging and killing to survive.
Look, I think I've said all I can handle for now.
I thought maybe you were, well,
It doesn't matter anymore. I'm still overwhelmed you chose to spend the rest of your life with me. I couldn't be happier. Don't forget, John. I need them back after you wrap them in that fancy get-up of yours.
I know you don't.
Feel free to drop some stuff into my bag. After my rescue, the brass evaluated my mission debriefing and determined the crew was dead. Most of the chemical components of our body, carbon, oxygen, sulfur, are exactly the same as those manufactured by internal stellar reactions. That doesn't give you license to wreck your way across other universes.
You believe that tough guy act he put on? Have you ever been close to death knowing no one's coming to help you?
Though my beliefs differ, I honor it as well. Well, there's the small matter of a bill I recently received. 5,000 credits for assorted petty fours. I've done this routine. Let's skip to the part where you admit you're lying about what he owes. This is unbelievable. Oh, you poor, poor man. Damn it. They've regained their jump capability. That's like exonerating a world leader for ordering his generals to invade a neighboring planet.
One person did this. It'd be impressive if you don't think about the fact that these dead men had mothers.
Can you imagine how many credits flow through this place? Figuratively, of course. The Starborn were so clever, so resourceful. Just look at this place. The military forces that were occupying this place certainly seemed to have left in a hurry. I can imagine that was quite an internal struggle. Fortunately, the good side of your conscience won the dispute. Keep an eye on your suit's filtration levels.
If that were true, we wouldn't be here.
I don't know much about the Ryujin Corporation, but they certainly appear to be doing very well for themselves.
What the? They're gone!
Ooh, I hope the data on there was worth all of the trouble.
They could, but you're the one he handed off Vasco and the Frontier to. You're the most indebted to him, which is actually a bit ironic for Barrett.
When I think of my experiences with the Freestar Collective, very few pleasant memories bubble to the surface.
Incoming!
Oh, after rummaging through this place, you be sure to wash your hands. Don't want to get any of Ecliptic slime on your skin.
They've restored their weapons.
Are you out of your mind? What the hell are you doing?
Ah, damn it! I'm blind!
Thank you for offering your input. I know it's a difficult subject. Fate placed you in a terrible position. And I think you've done remarkably well. I do love you. That's why this decision is tearing me apart.
Weapons are in the green.
Mission or not, I can't even imagine why you'd take part in such an uncivilized activity. There's always a better way. A moment, Barrett. We never finished our conversation about your little soiree on the Eye. That's a wise decision. The plant growth here is completely out of control. It's almost as though the flora is attempting to swallow this place whole. Not sure that's the best idea, but fine. See that shroud covering Neon? Believe it or not, you're looking at the only city in the settled systems that powers itself from lightning.
Their jump system's up.
This place has been picked clean. I doubt we'll find much worth using around here. It was a wise decision. A backup plan to give the Iseles Gambit a fighting chance. Seriously? The colony war, of course. Oh, these poor soldiers. I hope they made it out of here alive. Let's do this quick, preferably before our radiation scrubbers run out. That's a possibility. Or perhaps this is all part of some grand experiment. Oh, there's so much that we don't yet know. Spacers are the scavengers of space, like maggots feeding off of dead carcasses left in the sun.
And stay down!
Had I been in your shoes, I would have done exactly the same thing. Progress requires funding, I'm afraid. And we're making good progress these days.
Enemy's grav drive disabled.
Remember our last conversation, when you told me the artifacts made you feel like you were being pulled across the entire galaxy? All of the escape shuttles from the Dauntless carried a final memory dump from the ship's computers.
We have full jump capability.
Constellation has never consorted with Ecliptic, and never will. Not on my watch.
You're done.
Time for a little talk, eh? That was an interesting trade. But whatever works, I suppose. I assure you, we'd never harm anyone from the United Colonies without provocation, Commander. We've detached. Let's get out of here. Turn him over to Marshal Blake, of course. Let the Freestar Rangers make him pay for his crimes. I think implanting that device into your head is a mistake.
but it's your choice, not mine. You've already seen how much destruction just a few terramorphs can cause. Go! Keep the artifacts safe!
Now that you mention it, you're probably right. Either way, we logged quite a few interesting discoveries together.
We're not talking conceptually, Father. We need to know if you've ever seen a physical object or location with that name. The Unity.
Sona, you mentioned a graveyard. Is that where the crew is, Nice work. What else are you going to make? Hey, let me know if we're going to head into the well, so I can watch your back.
Well, we're in. I hope you know what you're doing.
Okay. Well, if you ever need to talk about our friendship,
I'm certainly ready and willing to listen. Starborn or not, you're part of Constellation now. I hope you're as committed to the mission as you were in your last universe.
honestly, no. I respect everyone at Constellation, but this is part of my personal life.
The Red Devils aren't exactly your average bar crowd. You can see it in their eyes. We don't belong here.
I'd prefer to stay with you, but I'm willing to wait a while. They have anything valuable? There a reason we're taking a swim? Bad habit. Now, let's get a move on.
I'm in total agreement. A frontal assault sounds like it's in order. Look at the damage. Someone desperately wanted to make their way through this door.
I don't know if I deserve to be that close to anyone right now. Damn it, put some clothes on.
It's not that I don't want to believe in anything. It's that my scientific mind is often at odds with my spiritual center.
That's a decent mineral specimen. That was quite a workout. Hope you had as much fun as I did.
We'll settle this at the temple.
Back in Sidonia. Ah, I cherish these visits to the forgotten corners of the United Colonies.
Barrett, is that you? Please respond.
Exploration is my entire life. I consider it both a career and recreation. This collector Vladimir knows sounds dangerous. Let me know if you need me.
Painful memories or not. It's good to be home.
Don't you dare revel in this moment. What we've done here is horrible. The artifacts, the Unity, none of it was worth the cost. Hell of a job. I might even let you fly me around sometime. Noelle and I sometimes share books. Bad ones, honestly, more often than not. You could join us, if you liked. Sarah, please. Good work dealing with those merchants in Freestar Space. There's a way through here. Even if it could, my old shuttle is far too damaged to be fully restored.
You are not chosen!
Okay, I think he's had enough. He gets the message.
I can't take much more of this.
Hacking the system isn't how we should be distracting that guard, but I'll follow your lead. He sent word that there's a vanguard in the Sol system who picked up an item recently. Unusual metallic construction. Sound familiar? I've passed by this particular tree many times, and honestly, I never gave it a second thought. Does it hold some sort of special significance? Fine. You want me to spell it out for you? Then I will. I understand. You've been through a lot. Just let me know when. Wrong. Preserving life at all costs. That's what matters. That's who we are as Constellation and as human beings. Unless I'm mistaken, that's one of the launch towers used during the evacuation of the Earth. I can't even imagine the chaos. This station is well outside my wheelhouse. You'd best do all the talking. It's hard. But each universe is precious in its own way. Mine will never have its original you in it again, as yours won't have its real me. Aja was the one that taught me the ropes at Constellation and took me under her wing as her protege.
Take our artifacts. May you bring your judgment and wisdom into the multiverse.
Right now? Are you talking about Constellation? This must have been where the facility's caretaker lived. Oh, how lonely they must have been. The thing is, my mother and I don't talk very much. We're not estranged or anything of the sort, we're just far apart.
Just because they both exist here does not mean they are of one mind. Just as you and I are not the versions of each other we knew before.
As the chair of Constellation, I want all of us to have this opportunity to explore the Unity, It would be the pinnacle exploration of our lives, as long as we aren't actually stuffed into the cargo hold with the rest of the crates. Keep running! Get to the ship! This is quite an impressive facility. The logistics it must have taken to build it this deep underground. It's astonishing. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. I can see that. Sure, why not? Oh, I haven't. Come on, John. Let's hear it, before you try to convince him to join the Marines. Well, one thing's certain. Graziani certainly isn't afraid to flaunt his wealth. No. There's no way this is the best you can do. That's an excellent point. I hadn't taken degradation into account. I'm glad I brought you along.
He's the newest member already, Vlad.
You know, Sona and I share an interesting bond. We both survived on that inhospitable world, and it drastically altered our lives. And we did it for the child that was marooned there. A child, born from 2 of the crew, that survived the crash. Ron Hope was a real piece of work, wasn't he? Oh, shut my damn arm! Boxes, crates, and barrels. Can't get enough of them. Ugh. No way I'm giving up without a fight. You're damn right you couldn't. If it wasn't for me, you might still be toiling in the mines on Vectera. I hadn't thought of that. That's a nice idea. Still skeptical, eh? Well, we'll have to change that. Hey there, sleepyhead. What's the matter? Did I wear you out? I'd be happy to carry a few things for you. Look at all this old drilling equipment left here to rust. Not surprising, though. Mining lasers rendered these machines completely obsolete. Easy there, John. We all have our sore points. Let me know if you need anything else. Exit of some sort over here. I was hoping money wasn't the only reason you'd undertake this risk, but I suppose it's your right to be compensated for the risk you're taking. I'm sorry if I've dredged up painful memories. I'd be surprised if these smugglers left anything of value in plain sight. No. We are not leaving the artifacts in the hands of a clearly homicidal monster. I'm not letting that happen. Oh my goodness. Some of the artifacts here are from the earliest years of NASA. Oh, what a shame all of this was left behind to deteriorate. I'll follow your lead, but I have a feeling it's a waste of time. One way or another, Ecliptic is certain to interfere with our plans. That's a smart upgrade. Oh, our engines are a mess. I would urge you to use compassion on Brayson's behalf. But that word isn't in your repertoire, is it, Bayou? But it's not just that. I want to take this opportunity to see how you handle yourself, and for you to learn more about us. They're raiding the ship! Their weapons are fried! Nice shot! There's no harm in gathering more information. A visit to the sanctum might actually be quite enlightening. Whoa, we can still use that. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. I must have missed construction on your Constellation resume. Oh, it's unfortunate that we've become so dependent on robots to do the majority of our heavy lifting. You will. Eventually. The call of seeing what's out there will get to you. But I suppose a little more time here couldn't hurt. Oh, this should be a more than adequate return for our efforts. We're going to be visiting the Astral Lounge while we're here. I mean, that's a given, right? No. I refuse to allow Sam's death to be attributed to bad luck. It isn't fair. Robots have come a long way since Devol pioneered the technology. It's exciting to think how they'll evolve in the future. All right, let's cycle that airlock and get aboard. Let's just hope the ore in these mines isn't highly radioactive. Oh, I don't want to be famous. I just want answers. Phew. I didn't think that would be so draining, but it is harder to stare into the face of the cost. That all of our progress is built on top of the lives of those who dared. Ah, I see spacers are infesting this place. Lovely. The people that inhabited this location left it in quite a state. Maybe things have gone too far. Don't look at me. I don't even understand what's going on myself. It's as though she's become a different person. Trust me, taking those drugs is a big mistake. Yeah, take a look at this. Time to get back to the world, eh? I generally don't condone bloodshed. But anything we can do to rid this city of that vermin will be a pleasure. I know you wish to leave Cassiopeia, but please, allow me a bit more of your time. We're almost there. Maybe remembering what happens to Earth will give you focus.
I need to find the wreckage to ensure their memories are honored. Don't rush the scan. Wouldn't want to overlook anything valuable.
I dare say he got it.
Impressed you managed to talk him down. He even seemed a little grateful.
Drinking alone? I see how it is.
He's alive. Ve Victus is still alive.
Now let's head back to Jemison. I want to give those gene tags you gathered to Admiral Logan, so that we can properly close the chapter on those people's lives.
You're making it look almost livable around here.
Now all we need to do is add a casino, and we can start inviting guests.
We've all come from different walks of life. Now if I could get you to fix the coffee maker aboard our ship. I'm kidding. Job well done.
Zeroing in on anything useful?
Oh, now I've lost my appetite. We've lost our shields. Nothing extravagant. Just a small plaque here in the lodge. Something to remember them by. Where do you think would be appropriate? I say the same thing every time John tries to get me to re-enlist. Whoa, one moment. Let's take a breath and assess the situation before we start planning an all-out assault. Why are we stopping?
I'm not sure we should be raiding other ships like this, but I'll follow your lead.
We've both seen our share of hell. It's whether or not we allow those awful memories to consume our souls that defines who we are.
Your hunger for exploration, to pierce the veil and seek the unknown, it's a common bond that we share. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Scan any promising leads? Anything that has a positive effect on the UC sends an equally positive effect through Constellation. If this place is maintained by the United Colonies, they shouldn't give us any trouble. I hope. If this is Siokka property, we shouldn't stay long. I prefer to stay off of their radar.
I'm glad you're handling the messy work.
Trade secrets, you see. Until then, we stay the course. Collect the artifacts. It's even more important now that we know something else is looking for them, but we don't know why.
I know. Things probably would have gone a lot smoother if I'd just listened to you in the first place.
Well, heavy is the head that wears the crown. I'm sure the burden of responsibility for your workers is an inconvenience, Mr. Hope. All I can do is promise that I'm not going to make you deal with this mystery alone. I don't understand. How could someone be living at this crash site? I'll never forget this, Aja. Thank you. No more words. Let's settle this. You better check your ammunition supply. It's clear that we're not the only things roaming these canyons.
Aim point reached. Orbit stable.
You haven't let me down. You've simply given me cause for concern. It must be difficult, trying to survive, when this collection of shipping containers is all you have for permanent accommodations. If there's a way to access the deeper sections of this storage area, I'm certain we'll find it. Interesting. It appears we've struck a nerve. The artifacts hold many secrets.
You really care about me, don't you?
I hadn't really stopped to think about it. Until now, Bayou's insulated from any investigation. He could shoot someone in the Trade Tower's lobby and no one would admit they saw a thing. Yes, you will. We both will. It's who we are. Careful. My suit's radiation meter's rising. I don't know. If he's broken the law, he should be punished. But you don't need to stoop to his level just to prove a point. In the end, the search for the artifacts always ends here.
Hope you're ready to die. Captain, engines are fully available.
Nice jump. We're right on target.
All green on release. We're free to fly.
I'm not sure how well our equipment is going to handle this heat. Are you sure? I could swear I see some red on those cheeks. Don't you realize that by strengthening the Crimson Fleet, you've done irreparable damage to the United Colonies? Hey, there's nothing more we can do. He doesn't have much time.
What was that?
I hope you know what you're doing. I worry about you. Be safe. Hello, what do we have here?
No way.
The Emissary, the Hunter, the Unity, an entire multiverse. I can't even begin to wrap my head around it all.
When you're ready, you should talk to Sam Coe. He's going to be heading out on an expedition soon. I want you on it.
Okay. Not what I expected, but you look great.
Radiation count's spiking. We shouldn't stay here too long. Hey, take it easy. This isn't the way to get what we want.
Maybe we'll talk later, Admiral. It's, Good to see you again, sir.
Sam, last month, did you explore that system I asked about? I was expecting a report. It's just that... Oh, I'm afraid that we're flying almost completely blind here.
I worked closely with Aja on long space voyages, so we became friendly. When she quit Constellation, the friendship ended.
I hope the research staff at this facility knows what they're doing.
Engines are down! Oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen. It's all here. Listen to me. I knew your parents. They worked with me on the Dauntless. I'm Commander Sarah Morgan.
If you don't mind, we came here for something. That strange object you found? You can take the soldier out of the war, but you can't take the war out of the soldier. You carry that experience with you forever.
What do you have for me? You scored a hit on their weapons. When you have a moment, I'd like to speak to you. Green lights on outer hatch. We're docked.
Andresia, do you read much? Still giving lessons to the teacher, eh? Some mentor I've turned out to be.
Drugs only dull the pain. They don't make it go away. Target's thruster capability in the green.
No, I'm afraid I'm still not ready to take that kind of leap just yet, but I'll keep it in mind. I've heard people who spend extended periods in low gravity can actually suffer from health problems if they don't exercise to compensate.
Aja, I don't know what to say. That was... amazing. I couldn't imagine having the ceremony without you. I've been so busy searching the stars for answers. I've overlooked what's been in front of me all this time. True love.
I'm relieved to hear you say that.
Honestly, you must be freezing.
There was someone alive there, Admiral. A child born from 2 of the crew that survived the crash.
Let's have a friendly little chat with whoever is running those generators down there.
We're from the same unit, yes?
Got another one!
Oh, very nice. I'll just remain here and soak in the planet's lovely winter-like atmosphere until I go hypothermic. Felt the same way when I started too. There's an electricity in the air when you know you're about to uncover something.
Oh, for God's sake, drop some of that rubbish already.
What's on your mind, darling?
I'm hit really bad.
If we're lucky, there might be some helium-3 stashed somewhere in this facility.
Well, it's possible that he could be the original for this universe. The fact that he led you to our council makes me believe he's starborn, yes.
Grav jump fully repaired. Get any rest? I sure didn't. Eye stinging.
If you could put the artifact on the table. I don't know if you should rush off to meet them. Some of those artifacts granted you powers, am I right? We should leverage that.
Thank you, Admiral.
This is the chance to leave your life of crime behind you. I would take it before it disappears. Sam? Not let it go to his head. Impossible. But just the thought that any of the secrets of the universe could be revealed from these Starborn is terribly exciting. Well, we have a long road ahead of us. I suppose it's high time we get back to work.
Another suit walk, eh? Good. Let's have some fun.
You once told me, no matter how hard you fight, there are some battles you simply can't win. I wish I had heard your advice long ago. This cavern looks promising.
Phew. Almost lost it there.
Yes, exactly. You don't need to say anything right now. Just being here is all that matters. Not to mention the fact that you've exposed the rest of the settled systems to one of its most dangerous enemies.
I am proud. I was simply too foolish to realize it until you changed my perspective.
Why would you help someone else steal the company recipe? It appears that Kumar has you doing all of his dirty work. Looks like a pretty standard industrial facility. I presume there's a reason that you've brought us here? We seem to have another visitor. All right, I'm willing to hear you out.
That's speculation, but I think you're right. We need more.
When we stood beside that waterfall in New Atlantis, you told me that I deserve to be with someone who understands my feelings. If we can bring them back to Jemison, it would be like bringing home the crew's bodies for a proper burial.
I'm still listening. Everyone stay focused. We're still in this to discover the unknown. even if that unknown has just gotten infinitely larger. Time and space fold! These access stairs lead deeper into the mines. I hope we remember the way back to the surface. I've never had a run-in with the spaces that ended well, and I suspect I never will. God knows you've done that enough times for me.
Don't ever stop. Find the artifacts. Solve this mystery for me.
I'm angry because you've betrayed my trust. In this case, the strongest choice wasn't necessarily the smartest choice. There's obviously some kind of a connection between us that I think we need to discuss. You're a despicable man, Hope. And I hope you get exactly what you deserve. Thank you for coming, Mum. We'll be sure to talk more in a bit. And here, I think you've earned something for bringing the artifact to us. I'm not frustrated. I'm fascinated. I'm listening. I don't know why you said that. I'm certain the powers that be will make that decision when they're ready. No, don't mind me. Just trying not to forget the wonder of it all. Taio vessels have some real cutting-edge tech. I've always wanted to see what makes their ships tick. We're going to be doing some old-fashioned detective work. The artifacts are relatively inert once they're out of bedrock. Phew, thank you. So, where to start? If it helps, despite the Lazarus plant being simply locked away, I truly believe that your decision has made the settled systems a safer place to live. I wonder what we'll stumble across next. Donations help, of course. Other than that, not sure. Ellie might have some thoughts. The moral ambiguity, the deceit, the avarice. Mega corporations seem to exude a complete disregard for common human decency.
I'll meet you on board the Frontier. Don't forget to stock up before we leave. Never know what will happen every time you make a jump.
Oh, my goodness. Absolutely. But we're only at the very beginning. There are still so many questions that need to be answered. You have to understand. Once Aja retired, I lost the only person that gave a damn. Don't try to manipulate us. Bad habit. I'll be all right. Go and help the others. It's an excellent design, Jules. A ship like that is designed to focus on a mission and execute its job to perfection. Well done. There was nothing quite like sitting back and watching space bend while listening to Aja spin vivid stories to fill the time. Bracing for jump, we are growing impatient. Cease your attempts to stall for time. Perhaps it's time to put this all to an end. You're damn right I do. But not here. Let's find somewhere with a bit more privacy. No, it's fine. Go ahead. Well, that certainly does put things in perspective. Nice to see you again. Sioka? Here? I thought they only operated on Neon. I'm okay. I just need to catch my breath.
We're going to stand here all day.
Oh my God, this is ridiculous. Those are human lives we're talking about, but you're treating them like data points on a slate. Everything's fine? Unless you know something I don't. Everyone hold on to something. When the colony war broke out, I was posted as the chief navigator on a warship, the Dauntless. Fuel isn't free, I'm afraid. This artifact hunt is keeping us busy. Sidonia is an industrial town. The people there tend to be concise. Keep scanning. I'm sure there's something nearby. Thank you for the stellar introduction. Then I'll say it again. From the bottom of my heart. Thank you. I just hope that you'll come through this. Whatever it is. Unharmed. I won't be disappointed at all. And if it turns to be the case, I'm certain things will continue to run smoothly. Oh, poor colonists. Looks like they tried to get this building up and running before everything was cut short. They fixed their shields! How did you feel inside? What were your thoughts? As solid as the moons themselves. And you didn't even scratch the paint. I hope you know what you're doing at this laboratory. I don't want to end up growing a third arm or something. Close call there. Economic reasons. Several of the worlds in the Cassiopeia system were mineral-rich. Hey, I need you to listen to me. Watch your step. It's quite a long way down. Ship's engine's offline. This could be a mistake. Sending those clones out into the settled systems will leave them open to all sorts of problems. This takes me back to my zero-G training. And I still have the bruises to prove it. I suppose my sentiment for you remains, even after all the universes I've crossed. The beach, the sand, the sound of the ocean. Ah, this is wonderful.
Well, well, look at you. It is still you, right?
Yes, you have.
That's if scavengers haven't completely stripped my ship for parts.
The important thing is we've made progress, and one of our own made it back here safely.
No one is swept along, Keeper. At Constellation, we operate as a team. All right, let's get back to it. One more jump into the unknown. Hello, old friend. The hunter will be below with the final artifact. His allies will be throwing everything they have at us. I'll let you rummage through here. Story time. How delightful. Knowing the personalities at play will help with that. This isn't getting us anywhere. And I love you too. I have to admit, I'm a bit jealous of Ryujin's gorgeous design aesthetic. Or perhaps I should have their architects renovate the lodge. Pulling the trigger on Barrett, or the emissary, or whatever that was. It must have been terribly difficult. There was a better way to handle this, you know. You gave Commander Ikonde your word that you'd bring Crix's legacy to the Vigilance and end the Crimson Fleet once and for all. Other universes are not bargaining chips. Their fate is not a negotiation. Well, with any luck, perhaps Ryujin will come to its own senses one day and realize what they're doing is wrong.
All we can do is be more cautious, but we're not stopping. This could be a race we don't want to lose. Tell us, please, what are the artifacts? What are they for? Did you make them? What gives you more right to them than humanity?
Give them time, Andrasia. They'll come around. I promise.
Perhaps.
I suppose we'll both have to think about that for a while now, won't we? Wanted isn't the right word. Demanded would be more appropriate. Oh, I loathe the Trade Authority. Is it absolutely necessary that we have to help them?
Yes, of course. Standard procedure. Just need to keep our accountants happy. You understand.
The escape shuttle had some supplies, but those ran out after about a month. I was young, and I didn't know better. Is this a way out of here? I won't be pushed around. Not by you.
Getting warmer at least. Looks like our next stop is Io, innermost moon of Jupiter.
That's right. Nova Galactic developed the first grav drive, but NASA was involved. That's not in any history I've read.
You show your true nature at last. Very well.
Watch your backs. Their crew could be heavily armed. The Unity. You are on the path to it. It is a place. A gateway. It is where we were reborn.
I have a feeling we're going to be playing hopscotch for a bit. If you need any work for the ship, now's a good time. Sidonia makes just about everything.
You left your bank account off of that list, Issa. Barrett, it's Sarah.
So, did we strike it rich?
In practical terms, whoever holds the artifacts, whether I give mine to you is what I will need to decide.
Our engines are offline. Can't take much more of this.
You see much. But our ship is created from a power beyond your understanding. Its semblance to your own vessels only aids us in masking our presence. That's understandable. People often feel numb after a shock, even days later. Still, I'll never forget my finger hovering over that launch button. Would I launch safely, or explode into a fireball? Stay alert. He'll be here soon. I don't deserve someone as special as you. You are some kind of wunderkind scientist. I know you're not the person I lost all those universes ago. But my heart still breaks just the same. Starting a mining operation like this takes time, patience, and a hell of a lot of credits. Good work. Let's get back to the lodge.
Target's shields are offline.
But if you need time, I can wait. We wouldn't be here without you, so we can let you do the honors whenever you're ready.
Enemies trying to dock.
It has a breathable atmosphere, indigenous fauna, and maybe a few abandoned mining outposts. Otherwise, it's not populated. Mind if we stop by the waterfall on this trip?
I could use a few moments to unwind.
Their engines are up.
That's the best I'm going to get, isn't it? Still, better than a no, I suppose.
Can we skip this? I don't have hours to waste listening to your small talk.
Oh, you have no idea how tempting that sounds.
Just making sure. Bright young girl like you, there are no shortage of opportunities. If you insist. All of that money at their disposal and a cutting-edge megacorp like Ryujin can't prevent a hacker from leeching their data. Unbelievable. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to hold on to this universe just a little while longer. So, whenever you're ready. This cave would make an adequate shelter. Given the fact that Navarmora was never captured or killed, I couldn't agree more.
In all honesty, I don't. She simply reminds me of my own isolation.
It's a shame the Varun embassy in New Atlantis was shut down. Perhaps if we had worked together, we could have found a solution to this zealot problem. Listen. I realize nothing that I say is ever going to change your mind or diminish the enticement of this incredible opportunity. Must that poor woman's name be continuously dragged through the mud? These nonsensical decisions need to stop.
An admittedly unique hazard of our kind.
I lived on Mars for an entire year, and I'm convinced I'll never get used to the dusty air. You're damn right, but we are not doing this until I have your full attention. Talk to me back on the ship. I've got a moment. What's up? Logan and I butted heads more than once during my time with the Navigator Corps. We've never seen eye to eye. Navigator Corps. I'm afraid I can't travel with you until you've finished what you've started. Imagine being cut off from humankind for that long. How terribly frightening that would be. I'm not in the mood. Of course I can. Nice. Never figured you for the green thumb type. Indeed. Without your help, we wouldn't have ever gotten this worthwhile addition to Constellation. Starting a firefight on SY-920 would have been an inappropriate course of action. We favoured the quiet approach.
New homestead, eh? This place hasn't changed much since the 2100s.
Nova Galactic made the first interstellar ships. People still use their modules, even though their star yard hasn't been running in forever.
And if not, at least you'll get some first-hand experience, and I'll get to see how you handle yourself. Any questions?
No! I refuse to allow Barrett's death to be attributed to bad luck. It isn't fair. It's fine. I'm fine. I promise. Oh, Paradiso is absolutely beautiful. Can you possibly imagine a more tranquil place for a resort? I'm going to be sticking with you for this. We'll be travelling together until we either find an artifact or this lead runs dry. Keep in mind, we're not threatening to board you. We're asking. The distinction is rather important.
The ship barely had enough power for comms and life support.
The Crimson Fleet leaves very little of value in its wake. You're not going to talk your way out of this, Bailey. Oh, I see. Well, I suppose that changes everything. I wonder how long this wreck has been drifting through space.
Cowards!
Amazing. Simply amazing. Despite what you're hearing from my friend here, you can trust that you're in good hands now. Hello, Zami. I've heard you fancy yourself quite the artiste.
We have used its light to determine where we should meet ever since. When the Starborn discuss the hunt, we do it here.
Mining operations can make or break an entire company. Dig in the wrong place, and that's millions of credits down the drain.
They have their engines back up.
Maybe it's wiser not to fight. We should be careful. This leads into a zero-G storage facility. If it's still active, there could be anything floating around inside.
I think we're in the clear. Nothing coming up on the scans.
Maybe we should take a rest until you kick your filthy habit.
Someone needs to get word to Andrasia's expedition. She's still in-house for in space. The Serpentis star system.
Whatever lures here isn't very tidy, are they?
You still have faith in me. I don't even know what to say.
Oh, God. I'd rather hunt down Varun's zealots than mingle with those egotistical frauds. I don't know why you're even taking this hunter's help into consideration. Not sure how I feel about the artifact being used as an ornament, but at least it's ours now.
Was it that obvious?
Well, I suppose I've ruined the moment again, haven't I? I'm getting quite good at that lately. What do people know? Any offshoot groups go by that name?
All right. Good luck, everyone. And be careful out there.
Didn't even work up a sweat. I've visited planets with cave systems so extensive. You could get lost within them for years. We have weapons control back online. I think... No, stop it. You're trying to confuse me.
Engines are up.
I failed because I was more concerned about exploring the stars than pushing a pencil. Is this the anomaly? It's gigantic. Oh, look at that architecture.
Same here. Trying to isolate their ship systems and see if we can affect them in any way. I'll need more help here in the lodge.
Just please, be careful. Interesting. The last thing I expected to stumble across at this type of settlement is a museum. Might be worth a look around. You should have surrendered the artifact when you had the chance.
Their engines are down.
If you insist. I'm here. We'll stop the hunter together.
I'll stay on the ship if you head down to the city. If you don't get the local authorities to shoot at us, you've passed the test.
All right. I don't think I can. What I mean is, I think it would be best if we kept a little distance.
They're odd, no question, but relatively inert. At least in isolation.
Don't you get it? Everything I do, everything I touch, somehow falls apart. According to what I've heard, your body absorbed an almost unquantifiable amount of energy of a type we can't even begin to understand. Thankfully, the eradication of the Lazarus plant gives the Aseles a bit more time to do their job. So, if you're willing to make the leap, I'm ready to do the same.
That is the Unity. It is a doorway to an infinite number of realities. Through it, we are reborn.
I used to hate the Freestar Collective with every fibre of my being. Until spending time with Sam changed my mind. It's a shame Solomon Coe lived before our time. I'd wager he would have been a perfect fit for Constellation. Watch what you take. Smugglers have been known to defend their contraband to the death.
Target's grav drive is back online.
Most importantly, though, I'm certain we're both stronger after the experience.
Show me what you've got.
Now that you mention it, you're right. Something about the Starborn's tone as well. It was reverent.
So you're telling us that the attack on New Atlantis was Vey Victus's responsibility? Just like the dooming of Londinian? Oh, that's insane. I'm more than ready. Let's go. There are a ton of distractions in Neon, so I expect you to be on your best behavior here. I have an important personal decision to make, but I need to discuss something with you first. Vasco, verify Barrett's location and status.
Once the Hunter's artifacts are in your hands, you'll finally be worthy of entering the Unity.
Perhaps next time you'll consider the consequences before buying into that corporate rubbish. We are the Starborn, and you are unworthy to possess the artifacts.
Look at where you're standing. You already are in Constellation. You jumped across the stars to get here, artifact in hand.
I certainly hope the owner of this facility doesn't mind us poking through their inventory. I wish I could share your optimism. My largest concern are the reports that Neva Mora was never captured or killed. Hopefully we'll find something functional in all the debris.
I'm afraid you have me at a loss.
You're damn right it was wrong, and you're not wiggling out of it using an excuse.
Talk to Sam Coe. He's going to be heading out on an expedition soon. I want you on it.
When you pass into whatever lies beyond, we don't know what will become of you, despite the stories that have been told at Constellation. There's no substitute for beholding a Starborn temple with your very own eyes. Let's take that ship back.
Hey, there'll be plenty of time for shooting later.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I regret the family life I left behind when I took off for the stars. Look, I'm clearly out of my element here and not in the right state of mind. Could you just talk to her, please? It's you and me from here out. Good. Let's take a little stroll through New Atlantis, shall we? Good. Because I have a lot to say. That's quite an accusation. I'm glad you understand the position I'm in here. I wonder what that cargo ship is doing here. Was it delivering something or taking something away? I picked it up on one of our latest planetary expeditions.
I'm more than just an extra gun, you know.
The test continues. His mind is always somewhere, but there's no arguing his knack for being in the right place at the wrong time. If this factory is producing anything useful, hopefully there's someone here we can trade with.
Hold on. I don't know the exact location of my survival campsite.
I have something for you when you have a moment. Of course it was his fault. Venus? That's only one planet. Hardly an entire patrol route.
From one explorer to another, I'll take that as a compliment.
On the one hand, I'm fascinated by the incredible technology. On the other, I'm terrified what could happen should this fall into the wrong hands. Be on your guard. Let's move quickly.
No. Oh, I'm the one that should be apologizing.
We should have a talk. When you have the time, of course. Your instincts are right on target. If you don't need any of this, I'll be happy to take it off your hands.
No, sorry. I didn't like that.
Keep moving. No telling if that starborn will show up again.
Take your time. I'm in no rush to talk again. Any troubles you need to share?
The search draws to a close. The way to the Unity opens.
Suit pressure normal, everything in the green. Let's see what's out here.
Enemy's engines are offline. I certainly prefer the ship's climate control to this ridiculous heat. I'm just as curious to find out what's on the other side as well. But that's not the point.
Funny how people complain about wearing their suits on field expeditions. To me, it's like a second skin.
That looks safe. You cross first. Here they come. Make ready. The advances in agriculture they've achieved at this facility are light years ahead of anything on Jemison. We need to rescue that vanguard. Bye for now. Although I'm flattered that you think of me that way, there's a time and a place for that sort of talk. This is definitely not one of them. And I am sorry we have not always been forthcoming.
Look, you deserve the best. Someone who can give themselves to you entirely. But right now, I have too much baggage. Too much on my mind.
Maybe so. It's good to see you too, Mum. Let's keep moving. We should find out what's being manufactured at this facility. Rad count's rather high here.
Enemy's shields restored.
Yet you still want the artifacts for yourself. Personally, I can't blame you. It's not fair you have to suffer for your father's actions.
Oh my God. Your parents, your mum and your dad, what were their names?
Believe me, I've heard it plenty of times from him already. His name is Moara. We'll need to head over to Mars and see if anyone knows where he is. I'm sure the local bartenders there must know something. Really. I'm surprised you have to ask. Wow, very generous. As long as you're throwing around money, maybe you wouldn't mind tossing some my way. Guilty or not, there are other ways to handle this. Your loyalty to this corporation is becoming a bit disturbing. I'm uncomfortable opening the archives without gathering more information. However, if that's the path forward you prefer, then so be it.
Nothing wrong with a little bit of extra protection. As long as you're pleased with how you look, that's all that matters.
Exactly. Whatever Yannick gets, he completely deserves.
Oh, must we? I don't like being apart.
Bring it on!
You're looking strange. You need a med kit or something?
Yes, but this Aquilus, this one right here, he's not responsible. How can you judge an individual based on the multiverse? We don't need to be introduced. Here's your money.
I feel like I'm a better person because of your commitment to gently guide me through life.
It is close to the Unity. The artifact and the temple here are one, unlike the others you have found that are separated from each other.
Yeah? Well, inside I'm a shattered wreck. So, joke's on both of us, I suppose. Talk to you again soon, darling.
Can't end like this.
They have their shields back. Damn!
Now? You know what? Yes, I'd still do it. The only reason humanity believes the Sol system has no secrets left is because they gave up looking.
Fortunately, Cassiopeia is a lush planet with plenty of flora and fauna, so I was able to use my military training to survive.
We're at the beginning of a very important discovery here. What you found on Vectera, the artifact, there's more. And they're creating something we don't understand yet. The fact that you risked your life to save him was
Incredibly selfless. Target's weapon system repaired. Whew. Yeah. That's probably good advice. Even though I've pushed people away in the past, I feel different when I'm around you. I just need a little time to think about the ceremony. I have some thoughts about how we should move forward. If anyone else had suggested that, I'd say no. But hearing it from you, I know in my heart that it's the right thing to do.
Looks like we've both been busy. All the artifacts you said we gathered in your universe, we were able to track down in ours. So, what now?
Does it hurt when you do that?
Well, I suppose it's time to bid goodbye to Cassiopeia once again. This time, under much happier circumstances. Seeing a meat packing facility from the inside is starting to make me feel like I should switch to becoming a vegetarian. And Treasure, I know you had doubts, but you were always a part of Constellation to me. I always knew you were one of us. Against it? Not at all. Well, I feel as though I've berated you enough. You seem to have learned your lesson. Thanks for taking the time to listen to me.
Oh, that will come in handy.
Well, Deputy, you've come this far. It's time to take over and show us what you can do. If you intend to continue this behavior, then maybe we shouldn't be traveling together.
Actually, yes, I do.
Here you are. And I intend to repay you for that, even if it takes the rest of my life. Though I hate the fact that we had to strike a deal with Ecliptic, at the end of the day, you did it to help Jane. Job well done. I've spent a fair bit of time in simulators just like these. They're startlingly realistic. Have fun.
Great. You've taken too much and now you're hooked. Nice job.
Then you suspect, don't you mean we? He has a tab and you don't know if he's coming back.
Almost like walking underwater, isn't it?
Oh, I can tell I'm going to like this.
That was beautiful, Asha. Thank you.
Ah, well, when you put it like that, I suppose it is rather a lot. This planet hasn't changed a bit.
Our friendship has inspired me to be a better person.
Can't think of any higher praise than that.
Wait a second. What exactly are you saying?
Then it's settled. I'm glad we had this discussion. You might find a deal or two here. If you can overlook the spatters of blood covering all the stolen goods, of course.
So, anyway, about those quieter moments during space travel we discussed?
Well, at least this will help Janet. That's why we're here in the first place.
If it's obvious to you, imagine how obvious it is to someone like Barrett or Mateo.
Oh, they must be itching to replace me by now.
God damn it.
Here. To open the way. Here. You've earned this. Welcome to Constellation. As a full member this time.
If you don't, then I need to seriously consider the need for us to be traveling together. I think you have me mixed up with someone else.
Move! Sorry. Things are tough for me right now, and I need you to listen.
You can tell me anything.
Look, before we head back to the ship, I wanted to tell you how much of an amazing gift this has been.
Hell of a view from here.
Why the heck did you do that? I'm sure these controls do something interesting, but I'll just let you be the one to activate them and find out what happens. You just killed that person in cold blood! Are you insane? He's alive? Vevictus is still alive.
Before we head off-world, we should stock up on supplies.
So, how are you feeling, Barrett?
I think we need to start by locating my old campsite on Cassiopeia 1.
It's not much further. I think you'll want to hear what I have to say after we arrive at the waterfall. The most likely way into the NASA facility would be via an elevator shaft taking us straight down. Hopefully the system is still in operation. I'll be right here. Look, we've both been through a lot. So I can accept that this relationship hasn't always been that easy. We'll get through this. It might feel like everything's falling apart, but that's why we need to stick together. I can tell that you really believe that. I should have more faith in you. I'm sorry. Had we notched some significant achievements, I'd agree with you. I'm sure you have more questions. Ask. I really wish I could believe that.
You think I'm being unreasonable?
No, but I think I see something else that might.
I don't know what to say.
Oh my. It wasn't my intent to imply otherwise. Oh, I've completely mucked this up now, haven't I? Damn.
We've taken out their shields.
Happy to listen.
I will not let more universes fall under the shadow of this search. Let us end this.
This was definitely a robotics area.
Constellation isn't about to turn on itself. Not now, not ever.
I've flown across most of the settled systems in all manners of spacecraft, and yet I still get sick on the gnat. This is just typical of UC bureaucracy. A cover-up of this magnitude could directly lead to war. What the hell is the matter with them? You in deep thought or something?
Something I've seriously considered sharing with you for a long time. Just not ready. Not yet.
Where did you learn to pick a... You know what, on second thought, I don't want to know. I want to believe that. Come now. You must let me contribute. Commander Ikande's right. During this operation, you're going to constantly be facing choices. How you deal with them defines which side you favor.
Yeah, sure.
He was here all right, his transponder code still flashing. Venus. He jumped to Venus. Not sure how many days ago.
They are trying to get away. Stop them.
I can't see!
Heck yeah, now we're talking. I need you to stay strong. There will be time to fall apart once this is all over. Anything that improves our ship meets with my approval. Then you were right. I didn't want to go into detail before because, well, just hear me out. Yes, exactly. Now you understand why it's imperative that we solve this puzzle. Hope you've got your pen at the ready, Walter. Bills to sign and all.
Our friendship is the reason I'm smiling today. And every day.
Indeed. Open relations at this point would be critical towards maintaining peace. Agreed. The two of you couldn't be more different. You value humanity and your principles favor righteousness. His are quite the opposite. When all the artifacts are assembled, the device they create is called the armillary. In many ways, it's a model of the multiverse itself. That's why I fell in love with you.
Your smile, your caring. It brightens even my darkest days.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. The heck with that. As far as military installations go, I've seen worse. Really? How could you let that go from your mind? Yes, precisely.
That was a perfect way to end the day.
Nice bit of work there. I know it wasn't what the fleet asked, but you did the right thing, sparing the Regana. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I know the strikers are just a street gang, but backstabbing like this is disgraceful. I certainly hope scavengers haven't made off with any of the equipment I left behind. I wonder how many poor souls who couldn't make it in New Atlantis ended up working at the fisheries in Neon. No. My place is in this universe now. I don't mind bunking on the ship, but nothing is better than unwinding in your own quarters. Goodness. I didn't expect you to be so blunt. But I appreciate the honesty. Citizenship in 5 years? That's quite impressive. Took me almost 9, thanks to some false starts. You should be proud. It's likely this facility was constructed within the crater to protect it from the elements. Or prying eyes. Docking seal released. And you're telling us that the attack on New Atlantis was Ve Victus's responsibility, just like the dooming of Londinian. That's insane. I'm glad we're all in agreement that family is more important than anything, and that we were able to resolve this without bloodshed. I doubt very much we can survive at this low of a temperature.
We've lost grav jump.
Have you taken leave of your senses? How could you just throw her to the wolves like that? Apparently, their decision was based on your recommendation. That was a risky choice you've made. The job's done, and no one was seriously harmed. I'd call that an excellent day's work. More like beer and pretzels, if you ask me. I collected the remaining artifacts, and they opened the way to the center of my universe, and the doorway to an infinite number of others. I'm sorry, too. It's obvious that we'll never truly see eye to eye about Delgado. Hell Who's next?
Part of me wonders what they will all say about what you have learned. But I will leave that to you.
It's a miracle this ship is still in one piece.
Maybe one's enough, eh?
You've been so patient. What did you want to talk about? I feel so lucky to be with someone like you.
Excuse me? I think you might have us confused with some cutthroat bounty hunters guild. If you're trying to play for sympathy, it's not going to work.
The two of us make quite the pair, eh?
True. By that measure, you are a success.
No, it's nothing like that. Look, it's clear that you have feelings for me. It's just, I've never had time for this sort of thing in my life. Now wait just a moment. Threats aren't going to help us here. They're only going to make things worse. Still looks like you have someone else who needs you first. Like I said, finish that up and then come back.
Always. Point the way and we'll be off.
Many versions of the Hunter I've fought in many universes, but at least this version of him might be stopped.
I don't believe in smearing our name everywhere we can. Exploring the universe, charting the unknown, that's what counts. There certainly is no shortage of abandoned mining complexes that humankind has left scattered across the settled systems. Target down!
Anything else?
Perhaps I'm overreacting, but you can't deny there will be more than a few textbook chapters that need to be rewritten. That was an ecliptic mercenary. What are they doing here? Scavenging a star yard is a bit low-end for them. Wonder where this will all lead. You have to understand, this was my first time I was alone on another world. Oh, it was breathtaking. Like nothing I've ever seen before.
This planet's flora is fascinating. Get up and get going. We've got the stars to explore.
My God. You actually don't know why I'm angry. Ugh!
Careful screwing with the security around here. These idiots aren't quite as honest as the Free Star Rangers.
Oh yes, absolutely. I didn't mean to compare. Those were just, I don't know, different times. Well, we serve in the same unit, if that's what you mean. Another deserted Helium-3 facility. Must have been abandoned when this rock went dry. Bad luck.
That sounds familiar.
You shooting at ghosts now? That war. And as far as planetary exploration, my area of expertise is botany. So, don't worry. I won't let you eat anything that might put you in the hospital.
Then, when Constellation goes belly up because of my lack of action, I'll just dust myself off and put in a resume somewhere else. Great idea.
Our engines are dead. Just because he was one step removed from pulling the trigger doesn't prevent the blood from staining his hands, and thus ends the hunter's time in our universe. Good riddance. What an absolutely horrid entity. I'm sorry it's come to this. I'm pleased to see scrappers disassembling these mechs. Damn war machines are better off being erased from history. If the other crash site turns out to be a dead end, I don't know what I'll do. There's no way we could allow that to happen. I assure you that our timing is spot on. You need our help. Maybe he didn't actually pull the trigger himself, but his orders set those actions in motion. He shares the responsibility. Pressure normalizing, undocking complete. Down! Well, I'm relieved that the United Colonies agreed to use their genetically engineered microbe to exterminate the Terramorphs. How many human lives will be lost due to the weight? Why should we wall ourselves in when we could simply eradicate them in one fell swoop? This ends!
Watch out for anything dangerous floating around here.
Appreciate it. Sure, whatever you need. Just stay safe. This better be important.
That is enough. We're explorers. We find the unknown, light the darkness. You think that's free? There's always a cost. Consequences.
We were all human once, like you. We found the artifacts, the temples, we gained power, we assembled the armillary.
I can see that. That wouldn't be my first choice. But as long as you're hell-bent on getting it back, I'll agree, for now.
Nope! Nope! Stop that! You're going to kill someone. They've lost all propulsion.
Hold on. You're trying to confuse me, aren't you? Oh, damn. That's probably how they found me. I knew taunting the Spacers to meet me at Neptune was a long shot. Sorry, but I can't. The Red Devils have certainly made themselves at home around this city. We need to talk to John Tuala, in Mast. I'm glad to see you again. But don't stay here forever.
Okay? Don't give up on the opportunity to step into a whole other universe. Ooh, low gravity gives me that feeling I have butterflies in my stomach.
Couldn't be a laser. It would have cauterized.
I hope you'd never stoop so low as to kill people for a payout. Medical board authorization is required to avoid this very scenario. Mars, eh? You always take me to the nicest places. Don't you think you're taking too much of that junk? Oh, I'm sure there was a perfectly good reason that expression was connected to sneezing, but I'm afraid it's lost to time. You picked the wrong fight! You think this is bad? Try suit walking on the exterior of a military ship during maneuvers. There's bound to be something valuable here. Oh, I'm so grateful that I have you in my life. You have no idea what your closeness means to me. Lucky! Compared to my crew, I hit the goddamn jackpot, like a glove. More to explore here. Well then, I've certainly wasted enough of your valuable time. It's funny. I used to think the artifacts were the end-all be-all of scientific discovery, the pinnacle mystery of our time. Had I not pushed so hard to pursue the Starborn, perhaps none of this would have happened at all and Barrett would still be alive. Who cares about the money? We need to deal with this imbecile. I'll get back to what I was doing. You know where to find me.
Constellation, we've arrived on the surface of Earth. We need to discuss what you've found.
Dialing in your weapon for maximum efficiency. Smart. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about us, about our relationship, how we've clearly become close. You mean other than the fact that it can turn a free-willed human being into a mindless automaton? This is the spot, right here. It's absolutely perfect. No one needs to die here today. This entire thing is a mess. But right now, you have a chance to do the right thing and calm down so we can talk. Wrong. I was a commander. I've been in tough situations, and nothing would ever make me feel that it's justified to sacrifice lives for the sake of keeping a secret. Interesting. Such as, you've always been there when I've needed your help. Why you continue to support me, I'll never understand. So you'd just casually rat out another Ryugen employee. Just like that. Huh. Does loyalty mean nothing to you? This looks like it was some type of crew preparation area. Probably the last step before boarding. It's definitely seen better days.
We don't need you to. We just need to find your volunteer. There was an object in the outpost that Constellation has an interest in.
It isn't about whether I live through this fight. So, on to Jupiter. As far as I'm concerned, things couldn't get any better between us. Come on, let's get back. Look, I hope this isn't asking too much. Last thing I want to do is drag you into some kind of personal crusade. Does that really surprise you? Surely you're not seriously considering this course of action. The last thing we need is UC security on our backs. And how am I supposed to get there? We have a clean dock. Right on the money. You might be right. You've got nothing to fear. We're here to help. Airborne hazard warning. We mustn't stay here long. Matteo would definitely agree with you about that. Myself, I'm not so certain. I can't believe these scientists were foolish enough to experiment with an artifact. This could be where Earth's downfall began. I can't understand this sudden urge to join the Strikers gang. I can think of about 100 better ways you could be spending your time. Don't mistake being reasonable for being a pushover.
You should take some time to get settled in. Introduce yourself to everyone. Some of our members aren't here, but you'll meet them soon enough.
Think there might be some salvageable parts aboard this hulk. It's a dangerous job, but an important one. As long as you leave room for your commitments to Constellation, we won't have any problems. Barrett and Sam have had run-ins with the Zealots. On both occasions, they barely escaped with their lives. I really doubt it. And last but not least, I thought you'd never ask. Here, Logan and I have rarely agreed on anything. In fact, I'm fairly certain he never saw the true value in the Navigator Corps in the first place. Such power. It's incredible. Look, I was 18 years old, fresh out of school, and I idolized my parents. I trusted them. Direct hit on their weapons system. You mean besides the ship, the robot, and a place to stay all rent-free?
But the important thing right now is that you made it here with the artifact.
We need to regroup at the lodge immediately. Tell Noel to analyze the data off the ship's sensors. Everyone's going to want to see this.
Target destroyed.
That's not true at all. The two of you couldn't be more different. You value humanity, and your principles favor righteousness. His are quite the opposite.
You see, my father was killed during the opening shots of the colony war.
My word. This helium-3 collector must have cost a fortune in credits to build and maintain.
Exactly. When the universe presents us with a threat, we can't afford to run away. We need to stay in the fight.
Haha, yes, you are. So many lives lost when these UC ships were destroyed. Brings back painful memories.
Target's jump system down.
Good. I don't feel like talking to you anymore either. Normally, I'd suggest you choose your words carefully so we could avoid bloodshed. But something tells me that isn't going to be possible.
Please, don't do this. We get to the ship, we have a chance!
That's true. He's a slippery man who can worm his way out of any legal situation.
Keep your weapon loaded. Always helps to have a bigger stick if it comes to it.